Fairy Dongfang Six. Guogua and Shi in the rear. The petite figure in Song Shuhang's embrace was none other than Loli Zhu. At this time, she was holding her throat and squeezing out a cutesy yet very unnatural voice that gave one goosebumps. But this tactic of acting cute while admitting her mistakes, which she believed would defeat Shuhang, didn't work as intended. On the contrary, it backfired. Because at this moment, Song Shuhang only wanted to pick the little girl lying in his embrace up and spank her without mercy. Loli Zhu curiously raised her head and looked at Song Shuhang, saying, Senior brother Shuhang, why didn't you react at all? From what she remembered, as Fairy Nectarine was admitting her mistakes, she likewise dove into Daoist priest Pineapple's embrace just like a swallow returning to its nest. Afterward, she cutely said, "Damn you, I know I've made a mistake, but can you forgive me, pretty please?" And Daoist priest Pineapple immediately capitulated, forgiving Fairy Nectarine. But when she raised her head and looked up, Loli Zhu discovered that Shuhang had a cold expression on his face. His previously kind and gentle expression had become somewhat scary. Loli Zhu blinked her eyes in puzzlement. How can this be? Is it possible that there was something wrong with my tone? Or was the level of my cuteness not high enough? Thereupon, Loli Zhu took a deep breath and recalled that scene where Fairy Nectarine was acting cute. Then, in her cute yet unnatural voice, she continued, "Damn you, I don't agree with this Song Shuhang resolutely picked her up and placed her on his knee. Then, his big hand struck without mercy. Spank, 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 and thus, Loli Zhu's cute yet unnatural voice was interrupted midway. Senior brother Shuhang, I was wrong, I was wrong. It's very painful. Loli Zhu screamed in pain. Song Shuhang said, "Do you know the mistakes you have made? Sob, 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 we shouldn't have secretly run away while you were unconscious." Loli Zhu said with tears streaming down her face. Senior brother Shuhang was truly heartless, not even beauty was able to move him. Next time, she would look for Martial Aunt Fairy Nectarine and bring her over. She really wanted to see if senior brother Shuhang could resist Fairy Nectarine's attack of cuteness as well. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth, and said, "Is that all? Other than this? I don't know." Loli Zhu raised her head, her expression one of puzzlement. Which other mistake had the three of them committed aside from running away? Song Shuhang. Afterward, he gazed at the distant Guogua and Loli Shi. The small monk and Shi slowly arrived in front of Song Shuhang with a pained look on their faces. "You two know your mistakes?" Song Shuhang said with a serious expression on his face. The small monk said obediently, "Senior brother Shuhang, we know our mistakes." Song Shuhang gazed at the obedient-looking children, and the anger in his heart decreased a little. Next, he said in a grave tone, "In that case, if something comes up the next time and I'm not home, will you try to run away again?" A conflicted expression appeared on the face of the small monk. After a while, the small monk joined his palms together and gritted his teeth, saying, "Buddhist monks don't tell lies. If senior brother Shuhang falls unconscious again, there is a chance that I might run away again." Their wish to vanquish demons and monsters hadn't been fulfilled yet. Actually, they hadn't met a single ghost up until now. Therefore, the small monk was very unwilling to give up. Song Shuhang got angry. "Disobedient child, get ready to accept your punishment." Two delicate hands drilled out of Shuhang's back and brought the small monk over there, placing him on his other knee. Afterward, the delicate hands struck without mercy. Spank, 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 Painful, painful, painful. "Senior brother Shuhang, I was wrong, the small monk called out in pain. Those delicate hands belonged to Yi, and their strength while spanking was even higher than Song Shuhang's hands. The small monk felt that his butt would definitely become swollen at this pace. Will you still try to run away from home the next time? Song Shuhang asked with a serious expression on his face. The small monk had tears streaming down his face. After pondering for a moment, he clenched his teeth, and said, Buddhist monks, don't tell lies. Senior brother Shuhang, I might still run away. The nearby Fairy Dongfang Six was speechless. The small monk was foolish yet adorable. Bastard, get ready for the second round of punishment. The two delicate hands mercilessly struck Guogua's butt again. Spank, spank, spank. Guogua's butt had become numb. This time, he felt that his butt might really break. On his left knee, Loli Zhu gazed at the small monk with a moved expression on her face. Force was unable to crush senior brother Guogua's will. Even while facing senior brother Shuhang's tyranny, he didn't give in. He was the model she had to follow. Senior brother Guogua's will is incredible. Right, we can't submit to force. Loli Zhu couldn't help but cheer for little Guogua. Song Shuhang. The nearby Sher felt that her junior sister was truly an idiot. Zhu, you are an idiot. In that case, you'll also get punished. Song Shuhang flew into a rage and used the hands of his main body to spank Loli Zhu without mercy. Spank, spank, spank. Aaaaah. I was wrong. Senior brother Shuhang, I was wrong. That wasn't my intention was to persuade senior brother Guogua. Aaaaah. Senior brother Shuhang, my butt is about to break. Loli Zhu also followed in Guogua's footsteps. The nearby Fairy Dongfang Six rubbed her face. She felt that little friend Shuhang really had it hard with these children around. In the end, the small monk and Loli Zhu submitted to force. Although the two children believed to have a powerful will, their flesh was weak. Senior brother Shuhang hit their butts without mercy, and if he continued like that, they would really sheet all over the place. At last, under the threat of violence, the small monk and Zhu signed a treaty with Song Shuhang. The duo pledged that they would behave while staying at Song Shuhang's place and won't run away from home again. After placing the two disobedient children down, Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at Sher. Senior brother Shuhang, can you hit my palms instead of my butt? Loli Sher said with tears streaming down her face. She felt that she was already a young lady, and getting spanked in front of so many people was too humiliating. Song Shuhang. Why are you making it look as if spanking people is my hobby? Do you know your mistakes? Song Shuhang said with a serious expression on his face. At the same time, he took out a disciplinary ruler from his size-reducing purse. This was something Senior Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman had given Song Shuhang and the others while they were teaching the natives on that small island abroad. The main function of this thing was to punish the natives that didn't study properly. To make use of it, one simply had to hit hard the palm of the target or hang them upside down from a big tree, beating them up without mercy. Song Shuhang had to treat the three disobedient children impartially. Since he had already punished Guogua and Zhu, he couldn't let Sher off. However, since Sher requested Song Shuhang to hit her palms, he would go along with her and hit her palms. Yes, I know my mistakes. Loli Sher nodded with a serious expression on her face. Then, she nervously stretched out her palms and turned her face to one side, just as though she was a child afraid of receiving a vaccination. Song Shuhang didn't show any mercy and hit her palms 20 times each. After making Loli Sher pledge that she wouldn't run away from home again and would obediently listening to her elders, Song Shuhang let the three disobedient children off. He was truly exhausted now. Song Shuhang felt that his mental age had quickly advanced to that of father-level character within this short period of time he had taken care of the three children. When would senior brother Three Realms come back? After dealing with the three disobedient children, Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked toward the tables of the human morphing feast, searching for Lady Onion. But even after looking around for a while, he didn't find her. Was it possible that she had escaped after hearing his voice? After all, Lady Onion kept going on about how she wanted to be free. Therefore, it was unlikely that she would give up her freedom now that she had managed to run away from him with much difficulty. Actually, setting Lady Onion free wasn't that much of a problem. However, the Enlightenment Stone, something very important for Song Shuhang, was still with her, and Song Shuhang couldn't set her free before retrieving his Enlightenment Stone. Senior Dongfang Six, does the 250th branch of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization have a window or back door? Song Shuhang asked. No, it doesn't. Fairy Dongfang Six shook her head, and said, but there is another area beneath the branch, however, I can't bring you there. In the end, Song Shuhang wasn't a member of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization. In that case, can Fairy Dongfang Six help me bring Lady Onion here? Song Shuhang asked. I can't, Fairy Dongfang Six said with a smile. Lady Onion is a member of our organization. Unless she is willing, I can't tell her to come out and go with you. This matter is between you two, and I won't help any side. One was a junior of her organization, while the other was a junior of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Fairy Dongfang Six could only stay neutral in this kind of situation. Song Shuhang felt stifled. In the 250th branch, inside the underground pyramid, Lady Onion and that other female monster sat in the guest room, watching the TV. The news program airing on the TV was an old-style one. Apparently, the leaders of the country were very busy, and if they didn't go abroad, they would go to the countryside. The people of the country were very blessed, and if they didn't become rich, they still obtained a lot of benefits. Then, every other country was in a very tragic situation, and if the country didn't get destroyed, the population rebelled. The usual stuff. Lady Onion felt somewhat bored, and switched the channel. The TV program airing on this other channel was about food. First, you have to cut the green onion into fine pieces. Remember, the pieces have to be very fine. The finer, the better. The chubby chief on the TV then moved his knife at high speed. Cut, cut, cut. Very soon, several green onions were cut into fine pieces. After seeing those green onion sprouts getting cut to pieces, tears streamed down Lady Onion's face. She felt as if she was experiencing it herself. It was simply too cruel. Lady Onion silently switched the channel again. The nearby female monster really wanted to laugh, but she held back for Lady Onion's sake. To avoid laughing, she changed the subject. Lady Onion, what is the relationship between you and that young human called Shuhang outside? Our relationship? How can I explain it? Lady Onion recalled her first meeting with Song Shuhang. At that time, she was a cute green onion that had been just released from custody. When she saw that Song Shuhang, who was just a cultivator of the first stage, had a valuable treasure like the Enlightenment Stone, she immediately thought of stealing it to increase her strength. After that, she would master the ultimate technique and go look for 9 lanterns, taking her revenge. However, not only was she unable to steal the treasure, she even ended up suffering a loss. You can say that I was captured after making a mistake. Lady Onion suddenly stopped halfway through her sentence. She felt an evil aura. A very familiar evil aura. That aura was coming from the first floor of the pyramid. It was an aura that made people feel uncomfortable. When she sensed this aura, Lady Onion felt as if she had been thrown into a puddle of filthy mud. The aura disappeared as quickly as it came, just like a gust of wind. After a short moment, it was gone already. Lady Onion furrowed her brows, and asked, "What's the matter with this aura?" She found this aura very familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had sensed it before. That female monster next to Lady Onion also had an uneasy expression on her face. "I have no idea, it's my first time sensing this foul aura," the female monster replied. Although she had lived in the pyramid of this branch for the past few days, she had never sensed this aura. Lady Onion suddenly thought of something, and said, "Foul and filthy aura. There is no mistaking, this is the evil energy of the Netherworld realm." Still, why had the evil energy of the Netherworld realm appeared in the 250th branch? The evil energy of the Netherworld realm? The nearby female monster furrowed her brows. She was just a young monster, and she had never experienced anything big since the day she was born. As such, she had never come in contact with things related to the Netherworld realm, and she didn't recognize the evil energy of the Netherworld realm either. However, the demons of the Netherworld realm were extremely famous, and their name reverberated like thunder. She was well aware of how scary these demons were. "I'm sure I'm not mistaken. I participated in the great battle between the White Cloud Academy and the demons of the Netherworld, and came in contact with the demons of the Netherworld several other times after that. As such, I'm quite sure that this is the evil energy of the Netherworld," Lady Onion said, very certain of her guess. After hearing these words, that other female monster was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that this member of their organization had experienced so many major events. She, too, had heard about the great battle between the White Cloud Academy and the demons of the Netherworld. This matter had ended up on the first page of the Daily Cultivator, and according to the rumors, all the cultivators that had participated in this battle between the scholarly faction and the demons of the Netherworld had obtained great benefits. Some people even obtained the legendary seeds of the virtuous golden lotus, which could prolong one's life by 50 years. After eating these seeds, not only would one's lifespan increase, but they would also obtain an extraordinary skill. A treasure that could prolong one's life. How good would it be if she could obtain one? That way, she would be able to increase the lifespan of her friend Little Kai by 50 years. With an extra 50 years at her disposal, Little Kai would surely be able to break through. If she broke through to the next great realm, she wouldn't have to worry about her lifespan reaching the limit for a while. Thereupon, the female monster couldn't resist asking, "Lady Onion, since you've participated in the great battle between the White Cloud Academy and the Netherworld realm, did you get a glimpse of the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus? Is it true that those seeds can increase one's lifespan and bestow an extraordinary skill on whomever eats them?" "Yes, that's correct," Lady Onion said with a nod. "After I ate one, not only did my lifespan greatly increase, but I also obtained the 3 heads and 6 arms, extraordinary skill." After mentioning the 3 heads and 6 arms skill, Lady Onion felt a little sad. That extraordinary skill was very cool, but once the skill was deactivated, the extra arms and heads wouldn't disappear, but would fall to the ground, which was extremely scary. However, it was still much better than Song Shuhang's fake 3 heads and 6 arms skill. The skill in Song Shuhang's possession was something he could use only in conjunction with Yi Si and his condensed light of virtue. "Lady Onion, you actually got your hands on the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus? In that case, do you happen to have an extra one?" the female monster asked expectantly. If Lady Onion had an extra lotus seed at her disposal, she was willing to sell everything she had in order to obtain it. After all, Little Kai was her best friend. "I'm sorry, but I don't have an extra lotus seed. I've only obtained one," Lady Onion said, somewhat embarrassed. She had also thought about the monster bird Little Kai. From the looks of it, Little Kai didn't have much left to live, and if she could eat one of those lotus seeds, she would be able to live for another 50 years. "It doesn't matter. You don't have to apologize," the female monster said, somewhat disappointed. This outcome was to be expected. The seeds of the virtuous golden lotus were extremely valuable. Among the cultivators that participated in the great battle between the scholarly faction and the Netherworld realm, only 1 out of 10 was able to obtain one. Therefore, one could already consider themselves lucky if they obtained one lotus seed. It was very rare for someone to get more than one. But even if she already knew the answer, the female monster still harbored some hope in her heart, a hope that Lady Onion would have an extra seed of the virtuous golden lotus. After seeing the disappointed expression of the female monster, Lady Onion thought for a moment and clenched her teeth, saying, "If you really want the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus, there might be a way." After hearing these words, the female monster simply revived. Then, she asked happily, "Is there really a way? Lady Onion, please tell me. Even if I have to give away everything I have, I'm more than willing." "Do you remember that human cultivator called Song Shuhang that came to look for me?" Lady Onion said. "It's very likely that he has some extra seeds of the virtuous golden lotus with him." "Really?" the female monster said happily. "Yes," Lady Onion said with a nod. Soon after, she added, "You can look for him. There is a chance he might sell you one. In that case, I'll immediately look for him." The female monster sprang to her feet. But then, she thought that it wasn't too okay to leave Lady Onion behind just like that. "Lady Onion, what about you? Don't mind me. I'll stay here and keep watching the TV. You can look for him by yourself, alright? Be careful and don't leak out anything related to this branch," Lady Onion said. "Don't worry. In that case, I'll go look for him," the female monster replied. After saying this much, she quickly set out and pushed the door of the room open. But just as she pushed the door open, another burst of aura was transmitted over. Just like the aura they'd sensed before, this aura was foul and evil, and it also carried a type of bone-piercing cold within. The body of that female monster trembled. "What's happening? It's that aura again." In the room, Lady Onion likewise trembled. That aura came from the bottom of the pyramid. "What's in there?" "There is just a very normal room down there." The female monster furrowed her brows, and said, "Right, not too long ago, the branch elder moved all our companions that had fallen ill to the bottom of the pyramid so that they could receive the necessary medical treatment down there. Wait a moment, the patients were all gathered in that room at the bottom of the pyramid." "Did something happen to the patients down there?" the female monster said in a hurry. "Lady Onion, wait here a moment. I'll immediately contact the branch elder." "You can give the branch elder a call," Lady Onion said. She saw that there was a landline telephone in the room. "I'm not too familiar with phones and the likes. Therefore, I didn't note down the number of the branch elder." The female monster forced a smile, and said, "You wait here. I'll go and quickly come back." But just as the female monster prepared to get out of the pyramid and look for the branch elder, black liquid gushed over from outside the room. The oil-like liquid quickly flooded the corridor outside the room. "It's the evil energy of the netherworld, quickly come back," Lady Onion said in a hurry. This oil-like liquid was highly concentrated energy of the netherworld. If she or that female monster got in contact with that highly concentrated energy of the netherworld, they would get quickly contaminated given their low strength. And if they didn't get timely treatment, they might even degenerate into demons of the netherworld. The female monster quickly returned to the room and closed the door. Each room of the pyramid was protected by some dividing barriers. Therefore, the evil energy of the netherworld realm wouldn't be able to invade the room within a short period of time. However, the evil energy of the netherworld realm had powerful corrosive properties, and those barriers weren't going to last for long. If they stayed in the room, they would surely meet their doom. "We have to leave this room immediately," the companions at the bottom of the pyramid very likely met with disaster already, Lady Onion said calmly. The female monster said, "Why would such a large quantity of evil energy of the netherworld appear inside the branch?" Their pyramid-like branch possessed powerful defenses and layers upon layers of barriers. Therefore, it was impossible for the energy of the netherworld realm to sneak into the pyramid without breaking the outside barriers first. Unless, this evil energy of the netherworld came from inside the pyramid? Perhaps it's due to those patients. Lady Onion guessed. "When I was in Wenzhou City, I saw several cases of ordinary people and animals getting enticed and degenerating into demons of the netherworld. The pure energy of the netherworld realm poured into their bodies, greatly strengthening their constitution and overall strength within a very short period of time. Perhaps the patients at the bottom of the pyramid were infected as well. After saying this much, Lady Onion gazed at the room the two of them were standing in. Is there some sort of secret passage concealed in the ceiling above us? Lady Onion asked. From what she had seen in movies, whenever the main character and his friends were trapped, there would be a passage in the ceiling big enough for a person to crawl into. In the end, the main character and his friends would be able to use this passage to get away and save themselves. The ceiling is solid, there is no passage, the female monster replied. Lady Onion then said, in that case, aside from the front door, is there any other passage we can use to run away? The female monster pondered for a moment, and said, I don't think there is. Lady Onion. Who designed the 250th branch of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization? Who is the designer of this place? Come out, I promise that I won't beat you up too much. Wait a moment. Now that I think about it, there is indeed a secret passage that can be used in case of emergency. The eyes of the female monster suddenly lit up. Then, she made an effort to push the sofa to one side. It turned out that there was a secret passage beneath the big sofa. Here it is, the female monster said happily, through this secret passage, we can, with great secrecy, reach the, however, the female monster awkwardly stopped just as she was halfway through her sentence. We can reach the. After looking at that secret passage, Lady Onion had a bad premonition. We can reach the bottom of the pyramid, and then flee through another passage, the female monster said with a better smile. But proceeding toward the bottom of the pyramid right now was the same as seeking death. Lady Onion was about to go crazy. Just who is the idiotic designer of this place? Actually, the poor designer was not the one at fault here. The pyramid was brought here directly from Egypt through a mysterious magical technique by one of the previous branch elders. Since the outward appearance couldn't be changed, the changes the designer could make were very limited. The layout was rather thorny to deal with, and the designer was also helpless in this case. After sighing, Lady Onion finally arrived in front of the landline telephone in the room. She clenched her teeth and then dialed a number, Song Shuhang's number. She had no other option, because Song Shuhang's number was the only one she remembered. Hello, who is it? Song Shuhang's voice was transmitted from the other end. Shuhang, save me. Lady Onion said with a shaky voice. Her voice wasn't shaky because she was afraid, but because she felt humiliated. She unexpectedly had to ask her enemy for help, how disgraceful. If Lady Onion had had the possibility to call another number, she would have never called Song Shuhang, not even if she was beaten to death. After all, calling Song Shuhang implied giving up the freedom she had obtained with much difficulty on her own initiative. Someone that could already enjoy freedom had no idea of how valuable it was. On the other hand, Lady Onion had been locked up for 300 years by 9 lanterns right after she'd completed her training and descended from the mountain. After that, she ended up in Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse because she sought death, and stayed in there until recently. As such, in Lady Onion's eyes, not even a mountain of gold was as valuable as her freedom. She had finally managed to get rid of Song Shuhang and obtain her precious freedom, but now, before she could even properly enjoy it, she was forced to hand it over on her own initiative. Did you now understand how she felt? Lady Onion? It's you. Song Shuhang said. Where are you now? Save me, quickly come to save me. I'm currently in the underground area of the 250th branch of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization. The whole place is filled with the evil energy of the netherworld realm. This energy is very pure and resembles black oil. It has already flooded the whole pyramid at this time. The area outside our room is also filled with evil energy, and the barrier outside won't last for long, therefore, quickly come to save me. If you are one step late, you won't be able to see this adorable green onion anymore, Lady Onion said anxiously. In the end, she had submitted to the enemy, thus, she was a bit depressed. The evil energy of the Netherworld realm? Just what is happening? Song Shuhang said with a serious expression on his face. At the same time, he waved his hand at the nearby Fairy Dongfang Six. Actually, there was no need for him to wave his hand at the fairy maiden, because Fairy Dongfang Six had already heard the content of their conversation after Song Shuhang picked up his phone. Fairy Dongfang Six had already contacted the branch elder via secret sound transmission. The branch elder quickly ran to where Song Shuhang and the others were. "What's happening here?" the branch elder asked. "Some problems arose in the underground area of the branch," Fairy Dongfang Six said. "The underground area was flooded with the evil energy of the Netherworld." "Impossible. From where has this evil energy of the Netherworld come?" the branch elder said. Lady Onion's voice was transmitted from the other end of the phone. "I'm not too clear about the details, but the evil energy of the Netherworld realm is continuously gushing out from the bottom of the pyramid. My guess is that the patients that were moved to the bottom of the pyramid were contaminated with the evil energy of the Netherworld realm. Their condition should be similar to that middle-aged man and that other big fellow we met in Wenzhou City. Anyway, quickly come over and save me. The barrier outside the room is about to collapse. If you are even a second late, we'll never meet again," Lady Onion said in a hurry. When it came to dealing with the evil energy of the Netherworld, Song Shuhang was even better than a fifth-stage spiritual emperor. The tentacles of that lotus flower that the nucleus in Song Shuhang's heart aperture could project outside could absorb the evil energy of the Netherworld and transform it into nourishment regardless of its quantity. This was the reason Lady Onion believed that Song Shuhang could definitely save her. "Wait for me," Song Shuhang replied. "You have to come and save me. Don't abandon me," Lady Onion added, somewhat worried. "Don't worry, I'm going to save you," Song Shuhang said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Song Shuhang looked at Fairy Dongfang Six and the branch elder of the 250th branch. The branch elder was a monster of the fifth stage, and he already had the ability to assume human form. However, his human form was rather peculiar. While in human form, he was around 3 meters tall and had 7 hands and 8 feet. He literally had hands and feet flying every which way. Anyway, his human form was simply too weird, and he might as well use his monster at this point. Just as though he had guessed what Song Shuhang was thinking, the branch elder explained, "I'm the current branch elder of the 250th branch of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization, Gu Wu. My human form is something that came into existence when I went to a small island abroad during my younger days. Back then, I used an illusory technique to assume this form with 7 hands and 8 feet so that I could pretend to be an aboriginal deity and fool the local population. But as time passed by, I slowly got used to this form." Aaaaah. Leaving the country during their younger days, making a trip to another country, and having fun pretending to be a local aboriginal deity, it seemed that the current elder of the 250th branch was someone that liked following the good old traditions. However, with science and technology quickly progressing, people slowly stopped believing in gods and demons. For this reason, it was very difficult for the current elder of the 250th branch to head to another country and pretend to be an aboriginal deity. The branch elder from 300 years ago could still head to Egypt and pretend to be a local aboriginal deity, but the current branch elder Gu Wu could only look for a small island abroad to pass off as an aboriginal deity. Song Shuhang. Gu Wu also added, "We indeed moved several companions to the bottom of the pyramid. Those companions were small monsters that have been contaminated with the evil energy of the Netherworld recently. For this reason, I decided to move them to the purifying pond at the bottom of the pyramid, preparing to slowly purify the evil energy in their bodies by borrowing the power of a formation." But little did I expect that something like this would happen. I'm sure that the energy of the netherworld in their bodies was nowhere that powerful when I moved them there. According to my calculations, the strength of the purifying formation would have been more enough to get rid of the evil energy that had infected their bodies. As such, why did the amount of that evil energy suddenly increase to the point that it filled the whole pyramid? Song Shuhang said, "This matter is a long story. Senior Dongfang Six should have already guessed a few things. This incident is related to the matter I've mentioned in the group some time ago, the one about ordinary people and animals getting contaminated with the evil energy of the netherworld realm." Fairy Dongfang Six nodded her head. She also knew that Senior Skylark from the Xian Nu sect had sought death big time while investigating this matter and decided to test the poison on her own body. As a result, her body was contaminated with the evil energy of the netherworld realm, and she was forced to seal herself in ice. Some time later, I discovered that those people hadn't been contaminated by accident. Someone had lured them into wearing finger rings or other similar items. Next, the evil energy of the netherworld realm poured into their bodies and modified them, strengthening them. During the whole process, the energy of the netherworld realm would keep getting stronger and stronger. Afterward, Song Shuhang also added, "Branch Elder Gu Wu, can I get into the underground area of your branch? I would like to save Lady Onion as soon as possible. Are you capable of it?" Gu Wu asked. After glancing at him, he had noticed that Song Shuhang was only a cultivator of the third stage. "If we are dealing with the evil energy of the netherworld, I can. I have a special method to deal with it," Song Shuhang said with a smile. Just as they were discussing, the place where the human morphing feast was hosted was thrown into chaos. The various monsters had panicked and created a mess. Song Shuhang didn't even need to turn his head to sense the evil aura of the netherworld. Part of the evil energy filling the underground pyramid had already seeped into the various passages and spread where the feast was held. Black mist gushed out of the ground. This black mist was emitted by the evil energy of the netherworld below. In the end, the mist condensed in the main hall and turned into a monster made of mist. A demon of the netherworld, some weak monsters called out in alarm. "That's not a demon of the netherworld. It's just a mass of pure energy of the netherworld that has condensed together and formed an evil beast," Song Shuhang said after glancing at that monster made of mist. It was the same as that ferocious beast made of evil energy he'd encountered in the Jade Lake realm the last time. Still, this evil beast that had just condensed didn't have any intelligence, and it was rather easy to deal with. An evil beast, and a weak one at that. Next to Song Shuhang, the small monk Guogua sprang to his feet as he rubbed his butt. After the mist condensed into an evil beast, the resulting creature only had the strength of the first stage. If not for the fact that they were afraid of getting contaminated with the evil energy of the netherworld realm, all the monsters there present would have been able to take care of it. "It's time for us to get into action," the small monk said. Shi and Zhu quietly glanced at Song Shuhang, their eyes full of expectations. "Are you sure you can deal with it?" Song Shuhang asked. "We can easily deal with a creature of this level," Shi said after pondering for a moment. "In that case, I'll leave this place to you three," Song Shuhang said. Fairy Dongfang Six and the others were still there. Therefore, nothing would happen to the three children. "Branch Elder Gu Wu, can you tell me about the passage that leads to the underground area?" Song Shuhang asked. The seven-armed and eight-footed branch Elder Gu Wu forced a smile, and said, "I'll lead you there. I didn't think things would escalate to this point." The underground branch was supposed to be a secret area, and those that weren't members of the organization weren't allowed to get there. But now, he had no way of preventing Song Shuhang from entering it. As soon as they got into the passage, the aura of the evil energy of the netherworld blew in their faces. Branch Elder Gu Wu was a monster of the fifth stage, and he could resist the corrosive properties of the evil energy of the netherworld with the help of a barrier. On the other hand, a half-serpent and half-stickman entity had appeared around Song Shuhang's body. The light of virtue was protecting his body, preventing all kinds of evils from approaching him. Branch Elder Gu Wu gazed at the light of virtue around Song Shuhang's body in astonishment. That light of virtue was so powerful and dense. Was it possible that this young human was the reincarnation of a powerful Buddhist expert? Very soon, the duo arrived in front of the underground pyramid. Yi Si borrowed Song Shuhang's senses and kept on guard. At this time, the whole underground area had become pitch black, and the oil-like black energy of the netherworld had submerged most of the pyramid, with only the tip being visible. In addition, just as though there was a flood going on, the level of the evil energy of the netherworld was continuously increasing as time passed. How did the situation escalate to this level? Branch Elder Gu Wu's expression was getting uglier and uglier. The quantity of evil energy in that place far surpassed his imagination. Given his strength of the 5th stage, it would be impossible to disperse and purify such a huge amount of evil energy of the netherworld. Little friend Shuhang, let's advance and save the people trapped there, but after saving them, we have to evacuate immediately. We can't stay here. Gu Wu's expression became serious. After getting out of this place, he would have to activate the formation of the 250th branch as soon as possible and seal the whole underground area. Otherwise, if such tyrannical energy was allowed to leak out into the Jiangnan area, the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Shuhang nodded his head and headed toward the summit of the pyramid through that bridge made of chains. When the duo was halfway past the bridge, a huge fist silently shot upward from below. This fist was purely made of evil energy, and it was giving off a faint metallic luster. It was somewhat similar to the metallic hand that had attacked the world of the Golden Lotus of the scholarly faction. However, its strength was much, much weaker. With Yi Si's reminder, Song Shuhang managed to detect this surprise attack just in time. On the other hand, Branch Elder Gu Wu wasn't able to detect it. Careful! Song Shuhang shouted. At this time, the fist was only 10 meters away from Branch Elder Gu Wu. Ah! The Branch Elder shouted in a grave tone and waved his 7 arms, aiming at that fist made of evil energy. There was a round hole in each palm of Branch Elder Gu Wu, and viscous black-green liquid shot out of these holes. This viscous liquid possessed powerful corrosive properties, and when it came in contact with that fist made of evil energy, they both cancelled each other out. Not even that fist made of evil energy was able to resist the corrosive viscous liquid. During the time it took the fist to cover 10 meters, it had been corroded until it reached the size of a football, and was then crushed to pieces by Branch Elder Gu Wu's foot. Just what kind of creature was Branch Elder Gu Wu? Was the viscous black-green liquid he shot out of his palms an innate skill? Or was it some magical technique he learned? Little friend Shuhang, let's go. I can feel that the attack just now was only a probe. The next attack of the evil energy of the netherworld won't be so easy to deal with. Let's quickly advance and rescue Lady Onion and the others, Branch Elder Gu Wu said. He had a very bad premonition just now. After coming to this underground area, he discovered that he was unable to fly. There was supposed to be a flight-restricting formation in the underground area of the 250th branch of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization, but since he was the branch elder, he had a special pendant with him, which was also the symbol of his status as the branch elder. With this pendant, even if the flight-restricting formation of the branch was active, he would still be able to fly. But now, he was unable to fly even if he had the pendant with him. As such, Branch Elder Gu Wu was somewhat worried. That was because aside from the flight-restricting formation, there was also a defensive system in the pyramid. If the defense system were to fall into the hands of the enemy and be activated, things would become very troublesome. Luckily, the defense system wasn't activated in the end. Branch Elder Gu Wu and Song Shuhang managed to get into the pyramid without problems. The branch elder heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "Let's head to the room called Heaven 33, Lady Onion and the others should be there." After entering the pyramid, they discovered that the quantity of the evil energy of the netherworld realm inside was even higher. The level of that mass of oil-like evil energy was high enough to reach the waist of a person. Branch Elder Gu Wu activated his defensive barriers at full strength and led the way, while Song Shuhang followed behind. The solidified light of virtue wrapping Song Shuhang's body was firmly protecting him. It was even better than an ordinary barrier. We have arrived. The room called Heaven 33 is right ahead, Branch Elder Gu Wu said. He could sense that Lady Onion and the others were inside the room. However, the protective barrier of the room had been thoroughly corroded, and he had no idea what was the condition of the people inside. The duo rushed toward the room. But just they were running, Branch Elder Gu Wu's body suddenly disappeared. Little friend Shuhang, careful. There is a hole here. Damn, the whole floor of the pyramid was corroded as well. Branch Elder Gu Wu's voice was transmitted from within the oil-like evil energy of the netherworld. His voice was getting farther and farther away. From the looks of it, the hole was very deep. Song Shuhang. Right at this time, EC suggested, Shuhang, perhaps you should use the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique to disperse the evil energy of the netherworld ahead. Otherwise, you might carelessly fall into a hole as well. Due to that dense evil energy contaminating the whole place, the detecting capacity of mental energy was very limited, not even EC could tell if there were holes ahead of them. Song Shuhang followed her suggestion and punched forward, unleashing the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique. The solidified light of virtue shrouding his body transformed into a Buddhist warrior, who also punched forward. The sound of Buddhist prayers echoed, and the illusion of a golden lotus appeared in midair. The demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique had powerful evil-warding properties, and all the evil energy of the netherworld in front of Song Shuhang temporarily vanished. Without the obstruction of the evil energy of the netherworld, Song Shuhang and Yi Si could see that the floor had been corroded from where they were standing until the door to the room Lady Onion was residing in, which was nearly 10 meters away. The place below was full of evil energy of the netherworld, and they couldn't see clearly where Branch Elder Gu Wu was. Branch Elder Gu Wu, how are you? Song Shuhang called out. I'm fine. I'll come up very soon. Branch Elder Gu Wu's voice was transmitted from a place around 20 meters below. Little friend Shuhang, you go rescue Lady Onion and the others. After that, let's reunite at the entrance of the pyramid. You also take care of yourself, Song Shuhang said with a nod. Then, he retreated several steps and operated the advanced version of the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, the celestial sprint footwork, instantly dashing forward at high speed. He leapt over that distance of nearly 10 meters and crashed into Lady Onion's room. The wooden door had already become very frail under the corrosion of the evil energy of the netherworld. As such, Song Shuhang was able to barge into the room very easily. In the room, due to the protective barrier outside getting corroded, the evil energy of the netherworld had flooded the whole place to the point that its level was already high enough to reach the waist of a person. The body of that female monster was glued to the ceiling like a spider, away from the evil energy of the netherworld. But Lady Onion was still on the ground. At this time, Lady Onion had already reverted to her real form, transforming into a green onion growing on the enlightenment stone. Lady Onion, are you all right? Are you still conscious? The female monster asked, somewhat worried. I'm fine. But my body isn't under my control anymore, Lady Onion said, somewhat depressed. At this time, threads of jet-black energy were visible on her deep green onion body. It was a sign that she had been contaminated with the evil energy of the netherworld realm. Earlier, when the barrier outside the room was corroded and the evil energy of the netherworld barged into the room, Lady Onion and that other female monster had no choice but to climb to an elevated area. But the level of the evil energy of the netherworld inside the room kept increasing, and since Lady Onion couldn't glue herself to the ceiling like that other female monster, she ultimately got contaminated during a moment of carelessness. Luckily, she had taken root in the Enlightenment Stone. The Enlightenment Stone was very mysterious, and not even the evil energy of the Netherworld could invade it. Thanks to the protection of the Enlightenment Stone, Lady Onion was able to retain her mind and was safe. But her body was already out of control, and it was currently strolling through the room on its own. How come Song Shuhang isn't here yet? Lady Onion muttered to herself. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, the frail door of the room burst open. A glistening Song Shuhang barged into the room, and got up after rolling on the ground once. "Hey, Lady Onion." Song Shuhang waved at Lady Onion, who was on the ground, and said, "I've come to save you." Lady Onion had tears streaming down her face. "Shuhang, you have finally come." Since meeting Song Shuhang up until now, it was her first time noticing that Song Shuhang could do cool stuff as well. For example, when he barged into the room just now and got up after rolling on the ground, he looked rather cool. "Are you alright?" Song Shuhang asked. "My condition isn't too good." While speaking, Lady Onion had already arrived next to Song Shuhang. Afterward, she clenched her small fists and mercilessly attacked Song Shuhang's calf. Song Shuhang. Lady Onion was getting wilder and wilder while attacking. At this time, she looked like a Muay Thai practitioner punching a sandbag. Left strike, right strike, elbow strike, and an occasional roundhouse kick. Afterward, she moved behind Song Shuhang to attack the back of his calf. As she kept attacking, she finally returned in front of Song Shuhang, jumping up and attacking his knee. Song Shuhang also noticed that Lady Onion's condition wasn't too right. "Have you been contaminated with the evil energy of the Netherworld?" Song Shuhang asked. "Yes, you finally noticed. Luckily, my root is safe, and the evil energy of the Netherworld wasn't able to invade it. Quickly find a way to save me, alright?" Lady Onion said happily. She felt that she was absolutely adorable while fighting Song Shuhang head-on like this. She had never hit the calf of Song Shuhang so happily before. It was a pity that she was in her monster form at the moment, and she was just a small green onion with no strength at all. Otherwise, that barrage of attacks would have fractured Song Shuhang's calf bone. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at that other female monster glued to the ceiling, waving his hand and saying, "Hello." "Hello, Mr. Shuhang," the female monster replied. Actually, when Song Shuhang barged into the room, she got a scare. That solidified light of virtue enshrouding his body was simply too dazzling. From what she knew, the number of people in the entire world of cultivators that possessed this kind of light of virtue didn't surpass 10. Now she understood why Lady Onion had asked the opposite party to come and save them. Since he possessed such powerful light of virtue, perhaps he really had a way to save them. "You guys wait a moment. I'll take care of this evil energy of the Netherworld first," Song Shuhang said. Song Shuhang wasn't planning to save Lady Onion and that other female monster by bringing them out of that pyramid. Since after he got into the underground area of the 250th branch of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization, the nucleus in his heart aperture had become restless. At this time, the nucleus was already having a hard time bearing its hunger and thirst. Now that Song Shuhang had made sure that Lady Onion was safe, he decided to release the nucleus, allowing it to have its fill. After obtaining Song Shuhang's permission, the nucleus immediately projected a lotus flower. A pure and holy lotus flower was projected out of Song Shuhang's chest. In the next moment, several tens of thousands of fine roots extended from the lotus flower, piercing the whole surrounding area. In just 2 seconds, the evil energy of the Netherworld inside the room disappeared at speed visible to the naked eye. But for the nucleus, the evil energy inside the room wasn't even enough for an appetizer. Those several tens of thousands of roots passed through the walls, reaching every corner of the pyramid and greedily devouring the evil energy of the Netherworld. Song Shuhang gently patted his chest, and said, bring one tentacle here and cleanse the evil energy in Lady Onion's body. At this time, Lady Onion had already started to attack Song Shuhang's other calf, sparing no effort. After hearing Song Shuhang's order, one of the transparent tentacles in midair changed direction and stabbed into Lady Onion's body. In the next moment, the evil energy of the netherworld in Lady Onion's body was quickly sucked out. After that, Lady Onion's body withered at speed visible to the naked eye. Shuhang, Lady Onion said faintly, did you take advantage of this opportunity to retaliate against me? Song Shuhang. You are overthinking it. Why would I want to retaliate against you? Because you were hitting my calf? Song Shuhang said with a laugh. Actually, when you hit my calf, you weren't even able to harm my body hair. Your attack wasn't even worth a retaliation. Lady Onion. The main reason all of this happened was Lady Onion's strength being too low. After her body was contaminated with the evil energy of the netherworld, it was modified and assimilated very quickly. Earlier, her green onion sprout had been thoroughly polluted, and turned into an entity similar to the demons of the netherworld. As such, when that lotus flower root that the nucleus had materialized pierced into her body and sucked the evil energy of the netherworld out, Lady Onion's body lost all its strength and thus withered. Luckily, she had taken root in the Enlightenment Stone. Otherwise, she would have been done for this time. Song Shuhang squatted down and poked Lady Onion's withered body. This thing is completely withered. Lady Onion, how do you feel at this time? I feel there might be a chance to save it, Lady Onion said. The fact that her body quickly withered, with her helplessly watching, without being able to do anything, was simply too cruel. It was the same as a young human turning old within seconds. Should I pour some water on it and see if it becomes green again? Song Shuhang asked. Yi Si said, I think it's useless. Lady Onion's green onion sprout has lost all its vitality, it can't be saved. In that case, should I just cut it off? Song Shuhang said. No. Why don't you try to use a healing technique first and see what happens? Perhaps it can be still saved. Lady Onion said in a hurry. This was the matter she was most worried about. If her green onion sprout was cut off, it would take her a long time to grow a new one. Cutting off her green onion sprout was different from using that green onion unsheathing skill. In the first case, her green onion sprout would be cut off at the root, and she would have to grow a new one. In the second case, only an outer layer of skin would be shed, and it wouldn't affect Lady Onion's cuteness. Alright, let's try to use a healing technique. Song Shuhang activated the healing technique on his ancient bronze ring, aiming the technique at Lady Onion's body. The radiance of the healing technique shrouded Lady Onion's body. So comfortable I feel that my green onion sprout is recovering its vitality. Lady Onion said happily. She felt that her withered green onion sprout was giving signs of coming back to life. Then, just as the radiance of the healing technique vanished, Song Shuhang gazed at the still withered Lady Onion, and said, it didn't work. You are still withered. Don't give up just yet. It must be because your healing technique was too weak. Try to use a stronger healing technique. Lady Onion said. Just now, I felt that my green onion sprout was recovering. In that case, let me give it a try. Yi Si's voice echoed at this time. Afterward, her small hand drilled out of Song Shuhang's chest and pressed on Lady Onion's body. The unique healing technique of the ancient crystal-clear water pavilion was then used on Lady Onion's body. This time, Lady Onion felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring. She felt very comfortable. She felt as though she was about to ascend to heaven. As expected, senior sister Yi Si's healing technique is awesome. Shuhang, your healing technique was too trash. Lady Onion didn't forget to insult Song Shuhang while enjoying the effects of Yi Si's healing technique. Watch your words, or I'll cut off your green onion sprout, Song Shuhang threatened. Lady Onion was immediately alarmed. I'm sorry. I was just beside myself with joy. That other female monster glued to the ceiling. After using the healing technique, Yi finally took her hand back. Aaaaah, I feel full of vitality, just as if I was reborn. Lady Onion laughed loudly. Next, 2 small feet grew below the enlightenment stone, with Lady Onion standing up. But your green onion sprout is the same as before, still withered. It didn't recover in the slightest, Song Shuhang said as he poked Lady Onion's green onion sprout. It must be your misconception. I feel as though my green onion sprout was reborn. My whole body is filled with energy at this moment. After saying this much, Lady Onion started to jump around, showing Song Shuhang how good her current state was. But just as she started jumping around, her withered green onion sprout fell off the enlightenment stone. It fell off the enlightenment stone and landed on the ground with a thud. Lady Onion's body stiffened, and a dumbfounded expression appeared on her face. Aaaaah. Song Shuhang laughed, and said, at this point, it would have been better if you had just let me cut off. How can this be? Lady Onion looked at the withered green onion sprout on the ground, very aggrieved. At the same time, Yi's head drilled out of Song Shuhang's chest and gazed at Lady Onion. After a short moment. I understand now, Yi said. Under the effects of my healing technique, Lady Onion's tender sprout grew anew. Then, just like milk teeth falling off, the old green onion sprout fell off as the new one started to grow. After hearing Yi's words, Song Shuhang took the enlightenment stone and carefully sized it up. Sure enough, there was indeed a small green sprout above, peeking at Shuhang. This was also the reason Lady Onion felt as though she was reborn, as well as the reason she was full of vitality. It wasn't that her withered green onion sprout had recovered, but her body had automatically gotten rid of the old green onion sprout to make room for the new one. Lady Onion. Aaaaah. Song Shuhang couldn't help but laugh again. Lady Onion clenched her teeth, and said, damn it, why are you laughing? If not for you, I wouldn't have been forced to hide in this pyramid. If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have been contaminated with the evil energy of the netherworld, losing my green onion sprout as a consequence. Are you saying that it's my fault? Song Shuhang said. After saying this much, he opened his size-reducing purse, and said, welcome back, Lady Onion. My freedom, Lady Onion called out in grief. Just in this fashion, Lady Onion, her freedom, and the enlightenment stone were stuffed into Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse. After dealing with Lady Onion, Song Shuhang checked the nucleus in his heart aperture. The lotus flower was endlessly absorbing the evil energy of the netherworld realm. The purity of the evil energy he absorbed this time was almost comparable to the one he'd absorbed from that ferocious beast made of evil energy in the Jade Lake realm. If I absorb all the evil energy of the netherworld in the pyramid, the world in my nucleus should expand even further, right? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Then, he raised his head and looked at that other female monster glued to the ceiling. Fellow Daoist, all the evil energy of the netherworld in the room was purified. You can come down, Song Shuhang said. Is this place really safe? The female monster asked. Yes, Song Shuhang replied. As such, the female monster came down from the ceiling, and said, thank you. You are welcome, it wasn't much, Song Shuhang said with a smile. I should also thank you for helping me look after Lady Onion. Just as they were discussing, Lady Onion's tender sprout drilled out of Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse. Right. Shuhang, do you still have some extra seeds of the virtuous golden lotus with you? Didn't you already eat one? Song Shuhang said with a smile. I'm not the one who needs it. I'm asking on her behalf, Lady Onion said. The female monster looked at Lady Onion gratefully, and said, Fellow Daoist Shuhang, I'm the one that needs the lotus seed. If you have any extra seed of the virtuous golden lotus, can you sell it to me? Song Shuhang curiously gazed at that female monster. I can sense that your body is full of vitality. Why do you want those lotus seeds? Actually, the seed is for a friend of mine. She is a monster bird, and even after a long time, she was unable to break through. As such, her life force is almost exhausted, the female monster sighed and said. Song Shuhang raised his brows. Monster bird? Life force almost exhausted? What a coincidence. That monster bird called Little Kai he saved from the monster hunters earlier was in a similar state. Is this monster bird you are talking about called Little Kai? Song Shuhang said with a smile. Fellow Daoist Shuhang knows Little Kai as well, the female monster said, surprised. How can I explain it? We met by chance, Song Shuhang said. I indeed have some extra seeds of the virtuous golden lotus with me, but what can you give me in exchange? If fellow Daoist Shuhang is willing to carry out this transaction, I'm ready to give you all the treasures in my collection. If you want, I can bring you to my treasure house right now and leave everything inside to you, the female monster said resolutely. Song Shuhang slightly nodded. That silly Little Kai was really lucky to have a friend like this. It's a deal, then. However, I don't need all the treasures in your collection. As long as we carry out a fair transaction, it's fine. Song Shuhang smiled, and pointed toward the female monster. I can sense a treasure on your body that piqued my interest. There is a treasure on my body? That female monster curiously stretched out her hand into her clothes. Soon after, she took out a golden round object. It was precisely the golden pearl that Little Kai had given to both her and Lady Onion before leaving. Right at this time, Yisi's head drilled out of Song Shuhang's shoulder and gazed at that golden pearl. Then, she said to Song Shuhang through their mental connection, it's a Buddhist relic. That thing was a Buddhist relic that had condensed from the body of a senior monk that had passed away while sitting in meditation due to him gathering a lot of virtue, wisdom, and compassion during the course of this life. Similar items were very hard to come by, and it wasn't certain that all senior monks passing away while sitting in meditation would condense one. The probability was rather low. Song Shuhang nodded his head, and said to that female monster, that thing is a Buddhist relic, and it's a rare treasure. Are you willing to use it to carry out this transaction with me? Of course I'm willing. The female monster quickly gave the Buddhist relic to Song Shuhang. This concludes the transaction. Song Shuhang received the Buddhist relic and then took a seed of the virtuous golden lotus, giving it to that female monster. The female monster was very happy. She didn't expect that she would be able to get a seed of the virtuous golden lotus so easily. Thank you, fellow Daoist Shuhang, the female monster said gratefully. No need to thank me. After all, it was a fair transaction, Song Shuhang said with a smile. After saying this much, he stretched out his hand and threw the Buddhist relic upward. In the next moment, that half-serpent and half-stickman entity shrouding his body stretched out its hand and grabbed the Buddhist relic. Just now, it was precisely the light of virtue that had allowed Song Shuhang to sense the presence of this treasure on the body of that female monster. From the looks of it, there was a certain affinity between Song Shuhang's light of virtue and this Buddhist relic. Thereupon, Song Shuhang decided to merge the Buddhist relic with his light of virtue and see if the light of virtue would undergo some kind of mutation with the help of this Buddhist relic. After grabbing the Buddhist relic, that stickman did something that went beyond Song Shuhang's expectations. It held the Buddhist relic and pressed it against its round face. Click. The Buddhist relic was mounted in the left side of the stickman's face, just as though it was its left eye. Song Shuhang. Although he knew that there was a certain affinity between his light of virtue and that Buddhist relic, the fact that the solidified half-serpent and half-stickman entity had directly mounted the relic in its face as though it was an eyeball was a little too much. After mounting the Buddhist relic in its face as though it was an eyeball, that half-serpent and half-stickman entity turned its head around, seemingly trying to adapt to its new sensory organ. The newly mounted left eye was shining, and it was unknown what kind of special ability it would have. Song Shuhang wasn't sure if it was only his misconception, but he felt that this stickman made of light of virtue had become more vivid after mounting that left eye in its face. Yi Si said, "Your light of virtue is truly unique, however, will it still be able to return to your body after mounting that Buddhist relic in its face?" In the end, that eye was a foreign object attached to the face of that stickman made of light of virtue. As such, wouldn't it simply fall to the ground if Song Shuhang's light of virtue were to return to its body? Song Shuhang said, "There shouldn't be any problem. I can feel that the left eye has already fused with the body of the stickman." After saying this much, he transmitted a command to that stickman made of light of virtue. The stickman whizzed back into Song Shuhang's body, and then quickly whizzed out again. The newly mounted left eye was still glistening. There hadn't been any obstruction. "Interesting," Yi Si said. "It's a pity that it only has a left eye." "It looks somewhat strange," Song Shuhang said. "Someone with an obsessive-compulsive disorder would truly feel uncomfortable in this situation, wishing they could find the stickman a right eye as well." Just as this thought flashed through Song Shuhang's mind, the stickman above his head suddenly moved. Its hand, which resembled a round stick, quickly drilled into Song Shuhang's clothes, looking for his size-reducing purse. In the next moment, the Enlightenment Stone, as well as Lady Onion, were pulled out. "What are you doing?" Lady Onion called out in alarm. The stickman lifted Lady Onion and the Enlightenment Stone and pressed them against its face without the slightest hesitation. This idiot wasn't thinking of mounting the Enlightenment Stone in its face and using it as its right eye, right? What kind of joke was this? If the left eye was a small bead-sized Buddhist relic, and the right eye a fist-sized Enlightenment Stone, the final result wouldn't be a normal-sized eye. Someone with an obsessive-compulsive disorder would feel even more uncomfortable after seeing this scene. In addition, Lady Onion was still attached to the Enlightenment Stone. What would happen to her if the Enlightenment Stone was mounted in the light of virtue? Would Lady Onion start living in its right eye? And would her green onion sprout grow out of that eye? That picture was simply too unsettling. "Quickly stop," Song Shuhang said. "Don't insert the whole stone into your face. It's too eye-blinding." That stickman made of light of virtue stopped. Lady Onion heaved a sigh of relief. The scene just now had been simply too scary. She was almost mounted in the face of that stickman, becoming its right eye. However, just as Lady Onion was heaving a sigh of relief, that stickman stretched out its other hand and dug around Lady Onion's green onion sprout area. It was unknown where it dug it from, but in the next moment, the stickman took a glistening Buddhist relic out of Lady Onion's body. Since the very beginning, Song Shuhang had been wondering if Lady Onion had a portable world with her. After assuming her human form, she could carry a lot of items on her person, but after reverting to her green onion form, these items wouldn't fall down. In addition, even if her green onion sprout was cut off, the items she had on her person wouldn't fall down. Even now that her green onion sprout had withered, with her whole body shrinking in the Enlightenment Stone, Lady Onion still happened to be hiding a Buddhist relic on her person. Now then, could someone tell him where was this Buddhist relic hidden? After all, it was impossible for it to be hidden inside the Enlightenment Stone, right? "That's mine. That's my treasure." Lady Onion screamed as she stretched out her toothpick-sized small hands, tightly hugging the Buddhist relic and starting to fight with the stickman for it. Lady Onion had released some explosive power and tightly held onto her treasure. One couldn't underestimate her. After all, she was a monster that had practiced for 300 years. Unfortunately, the fact that she had developed intelligence didn't mean that she would be strong as well. In the end, the stickman pressed both Lady Onion and the Buddhist relic against its face. This stickman didn't have any intelligence, and it had started to look for something suitable to take the place of its right eye after getting affected by Song Shuhang's thoughts. As long as it could find a second Buddhist relic that it could mount in its face, it was fine. As for the fact that Lady Onion was also attached to this relic, it didn't matter. Stop, stop, stop. Song Shuhang said in a hurry. The stickman stopped in its tracks. As a consequence, Lady Onion was able to protect her Buddhist relic. Afterward, she cautiously looked at the frozen stickman and hugged her Buddhist relic even more tightly. After looking at her actions, Song Shuhang smiled, and said, "Lady Onion, you don't have to worry. I've not fallen so low that I would steal your treasures. You can store that relic away, the stickman won't try to steal it again." Lady Onion hugged her Buddhist relic and fell into deep thought. After a short moment, she clenched her teeth, and pushed the relic toward Shuhang. Transaction. Transaction? Song Shuhang smiled, and then asked, "What do you want in exchange? Another lotus seed? I already ate a seed of the virtuous golden lotus, and I don't need another. Therefore, I want something else in exchange. I want the spring water of your living spring, 2 people's share," Lady Onion said with a serious expression on her face. She had been together with Song Shuhang all along. Therefore, she was aware that aside from those lotus seeds that could prolong one's life, Song Shuhang also had the water of his living spring, whose effects didn't overlap with the lotus seeds and could likewise increase one's lifespan by 50 years. Other than that, it apparently tasted great. But didn't you drink the water of the living spring already? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Earlier, I planted you on that small island inside the nucleus, right? Is it possible that you didn't notice the living spring on that small island? Lady Onion's movement of pushing the Buddhist relic toward Song Shuhang stiffened. After a while. That spring water was the water of the living spring? Lady Onion opened her eyes wide. Yes, that was precisely the living spring, Song Shuhang affirmed. Aaaaah! Lady Onion screamed. If she had known that that spring water that could prolong one's life by 50 years, she would have jumped into it and drank to her heart's content. Since you didn't drink it, we can keep carrying out this transaction, Song Shuhang said with a smile. After saying this much, he took the second Buddhist relic from Lady Onion's hands. Then, he looked for 2 plastic cups in the room and stretched out his hand, caressing them. Afterward, the 2 cups of living spring water were handed to Lady Onion. Lady Onion took the living spring water with tears streaming down her face. She first gave 1 cup to that female monster, and said, "Help me pass this cup to little Kai." After all, those Buddhist relics were something that belonged to her. Just like the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus, this water can also increase one's lifespan by 50 years. The effects of these 2 items can overlap. As such, little Kai's life will be prolonged by 100 years altogether. Thank you, Lady Onion. The female monster happily took the living spring water. With an extra 100 years at her disposal, little Kai would be able to break through without a doubt. As for that other cup of living spring water, Lady Onion opened her mouth and drank it. To be more precise, since she was in her green onion form, she absorbed it. After absorbing the water of the living spring, Lady Onion's green onion sprout grew a little. A fingernail-sized green onion sprout had now grown on the Enlightenment Stone. Upon seeing this sight, Lady Onion was overjoyed. Therefore, she said happily, "Shuhang." Song Shuhang replied, Plant me on that small island again. I feel that that place is very suitable to become my new home. I think I'll like it a lot," Lady Onion said earnestly. "I can't right now," Song Shuhang said with a smile. "I can't plant you there without solving that problem related to the tunnel first." Lady Onion. After a short moment of silence. Lady Onion angrily opened Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse and jumped inside. The purse had become Lady Onion's home. As such, she didn't need Song Shuhang's help and could open and close the purse at will. Lately, Lady Onion felt that it was better if she just closed up and practiced wholeheartedly. In addition, she was very angry with Song Shuhang at the moment, and she decided not to talk to him anymore. The nearby female monster blinked her eyes. She was having some trouble understanding the relationship between Song Shuhang and Lady Onion. At first, she thought that Lady Onion and Song Shuhang were in a forbidden monster-human love relationship, but now, this didn't seem the case. From what she could see, the relationship between the two of them was more like the one between a master and its pet. Song Shuhang smiled, and put the size-reducing purse away. Then, he stretched out his hand and threw the Buddhist relic upward, giving it to that stickman made of light of virtue. After getting its hands on the Buddhist relic, the stickman mounted it in its face just as before, turning it into its right eye. The two Buddhist relics came from the same source, and their size was basically the same. After they were mounted in the face of the stickman, they unexpectedly suited it quite a lot. Not bad. The stickman is much more pleasing to the eye now, Song Shuhang said with a nod. At the very least, it now looked like a person, well, maybe a snowman rather than a person. The stickman shook his head, and during this process, its left and right eye merged with its body. As the two eyes fused with the body of the stickman, its appearance became clearer. Afterward, a special type of energy was released from those two Buddhist relics. Song Shuhang felt as though a senior monk was chanting Buddhist scriptures beside his ears. The voice of the monk was full of compassion and virtue. Along with the Buddhist relics merging with the stickman, that compassion and virtue merged with Song Shuhang's body as well. After Song Shuhang accidentally ferried the soul of that woman with the beauty mark in the Jade Lake realm, his power of virtue had sharply increased and reached a critical point, ultimately assuming the shape of a stickman. Now, alongside the power of virtue in those Buddhist relics pouring into Song Shuhang's body, the stickman behind him also started to change. The power of virtue flowing out of those Buddhist relics transformed into fine golden threads that fell on the head of the stickman, turning into long hair. This beautiful golden hair added a certain charm to the stickman. The next thing that changed was its eyes. At this time, the originally round Buddhist relics stretched. In the end, the two Buddhist relics were stretched until they turned into a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes. Song Shuhang could sense this entire process where the stickman was transforming. Just as we guessed earlier, when the light of virtue materialized and transformed into that stickman, it was still incomplete. Now that the strength of my light of virtue increased, the stickman likewise started undergoing a transformation. Song Shuhang said to Yi. Song Shuhang was looking forward to seeing the complete version of his light of virtue. If the stickman could get a normal pair of hands and a proper face, he would be able to display the perfect version of the 3 heads and 6 arms skill with Yi's help. Indeed, Yi replied. At the same time, she gazed at the evolving stickman, looking pensive. She felt that the eyes of this stickman somewhat resembled those of a woman. And if that long and beautiful golden hair was also taken into account, was it possible that Song Shuhang's stickman was transforming into a girl? Shuhang, why don't you try to visualize the picture of a dragon in your head? Yi suggested. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement, why? Is there something wrong with the stickman? That stickman made of light of virtue is seemingly transforming into a girl. If you don't do anything, it will very likely transform into a beautiful snake lady, Yi reminded. In addition, for some unknown reason, when she saw that pair of beautiful phoenix eyes, she felt all panicky. Song Shuhang. Why was his light of virtue transforming into a beautiful snake lady? What he had been longing for was a golden dragon-shaped light of virtue. Wait a moment. Is it possible that I unconsciously thought about the Calabash Brothers cartoon I used to watch during my childhood since I had nothing to do during the past few days, getting influenced by the great villain of the show, Qing Shi Jing, who also happened to be a beautiful snake lady? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, the eyes of the stickman completed their transformation. Those long and thin phoenix eyes looked very realistic. Afterward, a round golden dot quietly resurfaced next to the corner of the stickman's right eye, just as though it was wearing makeup. No, wait a moment. That wasn't makeup, it was more likely a beauty mark. Since the whole light of virtue was golden in color, the beauty mark also became a round golden dot in the end. At this time, Yi had gotten even more restless. When she saw that pair of phoenix eyes and that beauty mark, she immediately thought of a certain person, which made her even more worried. It's her. Yi called out. Who? Shuhang still had no idea what was going on. Yi said, do you still remember that woman with the beauty mark we met in the Jade Lake realm? Look carefully, aren't the new eyes of your light of virtue the same as those of that woman with the beauty mark? Shuhang turned around and controlled the stickman, making it stop in front of him. Afterward, he carefully looked at the new eyes of the stickman. Just as Yi had said, this pair of phoenix eyes was very similar to the eyes of that woman with the beauty mark wearing a phoenix coronet and a phoenix robe they met in the Jade Lake realm. It wasn't exaggerated to say that they were identical. Shuhang blurted out, the stickman isn't going to assume her appearance, right? Hopefully, it won't. I felt a lot of pressure whenever I looked at that woman with the beauty mark back then. Yi called out. Her voice had hardly faded that a large amount of power of virtue poured from the Buddhist relics into the stickman. In the next moment, the rest of the face of the stickman also started to materialize. First a small and exquisite nose, and then plump lips. This time, the changes happened very quick. In just a few breaths, the face of the stickman had turned into the face of that woman with the beauty mark. Aside from the fact that it was expressionless and made of golden light, the face of the stickman was completely identical to the face of that woman with the beauty mark. Shuhang said, "Pfff, it really changed into her appearance." Yi. Still, why did this happen? Shuhang was confused. After all, there wasn't any relationship between him and that woman with the beauty mark. Was it possible that it happened because he ferried her soul back then? Did she leave a mark in his light of virtue before thoroughly disappearing? Was this the reason his light of virtue turned into her appearance as it materialized? Yi sighed. Whenever she looked at this stickman with a face identical to that woman with the beauty mark, she felt a lot of pressure. She instinctively felt like hiding from the owner of this face. Perhaps I really owed her a lot of money before? Otherwise, why would I feel this worried each time I see her? Yi shrank back into Shuhang's body, gazing at the face of that woman with the beauty mark condensed from golden light, getting more and more panicky as she looked at it. Shuhang pondered for a moment, and said, "Actually, I conceived this theory a while ago, but perhaps there is some relationship between you and that Jade Lake Empress, Fairy Cheng Lin, the woman with the beauty mark mentioned back then. Fairy Cheng Lin owned a great debt to that woman. This should be the reason you panic whenever you see that woman with the beauty mark. There is some relationship between Fairy Cheng Lin and me?" Yi asked out of curiosity. Shuhang said, "Do you still remember what happened after the destruction of the crystal clear water pavilion? At that time, the ghost spirit passed down in your family suddenly appeared and used a special method to bring you back to life. Yi furrowed her brows, and said, "Wait a moment, are you saying that the ghost spirit passed down in my family is Fairy Cheng Lin? I'm not sure if it's Fairy Cheng Lin, but that ghost spirit passed down in your family should be related to Cheng Lin," Shuhang said. If the ghost spirit passed down in senior sister Yi's family was somehow related to Fairy Cheng Lin, a lot of things would start to make sense. The destruction of the crystal clear water pavilion was surely linked to the ancient heavenly city. Afterward, someone took the godly weapons of the tribulation transcender rank of the ancient heavenly city and used them to pay tribute to the defunct crystal clear water pavilion. Now, the fragments of those godly weapons of the tribulation transcender rank were in Venerable White's hands, and he had reforged them into a ball. Then, the destruction of the ancient heavenly city was likewise linked to Fairy Cheng Lin. Therefore, it was possible that Fairy Cheng Lin had secretly planned the destruction of the ancient heavenly city to retaliate against it for what it had done to the crystal-clear water pavilion. However, Song Shuhang hadn't seen Fairy Cheng Lin's appearance yet. Therefore, he wasn't sure of this theory. A few days ago, he had asked Venerable White to describe Fairy Cheng Lin's appearance. After hearing Venerable White's description, he was even more convinced that Fairy Cheng Lin looked very similar to that ghost spirit passed down in Yi Si's family that he had seen in Pavilion Master Chu's memory fragment. Afterward, Venerable White agreed to paint Fairy Cheng Lin's portrait for him, but Senior White had been busy for the past 2 days, and he hadn't sent the portrait over. In a few days, Senior White will bring us to Immortal Cheng Lin's immortal cave. At that time, we'll be able to determine the relationship between you and Cheng Lin, Song Shuhang said. Just as they were discussing, the transformation of the light of virtue was completed. The originally stickman-like upper half of the body had now completely transformed and assumed the appearance of that woman with the beauty mark. She was wearing a phoenix robe and a phoenix coronet, and she looked the same as the time they'd met her in the Jade Lake realm. Her appearance was very lifelike, just as though that woman with the beauty mark had been reborn. Now then, don't tell me she has a consciousness as well? Song Shuhang suddenly thought about this matter. Yi Si said, I hope with all my heart it doesn't. Just by seeing her face, I feel a lot of pressure. If she even retained her consciousness, would have no choice but to hide from her. At this time, the light of virtue finally stabilized. The upper half of its body had the shape of that woman with the beauty mark, only golden in color. As for the lower part of the body, it was that of a snake. Aside from those phoenix eyes, the rest of her materialized face was expressionless, and wasn't moving in the slightest. From the looks of it, she doesn't have a consciousness of her own, Song Shuhang said. Since he was the master of the light of virtue, he grasped all the related information once the virtuous lamia finished materializing. This virtuous lamia was something that had condensed from light of virtue. As such, she was just a lump of light of virtue at the end of the day. After hearing these words, Yi Si heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she drilled out of Song Shuhang's body and decided to meet with the virtuous lamia face to face. There is no need for me to be scared, I have to calm down. Even if there is some debt, it was Fairy Cheng Lin that owed her. It has nothing to do with me, Yi Si thought to herself. After looking at those 2 familiar phoenix eyes now, she wasn't that afraid. Yi Si kept staring at the virtuous lamia, and after seeing that the opposite party didn't have any reaction, she got bolder. Thereupon, she stretched out her hand and cautiously poked at the face of the virtuous lamia with her finger. I can unexpectedly touch her, just as though she is a real object. She feels warm to the touch. Exactly what you would expect from the evolved version of the light of virtue. Afterward, she stretched out her hand again, and placed it beneath the nose of the virtuous lamia. She isn't breathing. Well, she wasn't a living organism. Therefore, it was pretty normal that she wasn't breathing. After that, Yi Si also pinched her nose, held her chin, and caressed her tail like a curious child. After she had touched the virtuous lamia from head to tail, the fear she felt toward her finally vanished. Shuhang, if we open her mouth and take a look inside, do you think we will find the tongue of a human or that of a snake? Yi Si curiously asked as she gazed at the plump lips of the virtuous lamia. Song Shuhang said, my guess is that it will be the tongue of a human. After all, the upper part of the light of virtue had the same appearance as that woman with the beauty mark. Therefore, her tongue should also be that of a human. On the other hand, I feel that she will have the tongue of a snake. Let's take a look, Yi Si said with a smile. After the fear she felt thoroughly vanished, senior sister Yi Si got bolder and bolder. She stretched out her hand and pressed the chin of the virtuous lamia between her fingers, using her other hand to carefully separate her plump lips. That way, they would be able to forcefully open her mouth and take a look at her tongue. This picture gave off the strong vibe of an 18+ rated scene. Song Shuhang quietly looked at the female monster standing in the rear. At this time, the female monster was already dumbfounded. It's better if I tell Yi to stop for now, Song Shuhang thought to himself. But right at this time, the originally motionless and expressionless Virtuous Lamia moved on her own initiative. Song Shuhang could swear that he hadn't given her any command. The hands of the Virtuous Lamia stretched forward, taking advantage of this opportunity to tightly hug Yi. Senior sister Yi was dumbfounded as she was hugged tightly. In the next moment, the Virtuous Lamia moved closer and sealed Yi's lips with her own plump red lips before the latter could even react. At the same time, Yi discovered something. Sure enough, the tongue of the Virtuous Lamia wasn't that of a snake, but that of a human. Still, she hadn't wanted to discover it this way. Yi struggled with all her might. That female monster in the rear stretched out her hand and covered her eyes, muttering to herself, to each their own. Song Shuhang, in the end, Yi relied on her strength of the 5th stage to break free from the hug of the Virtuous Lamia. After the event, she quickly drilled inside Song Shuhang's body, not daring to come out. Song Shuhang could feel that Yi was secretly crying while hiding in his body. She got a scare earlier, and when this fact was coupled with the special effects of her tome of never-ending tears, her lacrimal glands were fiercely stimulated. Thereupon, tears started to flow endlessly. After forcefully kissing Yi, the Virtuous Lamia reverted to her expressionless self. It didn't move in the slightest, and kept standing guard beside Song Shuhang, just as though she wasn't the one that had forcefully kissed Yi just now. Shuhang, sob, were you the one controlling the actions of the light of virtue earlier? Yi asked while crying. Song Shuhang shook his head. Sob, in that case, why did all of this happen? Yi asked. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and said, it should be a consequence of me ferrying the soul of that woman with the beauty mark back then. Do you remember her last wish at that time? She kept talking about how Fairy Cheng Lin owed her a kiss. From the looks of it, that woman with the beauty mark had influenced Song Shuhang's light of virtue to a certain extent now that the light of virtue had materialized. Although something like the light of virtue didn't have a consciousness of its own, it could perform some actions passively. For example, whenever Song Shuhang got affected by evil energy, curses, or attacks from ghosts, his light of virtue would automatically protect his body, keeping off the attack in his stead. Now that his light of virtue had been influenced by that woman with the beauty mark, it was possible that she could perform this action of forcefully kissing Yi if certain conditions were satisfied. For example, if Yi tried to fiddle with the lips of the Virtuous Lamia or squeeze out her tongue. This was Song Shuhang's explanation in regard to this matter. Yi. In other words, she had sought death on her own initiative? Shuhang, can you keep in check your materialized light of virtue for the time being? Now, I feel double the pressure when facing her, Yi said while sobbing. Song Shuhang smiled and took the materialized Virtuous Lamia back into his body. After both the Virtuous Lamia and Yi returned to his body, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. He hadn't expected that his light of virtue would ultimately assume the appearance of that woman with the beauty mark. Afterward, Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked at that female monster, saying, Fellow Daoist, let's leave this place first. Branch Elder Gu Wu is still somewhere below. Let's get out and see if he has come back or not. Sure, the female monster said with a nod. I really have to thank you and Lady Onion. Not only did she have to thank Song Shuhang for saving her from the evil energy of the netherworld infesting the pyramid, but also for giving her the seed of the virtuous golden lotus and the water of the living spring. You are welcome, Song Shuhang said with a smile. After saying this much, he opened the door of the room he had smashed earlier. The hole the evil energy of the netherworld had created at the entrance of the room, which was filled with oil-like evil energy not too long ago, was completely sucked dry thanks to the lotus flower the nucleus in Song Shuhang's body had projected. Now, Song Shuhang could clearly see the bottom of the hole. "Branch Elder Gu Wu, are you still there?" Song Shuhang called out. Whiz! Branch Elder Gu Wu's body shot out of the hole. From the looks of it, Branch Elder Gu Wu was safe and sound. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, bang! Branch Elder Gu Wu's body fell in front of Song Shuhang and the others with a loud boom. Ugh! Branch Elder Gu Wu cried out in pain. His 7 arms and 8 feet were weirdly twisted at this moment. "Full," the branch elder said in a shaky voice. In the next moment, he tilted his head to one side and fainted. At the same time, a tyrannical aura erupted from the bottom of the hole. When this tyrannical aura exploded, the several tens of thousands of roots of the lotus flower retreated and came back. The projection of the lotus flower likewise disappeared. Song Shuhang could feel that not all the evil energy of the netherworld in the pyramid had been absorbed, and yet, the projection of the lotus flower had been forced to retreat. Just who was the owner of that aura that came from below? "Let's retreat." Song Shuhang hooked his foot on Branch Elder Gu Wu's body and pulled him back into the room. Next, he operated the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork at full strength, retreating as fast as he could. However, he was still one step late. That tyrannical aura crashed into his body as though it was a solid object. Song Shuhang felt as if he had been hit by a huge hammer, and his body flew upside down backward. In midair, the virtuous lamia immediately came out and inflated her body, wrapping Song Shuhang within and protecting him. Yi Si also came out. There were still tear stains on her face right now. She made a hand seal and displayed a protective magical technique, creating a barrier in front of Song Shuhang. In the next moment, Song Shuhang crashed into the wall of the room. But with 2 layers of defense around his body, he didn't get hurt. Only his chest, which got hit by that tyrannical aura earlier, was hurting a little. Yi Si reminded, "Careful, something is coming over." That creature had beaten Branch Elder Gu Wu, a monster of the 5th stage realm, black and blue, and its aura alone could send Song Shuhang flying. Just what kind of monster was hiding at the bottom of the pyramid? Bang! A figure shot up from the bottom of the pyramid, firmly landing at the entrance of the room. It was a metallic man that gave off a sci-fi vibe. Its whole body was made of black metal, and its face was very lifelike. Other than that, it felt as though its body was made of liquid metal, ever-changing and never the same. The black metallic man shot a glance at the people in the room, finally raising its head and stopping its gaze on Song Shuhang's body. After a short moment, the black metallic man moved toward Song Shuhang with large strides. "Is that guy coming toward me?" Song Shuhang said. "Should we fight it head-on?" Yi Si said, "I can't sense the level of its strength, and that was a little troublesome." "Don't be afraid and keep calm," Lady Onion said from within the size-reducing purse. Sniff, sniff, sniff. The black metallic man laughed strangely, and suddenly raised its hands. In the next moment, another wave of invisible energy came forth. This wave of energy was extremely powerful. Song Shuhang and the female monster were lifted up and thrown against the ceiling. Afterward, the black metallic man arrived with large strides in the place Song Shuhang was standing earlier. It stretched out its palms and patted the wall. Boom, 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 a series of explosions echoed. A huge hole was created in the thick wall, and everything from that point to the outside layer of the pyramid was blown to pieces. Sniff, sniff, sniff. The black metallic man didn't attack Song Shuhang and the female monster again, but quickly left through the huge hole it had created in the wall. I was literally rolled over. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too high. Even if he had the help of that virtuous lamia and Yi, he was unable to ward off even a single casual attack of that thing. "What do we do now?" that female monster said in a shaky voice while glued to the ceiling. Facing that black metallic man just now, she felt like an ant facing a giant. She didn't even think about fight back. "Let's follow it and see." Song Shuhang carried branch elder Gu Wu on his shoulder and entered the tunnel the black metallic man had created. He wanted to see what the opposite party was planning to do. At the same time, Yi followed Song Shuhang's instructions and took out his mobile phone, dialing Fairy Dongfang Six number. After getting out of the tunnel, Song Shuhang discovered that he was standing on the summit of the pyramid. In front of him were those suspension bridges made of chains that led outside the underground area. But right at this time, Fairy Dongfang Six picked up the phone. "What's up? Shuhang, did you manage to save Lady Onion and the others?" Song Shuhang forced a smile, and said, "Lady Onion and the others are safe, but there is another problem we have to take care of now." A big boss came out from the bottom of the pyramid, and it's heading toward the surface as we speak. "Did the corpse of the pharaoh come back to life or something?" Fairy Dongfang Six said. Song Shuhang said, "Senior Dongfang Six, it's not the time for jokes. A strange metallic man that Yi and I didn't have any power to hold down is heading toward the surface from the depths of the pyramid. It has already entered into a tunnel at this time. Therefore, you have to be careful, Senior Dongfang Six." "Right, is there any expert nearby?" "We absolutely need help from one." "I understand. I'll immediately call for help," Fairy Dongfang Six said. Song Shuhang and the female monster followed that black metallic man closely. Hopefully, Fairy Dongfang Six would be able to call several powerful people over, if there was any venerable among them, even better. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang didn't have Genie Lushan Street with him. Otherwise, he could have simply summoned the genie of the lamp, Demon Venerable Lushan Street, making him stop that man made of liquid metal. But right at this time, the female monster said, "Fellow Daoist Shuhang, did you notice that the metallic man has been losing pieces of its body all along?" After the female monster mentioned this matter, Song Shuhang also noticed the liquefied black metal that was continuously falling off the body of that man made of liquid metal. Each time it had traveled a certain distance, the size of its body would reduce a little. From the looks of it, it keeps getting weaker and weaker. Does this mean that it is fighting against time? Song Shuhang said. Just as they were discussing, the black metallic man raised its head and looked upward. Then, its body started to spin and turned into a drill bit, drilling into the top section of the passage. That guy could even change its shape. Its current position is already outside the defensive barrier of the underground pyramid. Therefore, it decided to drill upward from here and reach the surface that way, the female monster said. Just as they were speaking, that metallic man that had transformed into a drill bit had already drilled its way until the surface. Given its great power, its efficiency was off the charts. Let's follow it. Yi took out her life-bound golden book and entered the tunnel the metallic man had just drilled while bringing Song Shuhang and that female monster along. The life-bound golden book squeezed into the tunnel and enlarged it even further. On the other end of the tunnel was a roadside. That metallic man reverted to its human form, and the volume of its body had already diminished by 1/3. As if that wasn't enough, it kept getting smaller and smaller. What was it trying to do? But right at this time, that man made of liquid metal raised its hands and seemingly broke a seal on its body. Fusion, fusion. Afterward, it said these two words using an ancient language. That black metallic man used an ancient language, but as coincidence would have it, Song Shuhang understood the meaning of those two words. The self-cultivating prose poetry of the sage he had learned in the White Cloud Academy happened to have a similar vocabulary. Fusion? But with whom does it want to fuse? Song Shuhang thought to himself. In the next moment, he thought about the things that Senior White 2 had told him while he was sleep-talking. Senior White 2 had guessed that the person that had baited those ordinary human beings into accepting the power of the evil energy of the Netherworld was the ruler of the Netherworld, an existence that Senior White 2 called Metal Lump. From the looks of it, this ruler of the Netherworld realm was trying everything in its power to return to the main world and merge with its other self. The hand behind the scenes, the ruler of the Netherworld, the Metal Lump. Song Shuhang gazed at that black metallic man in front of him and wondered if that thing was the ruler of the Netherworld realm or one of its clones. If this was really the case, the background of this big boss was truly astonishing. A small kid like him might be unable to withstand the anger of a big boss of this level. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, a wisp of pure energy suddenly appeared in midair. In the next moment, that wisp of energy rained down, falling on the body of that black metallic man. This pure energy didn't give the feeling of being very powerful, but as soon as the body of that black metallic man came in contact with this energy, it started to crumble. Song Shuhang could feel the aura of the heavenly tribulation coming from that wisp of pure energy. Aaaaah, that black metallic man angrily shouted as it was crumbling. Did you hear my words? We have to fuse. Otherwise, we will both disappear. When it angrily shouted, it still used that ancient language. However, this sentence was a little too complicated, and Song Shuhang wasn't able to understand its meaning. As such, he tried to memorize the sentence to the best of his capabilities. Later, he would look for a senior that knew ancient languages in the 9 provinces number 1 group and ask them about its meaning. While the black metallic man was shouting, the pure energy in the sky ground down its body like a meat grinder and turned it into little bits. It wasn't only its body, even its consciousness was completely wiped out. After taking care of that black metallic man, that wisp of pure energy disappeared without a trace. All the bits and pieces of the black metallic man were left behind. That pure energy acted like a valiant and selfless hero. After taking care of the matter, it quickly left the place and didn't stay behind to take the glory. The female monster swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at that pile of fragments. Did it die? It indeed seems to be dead. However, no one can completely see through the tricks of entities of this level. Therefore, it's better if we stay vigilant, Song Shuhang said. Yi Si said, let's observe for a while and see if something happens to those fragments. Around 5 breaths later, the fragments of black metal on the ground melted. Just like iron melting and transforming into molten iron, the fragments melted and transformed into oil like pure evil energy of the Netherworld that spread out and covered a surface of 3 square meters. This melted evil energy of the Netherworld was richer, filthier, and more wicked than any other form of evil energy Song Shuhang had come in contact with in the past. After sensing this highly concentrated evil energy of the Netherworld, the nucleus in Song Shuhang's heart aperture started to get restless again. It wished it could immediately project a lotus flower out and eat that delicacy in front of it, transforming it into precious nutrients. However, Song Shuhang restrained it. For safety purposes, he decided to stop the nucleus from absorbing that pile of evil energy of the Netherworld for now. After all, if the fragments of black metal really belonged to the ruler of the Netherworld, who knew what kind of tricks were concealed within? Problems might arise if he were to absorb them without being careful. After receiving Song Shuhang's order, the nucleus could only stop in its tracks and wait for the next opportunity. However, it still made a fuss in Song Shuhang's heart aperture, just like a little kid that wanted its favorite candy. Wait a moment and observe what happens. If nothing unexpected happens, you can come out, Song Shuhang said in a soft voice as he stretched out his hand, pressing it on his chest. After getting Song Shuhang's guarantee, the nucleus in his heart aperture calmed down a little. Around 2 minutes later, the evil energy of the Netherworld on the ground mutated again. It started to condense. But this time, it didn't condense into that metallic man. Instead, it condensed into an evil beast around the size of a grown-up man that resembled a dinosaur. After taking shape, the evil dinosaur rolled a bit in its original place and got up from the ground. Luckily, ordinary people couldn't see this evil beast of the netherworld realm. As such, it didn't give rise to a disturbance. After getting up, the evil dinosaur opened its mouth and issued a noiseless roar. Then, it raised its head and looked upward. In that place, Song Shuhang, Yixi, and that female monster were sitting on the floating golden book. Roar! The evil beast roared again. In the next moment, it put its strength into its hind legs and jumped toward Song Shuhang and the others, opening its large mouth and revealing the sharp teeth within. Yixi operated her life-bound golden book and flew upward, dodging the bite attack of the evil dinosaur. At the same time, she said, "Shuhang, there seems to be no problems. This mass of evil energy of the netherworld doesn't have a consciousness of its own." Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and pressed it on his chest, saying in a soft voice, "You can absorb it." Since the evil energy of the netherworld had transformed into a mindless evil beast, it meant that the will controlling it earlier had been thoroughly destroyed. The nucleus in his heart aperture was overjoyed. In the next moment, it projected a lotus flower out, and a large number of roots extended from it, piercing into the body of that evil dinosaur. After the roots pricked the body of the evil dinosaur, extremely pure evil energy of the netherworld was endlessly absorbed through the roots of the lotus flower. The evil dinosaur was the same as an ordinary evil beast. It simply relied on its instinct, and didn't possess any intelligence. It kept jumping and falling back to the ground since it couldn't reach the golden book. Later, it repeated this same set of actions over and over again. Jumping, failing to reach the golden book, and falling. Still, the evil dinosaur wasn't discouraged, and kept jumping again and again. It didn't pay any attention to the roots that had pricked its body, its only objective was the golden book in the air. Enemies such as this one were the cutest. The constantly vigilant Song Shuhang also heaved a sigh of relief. Around 5 minutes later, the golden lotus the nucleus had projected was still busy absorbing the energy of that evil dinosaur. Although the volume of this evil dinosaur wasn't that big, the density of the evil energy of the netherworld in its body was very high. Therefore, the speed at which the nucleus was absorbing this energy was very slow. After 5 minutes, only 1/5 of the body of that evil dinosaur was absorbed. During this time, Yixi used a few healing techniques on Branch Elder Gu Wu. However, his injury seemed pretty heavy, and he wasn't giving any sign of waking up. But right at this time, Song Shuhang's phone rang. It was Fairy Dongfang Six calling. "Shuhang, what happened to you guys? Where is that big boss now? I've found several helpers. Let's see if we can kill it," Fairy Dongfang Six said. "That big boss, died. Right now, we are on the edge of a road outside the 250th branch. Senior Dongfang Six, can you come over? Branch Elder Gu Wu was injured and is still in a coma. He probably needs help from a professional," Song Shuhang said. It died?" Fairy Dongfang Six was dumbfounded. After a short moment, she said, "Wait for me. I'll immediately come over." The golden lotus kept absorbing the energy of the evil dinosaur with all its might. That evil dinosaur was still jumping and falling, just as though it was in a loop. Still, its body kept getting smaller and smaller as it was jumping. The roots of the golden lotus pierced more and more deeply into its body, until they reached what seemed to be the core. "Wait a moment." Song Shuhang was surprised. This evil beast had a core. But when he absorbed that incredibly huge evil beast in the Jade Lake realm, he didn't find any. "Avoid that core for the time being. I feel there is something wrong with that thing. Actually, just back off for now, and stop absorbing its energy. It's better if we capture this evil dinosaur alive," Song Shuhang said through his mind. But Song Shuhang's mental order had yet to reach the destination, and the roots of the golden lotus were still stuck in the dinosaur, when the core in the body of the evil dinosaur suddenly exploded. It was evidently one of the tricks the owner of the energy had left behind. If someone came in contact with this core, the core would automatically detonate. The power of the explosion was pretty big. In addition, when the explosion took place, that adorable and stupid evil dinosaur was in midair, very close to the golden book Song Shuhang and the others were sitting on. F***ck, Song Shuhang said. Was the space between his eyebrows still black since his misfortune hadn't seemingly come to an end? Yi stretched out her hands and quickly moved her fingers. In the next moment, tens of barriers were activated all around the golden book. Yi had already prepared for all eventualities. As such, when that explosion took place, she quickly activated all the barriers. At the same time, the virtuous lamia also came out. This time, she inflated as much as she could and coiled her tail around Song Shuhang and the others, firmly protecting them. Boom! The huge explosion swallowed Song Shuhang and the others up. In a distant place, Fairy Dongfang Six saw the large explosion in the sky as she was dashing over. Didn't they say that the big boss was dead? Where is this explosion coming from? Fairy Dongfang Six quickly headed in the direction of the explosion. After the explosive subsided, the golden book fell from the sky. Yi's face was covered with dust and dirt, and Song Shuhang was currently in her embrace. The nearby female monster fainted due to the remaining power of the explosion, but she didn't look injured. The most pitiful one was the branch elder. The already injured branch elder was now vomiting blood as though he owed a load of money. It felt as if he could die at any time. In Yi's embrace, Song Shuhang was likewise unconscious. At this time, the Daoist robe he was wearing beneath his clothes, the one he got from the Western monk, had been blasted open around the chest area. It was unknown if it could be repaired. When the explosion took place, the roots of the lotus flower projected from Song Shuhang's chest area were linked to the core in the body of that dinosaur, and the power of the explosion unexpectedly traveled through the immaterial roots of the lotus flower, finally affecting Song Shuhang. It was worthy of being a trick that the ruler of the netherworld would use. Yi quickly used several healing techniques on Song Shuhang's body, stabilizing his injuries. Fairy Dongfang Six came over from afar, and asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes, there are only some superficial wounds." "He should be fine," Yi replied. She could feel that Song Shuhang hadn't fainted due to his injuries alone. At this time, the inner world inside his body was also changing. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. September 1st, clear weather. As Song Shuhang woke up, his summer vacation was already over. Song Shuhang felt great after waking up. Sleeping soundly surely felt good, although the 88,888 voices of the secret appraisal technique chatted in his head from time to time. Song Shuhang was in a deep sleep for most of the time. After waking up, Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone out of habit to take a look at the time. September 1st, 2019. 8:05 a.m. Battery level, 2%. F***ck, it's already the 1st of September? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded, and sobered up a little. This time, he ended up sleeping for so long. He just closed his eyes, and when he opened them, the last few days of his summer vacation were gone already? It was something that truly made one's heart ache. After all, the last few days of summer vacation were the most precious ones. In the past, during this period, he would always count the remaining days of summer vacation and plan how to spend them. But now, those precious days had passed while he was unconscious. Shuhang was filled with regret. "Good morning, senior brother Shuhang." But right at this time, the pleasant voice of a young girl echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. Song Shuhang turned his head around and discovered that the young usher was sitting in front of a desk not too far from him, watching a movie. Her petite body was cuddled up in the big leather chair, with her small feet swaying back and forth. She looked adorable. Just now, Sherd heard Song Shuhang's voice. As such, she'd turned her head around and greeted him. "Good morning, Sherd." Song Shuhang propped himself up. At this time, he was in the multi-storied building that Medicine Master had bought. It was likely that Yi Si was the one that brought him here after he fainted. "Where are Guogua and Zhu?" Song Shuhang asked. "Zhu and Guogua played games all night and are still sleeping." Sherd carefully placed the shells of the melon seeds she had eaten into a small bag. Afterward, she added, "Senior brother Shuhang, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Song Shuhang smacked his lips and felt that the inside of his mouth was dry. Thereupon, he said, "I'll have a bowl of noodles plus vegetables and eggs. Do we have the ingredients at home?" "Yes. During the past few days, I was the one in charge of buying groceries and preparing the dishes. As such, we have a lot of eggs and vegetables at home." After saying this much, Sherd paused the movie she was watching and jumped down from the big chair. "Senior brother Shuhang, wait for a moment. I'll cook something for you." "Thank you," Song Shuhang said. "You are welcome." "Right, Senior brother Shuhang, since you woke up, you should give Senior brother Three Realms a call. He seemed to be looking for you." After saying this much, Sherd jogged outside the room. "Sure," Song Shuhang replied. After yawning, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and pressed it on his chest. When that kamikaze dinosaur injured him, his chest was almost burst open. But now, it had recovered to its previous state, and there wasn't even a scar left behind. The effects of healing magical techniques were truly excellent. Next, Song Shuhang said, "Yi Si, are you there?" "Shuhang, you woke up." Yi Si used the mental connection between a ghost spirit and its master to reply to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. From the looks of it, Yi Si wasn't inside his body. Thereupon, he asked, "Yi Si, where are you now?" "I'm window shopping with Fellow Daoist Dongfang Six. Let me tell you something, when we got out of home today, it was particularly thrilling. On the road, if not for me being deft-handed and using my mental power to apply the brakes, Dongfang Six would have crashed into a river alongside a vehicle and the people inside. Aaaaah. Right, I'm strolling through a handbag shop with Dongfang Six at the moment. The prices were a little high, and I bought handbags for a total of 1 million renminbi. Fellow Daoist Dongfang Six paid on my behalf. We'll look for you in a while to settle the account," Yi Si replied. She had bought 4 handbags for a total of 1 million renminbi. Song Shuhang got a scare, and even his mobile phone almost fell to the ground. Not too much time had passed since he had become a cultivator, and he was different from the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, who could casually give people phone recharges up to 10 million renminbi. Luckily, when Song Shuhang and senior brother Three Realms went to clean up Altar Master's lair the last time, Song Shuhang found a black box with 3 million renminbi inside. Thereupon, 1 million renminbi was still within a range he could accept. As such, Song Shuhang said smilingly, "No problem. Yi Si, it's fine as long as you are happy. When the time comes, tell Fairy Dongfang Six to look for me. I'll pay her back." "If you say so, I feel relieved. Fairy Dongfang Six and I just finished strolling through the handbag shop. Next, we are going to the nearby clothing and shoe store, as well as several other stores. We'll chat later," Yi Si said happily. Song Shuhang's liver faintly trembled. It wasn't that he was stingy. After all, money was different from spirit stones for cultivators, and no matter how much of it they spent, they wouldn't regret it. The main problem was that Song Shuhang didn't have much money on him at the moment. He recalled that most of the cash in his possession came from Altar Master. He'd first obtained 800,000 renminbi after killing Altar Master on the train, and another 3 million renminbi after cleaning up his lair. Afterward, he had spent some bits and pieces of this sum. For example, he used the money to buy a computer and all sorts of electronic products for Senior White when he came out of secluded meditation. Then, he also used it for his daily expenses. At this time, Song Shuhang still had 3,600,000 renminbi with him. Now then, would 3,600,000 renminbi be enough for senior sister Yi Si's purchases? If this sum wasn't enough, he would have to contact senior medicine master and quickly make some money. After concluding his mental conversation with Yi Si, Song Shuhang closed his eyes and checked the nucleus in his heart aperture. His inner world was still evolving at this moment, and it would still take some time before the evolution was complete. Judging from its approximate size, that small island with a surface of 20 square meters was now at least 1,000 times bigger. In addition, its size wasn't the only thing that had changed. His inner world had also changed a lot. At this time, several big gateways had appeared all around his inner world. Although he had no idea what the use of these gateways was, Song Shuhang felt that they looked rather incredible. Other than this, Song Shuhang had again advanced a small realm. Cultivators of the third stage had 4 mysterious meridians altogether: dazzling star, overcast moon, blazing sun, immaterial king. At this time, the third meridian in Song Shuhang's body, the blazing sun meridian, had been opened as well. Aside from that, Song Shuhang felt as if his body had broken through the shackles holding it down, becoming incredibly powerful. At this time, his body was constantly absorbing the spiritual qi of the world. After entering Song Shuhang's body, the spiritual qi would moisten his physique. A small portion would then mix into his liquefied 33 divine beasts' innate true qi, directly transforming into innate true qi. Is it possible that my constitution broke through the limitations of the third stage? Song Shuhang guessed. The only problem was that there wasn't a senior around, and Yi Si was also absent. Therefore, he had no way of telling for sure. Still, he felt that his body was in perfect condition. In that case, he would head to Jiangnan University Town to complete the registration after having breakfast. It was possible to register in Jiangnan University Town from the 1st to the 3rd of September, and the lessons would start around the 6th. After completing the registration, he would head to the Forbidden City. September had finally started, and tonight was the great battle on the summit of the Forbidden City between Immortal Master Copper Trigram and Northern River's Loose Cultivator. New semester, new look. Let's go. Song Shuhang got up and went to brush his teeth and rinse his mouth. Now that he was clear-headed, Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone and used the battery charging technique to push the level of this battery to 100%. Then, he gave Senior Brother 3 Realms a call. Senior Brother 3 Realms quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Shuhang, you finally woke up. I heard that you got involved in an explosion a few days ago and have been unconscious since then. I was worried that you wouldn't wake up today, either. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. The fact that he got involved in an explosion had spread so quickly. Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother 3 Realms. Right, sure said that you were looking for me, Song Shuhang said. Was it possible that Senior Brother 3 Realms was busy with something else and wanted him to take care of Guogua, Sure, and Zhu for some more time? It's like this: are you going to watch the great battle between Senior Northern River and Senior Copper Trigram on the summit of the Forbidden City tonight? Senior Brother 3 Realms asked. Yes, I'm planning to go. After I'm finished handling the tuition and the university registration, I'll head to the Forbidden City, Song Shuhang replied. Actually, Jiangnan University Town gave students the opportunity to pay the tuition online. But since Song Shuhang was already in the Jiangnan area, it was more convenient to directly head to the university and pay there. Perfect. In that case, bring Guogua, Sure, and Zhu with you when you come over. This evening, I'll also head to the Forbidden City alongside Great Master Profound Principle to capture Copper Ugh. I mean, to watch the great battle between Senior Copper Trigram and Senior Northern River. At that time, you can simply leave Guogua, sure, and Zhu to me, Senior Brother Three Realms said. Sure, no problem. Let us meet this evening, Song Shuhang said with a nod. See you later. Senior Brother Three Realms smiled, and hung up the phone. Song Shuhang put his mobile phone away. Just now, did Senior Brother Three Realms say that they were going to capture Senior Copper Trigram? Did Senior Copper Trigram seek death during the past few days, angering Great Master Profound Principle? After concluding the call, Song Shuhang thought for a moment, and then dialed Senior Xian Gong's phone number. Back then, they had agreed that he would send Senior Xian Gong his coordinates after reaching the Jiangnan area, and Xian Gong would send him the dragon tail, magical treasure through a flying sword. But little did he expect that he would suddenly faint and stay unconscious until today. Had Senior Xian Gong already gone into secluded meditation? The phone was quickly picked up. Still, the voice that came from the other end wasn't Scholar Xian Gong's, but that of another scholar. Hello, you are little friend Shuhang, right? The gentle voice of that other scholar echoed. Song Shuhang recognized the owner of this voice, but he couldn't remember the Daoist name of this senior. What was the name of that senior? Drunken Sun? Tyrannical Heaven? Bright Moon? Damn, he had forgotten his Daoist name. What to do now? At the critical moment, Song Shuhang had a sudden idea, and said, Hello, may I ask which senior you are? Is Senior Xian Gong not around? I had something to ask him. Song Shuhang pretended not to recognize that senior, and seized the opportunity to ask him his Daoist name. How quick-witted. Little friend Song Shuhang, it's me, Scholar Drunken Moon. Fellow Daoist Xian Gong went into secluded meditation 2 days ago. He guessed that you might contact him in the near future. As such, he left his mobile phone, as well as that magical treasure, to me, Scholar Drunken Moon said in a gentle voice. He had successfully forced Scholar Drunken Moon's Daoist name out. So it was Senior Drunken Moon. Senior, good morning. Actually, I got involved in an explosion a few days ago, and have been unconscious since then. I regained consciousness only today, and decided to immediately give Senior Xian Gong a call. However, I didn't expect that he would already be in secluded meditation, Song Shuhang said with emotion. I see. In that case, can little friend Shuhang receive a flying sword at the moment? I can use a flying sword to deliver you that treasure as long as you send me your coordinates, Scholar Drunken Moon said with a smile. Sure. I'm close to Jiangnan University town at this time. Right, what do I need to do to receive the flying sword? Song Shuhang asked. He still remembered that when Medicine Master received Great Master Profound Principle's flying sword, he had to personally give the flying sword his coordinates to make it land. Each sect uses different methods to give the flying sword indications. The one I have here is a very simple method to make the flying sword reach certain coordinates. Little friend Shuhang, open your instant messaging app and send me your current position through the Share Real-Time Position feature of the app. I'll send the flying sword directly to your current position. At the appointed time, when the flying sword reaches the airspace of your position, the deviation will be 100 meters at most. After the flying sword is nearby, you only need to operate the true chi in your body and use the AOE secret sound transmission method to shout my name. If you do that, the flying sword will find your exact position and land next to you, Scholar Drunken Moon replied. Sure, no problem. Song Shuhang said. Then, he quickly logged into his instant messaging app and sent his coordinates to Senior Drunken Moon's account, when the bright moon appears. Around a minute later. When the bright moon appears, said, the flying sword has been sent. It should arrive in the proximity of Jiangnan University Town in around 3 hours. I'll give you a call to notify you when the flying sword is about to reach your area. Thank you, Senior. Song Shuhang attached a grinning emoji to the message. Scholar Drunken **UN was a really gentle senior. Right at this time, Loli Shi jogged back to the room. When she saw that Song Shuhang was still in the room, she slowed down her pace and started to act like a virtuous young woman again. Senior brother Shuhang, I've finished cooking you noodles with vegetables and eggs. The bowl is already on the dinner table outside, Shi said gently. Thank you, Song Shuhang said. Shi faintly smiled, and returned to the chair. Then, she used her right hand to move the mouse and click on the play button in her left one to take out a handful of melon seeds, starting to carefully eat them. While eating, she didn't eat one melon seed at a time. She first grabbed a handful of melon seeds and broke their outer shell with her teeth, moving the pulp of the seeds onto a small plate. After she finished shelling the melon seeds, she placed their shells into a small bag. After that, she ate the shelled melon seeds all at once, looking very satisfied. She was a rather interesting kid. Other than that, she was pretty good at cooking. That bowl of noodles with vegetables and eggs was pretty tasty. After having breakfast, Song Shuhang looked at the time. It was over 9 a.m. It's about time to head to the university to complete the registration and hand over the fees, Song Shuhang said. Song Shuhang returned to his room and took a box from underneath the bed, grabbing some cash to use for his tuition. Afterward, he looked at Shi, who was still watching the movie, and asked thoughtlessly, right? Shi, do you want to stay behind and look after the house, or do you want to go to Jiangnan University Town with me? Shi turned her head around and gazed at Song Shuhang with her shining, big black eyes. Then, she looked again at the movie playing on the screen of the computer. A conflicted expression appeared on her small face. She was interested in accompanying Song Shuhang to Jiangnan University Town because she had never been to something like a university town before. However, she also wanted to keep watching the movie. She had seen only half of it, and she was unwilling to give up halfway. How great would it be if she could clone herself at this time? Song Shuhang looked at the conflicted expression on Shi's face and, rather amused, said, no need to be in such a dilemma. I'll go complete the registration alone. You stay behind and look after your junior sister and the small monk. After pondering for a moment, with a nod, Shi said, in that case, have a safe trip, senior brother Shuhang. Hopefully, you'll go to a better place. Song Shuhang nodded. Go to a better place? How auspicious. After leaving Shi behind to look after the house, Song Shuhang headed to Jiangnan University Town alone. Along the way, he took out his mobile phone and sent Gao Momu, Tubo, and Yangda a message, telling them that he headed to the university ahead of time to handle the registration thing. Tubo quickly replied to the message, and wrote, Shuhang, how come you went to register so early? I'll very likely go on the 3rd to complete the registration, and then rest for 2 more days. In addition, I think I have contracted the first day of university phobia. When I got up today, I felt low-spirited, nervous, tired, and unable to focus. Then, I was also sweating, had a headache, and felt drowsy. Song Shuhang wrote, Tubo, you should go to the hospital and have yourself checked. I think you might have flu. Tubo. After Tubo, Yangda and Gao Momo also sent a message, saying that they would likewise register on the 3rd of this month. Song Shuhang sent a reply to his friends. After he finished talking with his friends, Song Shuhang casually opened the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. He wanted to send the information he had gathered before fainting, the one about the black liquid as well as the things he had discovered after a chat with the sleep-talking Senior White 2, to the seniors in the group. Strolling around while looking at one's mobile phone was a rather dangerous thing to do, and it was easy to get into an accident this way. However, given Song Shuhang's current level of strength, he could even walk through the streets with his eyes closed and nothing bad would happen to him. Both his mental energy and sense of hearing could work as his eyes. But just as he opened the 9 provinces #1 group, he discovered that True Monarch Yellow Mountain was currently sending some data in the group. This data was related to Apocalypse War's box office revenue. The content of the data was truly exaggerated. Apocalypse War was released on Sunday, and it immediately won that day's first place when it came to revenue. It was a pity that it was released on the last day of the week. Therefore, it was only second in the overall revenue ranking of the week. However, such a result caught by surprise even the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group. Although True Monarch Yellow Mountain and the other seniors in the group had advertised the movie everywhere and made it part of the daily life of Chinese people, playing that trailer ad nauseum, the fact that the movie had secured the second place after only 1 day of screening was out of everyone's expectation. After all, the other movies screened during that week were also tough ones. Next was the data related to this week's box office revenue, which came to an end today. As expected, Apocalypse War secured the first place, and according to the data, it left the other movies in the dust. Even if the revenue of the other movies in the top 30 was put together, it wasn't even a fraction of Apocalypse War's. Apocalypse War popularity was higher than ever, and it was now hundreds of times more popular than in its pre-screening time. The fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces #1 group were very satisfied with this result. It was a must for the movie that their group had shot with much difficulty to obtain such a result. After all, they were all highly skilled people. After looking at the data, Song Shuhang's liver trembled. If the movie was so popular, didn't it mean that senior brother Gao Sheng's bad reputation had also spread far and wide? Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and opened the mobile browser, typing the following words in the search bar: Senior brother Gao Sheng. System notification: you found around 49,880,000 results. F***CK. In just a few days, the results related to senior brother Gao Sheng approached 50 million. There was also another message from the search engine: did you mean senior brother Gao Sheng must die? Currently showing results for senior brother Gao Sheng must die. If you want to search for senior brother Gao Sheng, click here. This sort of reminder would appear whenever someone made a mistake while typing, and the search engine would automatically look for the correct phrase or sentence. For example, if one wanted to search for the novel Cultivation chat group on the internet and carelessly typed Cultivation chat group, the search engine would automatically look for the correct version and search for the results related to Cultivation chat group. But, just when had senior brother Gao Sheng become an incorrect phrase? Song Shuhang felt that he was done for. The more Apocalypse War was becoming popular, the more he was in danger. Especially now that he was about to return to his university, where a lot of schoolmates knew him. Thereupon, Song Shuhang quietly activated the shape-shifting brooch and materialized an illusory flu mask. Then, he took out a pair of big sunglasses from his size-reducing purse. Only then did he feel somewhat relieved. When I decided to participate in the shooting of Apocalypse War, I sought death big time. Song Shuhang opened the 9 provinces #1 group again. Coincidentally, Senior White was also online. Venerable White had been forging a magical treasure for the past few days, and he had been offline all along. Venerable White, at Tyrannical Saber Song 1, little friend Shuhang, are you online? In a few days, are you heading to your university to complete the registration? Song Shuhang replied, Senior White, I'm on my way to Jiangnan University town right as we speak. I'm heading there to handle the registration. Venerable White, you are going there today? Weren't you going to register on the 3rd? Song Shuhang, Jiangnan University town allows students to complete their registration from the 1st to 3rd. You can register at any time during these 3 days. Venerable White, I see, it seems I remembered incorrectly. Right, that magical treasure of mine is coming out of the furnace today at noon. In addition, are you going to watch the great battle between Northern River's loose cultivator and immortal Master Copper Trigram this evening? If you are going, do you want to go together? Song Shuhang, sure. If Senior White comes over, we can go together. By that time, Scholar Drugged Moon's flying sword should have also arrived with the dragon tail mirage. He could immediately give the treasure to Senior White. Venerable White, very well. Let's meet at noon then. In addition, at Cave Lord Snow Wolf, Fellow Daoist Snow Wolf, are you online? I placed a new order at your place a few days ago, was his handled already? Cave Lord Snow Wolf, Senior White, I'm still at Senior Skylark's place at the moment, giving her a hand sealing her body in ice. I've left your order to my younger cousin. His ability when it comes to handling this kind of matters is top-notch. He will have the certificates you need ready for today. Venerable White, that's great. Right, can I add something else to the order? Cave Lord Snow Wolf, sure, Senior White. You only have to tell me. Venerable White, let's chat in private. It's better to keep it a secret from the other members of the group for now. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, alright, no problem. I'll keep mum. Just in this fashion, Venerable White and Cave Lord Snow Wolf started chatting in private. But right at this time, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, who hadn't appeared for a while, popped up. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, at Venerable White, at Cave Lord Snow Wolf, Senior White, Snow Wolf, you can't chat in private. Otherwise, you'll get pregnant. After writing this much, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber also sent a picture. It was a chibi-style picture of a pregnant woman. In the picture, the woman was crying and saying, I chatted in private for 3 minutes and became pregnant, what to do now? Song Shuhang. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless, what am I going to do with you? Venerable Spirit Butterfly, he, at Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, Fellow Daoist Spirit Butterfly, are you online? Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, I'm online. In addition, Fellow Daoist White, my own account was also added to the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Therefore, you can directly tag this Venerable. Venerable Spirit Butterfly got online with his account and wrote, Fellow Daoist White, is something the matter? Venerable White, it's like this, recently, I came to know of a very amusing way to have fun from another fellow Daoist, the art of escapology. I'll briefly explain how it works. First, the spiritual energy of the challenger will be sealed with more than 7 types of very complex seals. One won't be able to use their spiritual energy unless they break the seals first. Afterward, the fellow Daoist will be brought to an altitude of 30,000 meters and pushed down from the flying sword. While falling, the fellow Daoist has to break the 7+ types of seals. If they manage to break the seals before reaching the ground, they can use their flying sword or the ability to walk in the air of 5th stage spiritual emperors to land safely. But if they fail, they'll get to experience how it feels to fall from an altitude of 30,000 meters, with their spiritual energy still sealed. I found it very exciting, and my heartbeat sped up just by hearing about it. Song Shuhang. True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Island Master Tian Kong. Vice Island Master Tian Wei. Young Master Phoenix Slayer. This art was so amusing and exciting that everyone was rendered speechless. They hadn't expected that there was another guy in the world of cultivators that liked to seek death as Thrice Reckless did. Song Shuhang, Senior White, is this fellow Daoist you are talking about still alive? Venerable White, of course. He's a 6th stage true monarch, and he won't die so easily. The last time, he jumped from an altitude of 50,000 meters with 20 different types of seals on his body, and he failed the challenge. However, his injuries weren't too heavy. He returned as new after 2 years of therapy. Song Shuhang. How has this senior managed to live enough to practice until the 6th stage realm? Or is it possible that, just like Senior Thrice Reckless, all those that love seeking death have decent luck? Venerable White added, anyway. Fellow Daoist Spirit Butterfly, don't you feel that putting this exciting challenge in that movie where Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless is the protagonist, My Reckless and Unrestrained Life, will be very interesting? Venerable Spirit Butterfly, it sounds wonderful. In the next moment, Venerable Spirit Butterfly went offline to change the script. Song Shuhang. Senior Thrice Reckless is done for. Chapter 892 Scholar Drunken *Uan Stupid Cultivation Technique. Perhaps because Song Shuhang's disguise was pretty good, no one discovered his real identity as he looked for a registration point, completing his registration. No one started yelling, "Senior Brother Gao Sheng must die," and other similar sentences. Although the staff member was giving him strange looks due to him wearing sunglasses and a flu mask, he wasn't a police officer. His only job was to accept the money and check if it was real. Song Shuhang paid the tuition and left his signature right next to his name. After that, he left the registration point. Now that I've dealt with the registration thing, I'll head back home and wait for Senior Drunken Goon's flying sword to come over. Then, I'll wait for Yi Si to return, Song Shuhang thought to himself. In addition, he also had to wait for Senior White so that they could head to the Forbidden City together and enjoy the great battle between Northern River's loose cultivator and Immortal Master Copper Trigram. September 1, 2019. As always, little friend Song Shuhang was very busy. Just as Song Shuhang was preparing to return to his dwelling, his mobile phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Song Shuhang picked up the phone. Hello. Hello, are you Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless Song? A hoarse voice came from the other end. Song Shuhang was speechless. What the hell is this Thrice Reckless Song? Do you really think I won't hang up and blacklist you on the spot? Seeing that Song Shuhang didn't reply even after a while, the man with the hoarse voice said, Did I call the wrong number? Actually, wait a moment. Oh, I confused the name. Sorry, am I talking to Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber Song 1? Yes, it's me, Song Shuhang replied. Aaaaah, it's just that I was having fun with my wife earlier, and I was a little muddle-headed. Forgive me, Fellow Daoist Thrice Song. The man with the hoarse voice laughed wildly. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. His finger had already started to wriggle, ready to hang up. First, he mentioned, while talking to a stranger, that he was having fun with his wife, which was cruel to all the single dogs out there. Then, what the hell was that Thrice Song? The man with the hoarse voice continued, Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber, it's like this. I'm Cave Lord Snow Wolf's younger cousin, Island Lord Moon Wolf. I recently committed a small crime in the United States, and was forced to escape and come back home. As such, I'm temporarily helping my cousin Cave Lord Snow Wolf run errands and take care of some matters. Oh, it's you. Song Shuhang finally understood what was going on. Earlier, Cave Lord Snow Wolf had mentioned his younger cousin in the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Cave Lord Snow Wolf was still busy helping Senior Skylark seal her body in a layer of ice. Therefore, he had temporarily left all the work to his younger cousin. Venerable White had asked Cave Lord Snow Wolf to prepare something for him, probably some document. Now, the order had been taken over by this Island Lord Moon Wolf. You know me? Island Lord Moon Wolf asked out of curiosity. Song Shuhang replied, Yes, Cave Lord Snow Wolf mentioned you. Aaaaah, my cousin didn't say anything bad about me, right? For example, he surely didn't talk about the crime recently I committed, right? Island Lord Moon Wolf said anxiously. Oh, are you talking about the crime you committed in the United States? Song Shuhang said. How do you know about it? Damn, my cousin sure likes to blabber. He exposed that shameful matter, Island Lord Moon Wolf said, short of breath. Song Shuhang. Expose your sister. Aren't you the one that told me a moment ago that you committed a crime in the United States? My blabbermouth of a cousin didn't go into the details of the crime I committed, right? Island Lord Moon Wolf added. He didn't. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Then, he asked thoughtlessly, what crime did you commit in the United States? Actually, it's not a big deal, and it's something pretty normal as far as I'm concerned. But I didn't think that I would be breaking the law there, Island Lord Moon Wolf said. This matter made me lose a lot of face. Therefore, I can tell you about it, but you mustn't tell it to others. Alright, Song Shuhang replied. The hoarse voice of the man sounded a little adorable at this moment. Then, Island Lord Moon Wolf started abusing single dogs again. This is something that happened about half a month ago. That day, like every morning, I was trying to make a small cub with my wife. My wife and I are monsters of the 5th stage, and we usually spend our time in human form. In the United States, making babies while in human form isn't a crime. However, something unexpected happened that day, Island Lord Moon Wolf continued. Just as my wife and I were making a small wolf cub, my wife got too excited, and reverted back to her true form. Then, as coincidence would have it, a neighbor that was passing by happened to see the scene. Song Shuhang. Island Lord Moon Wolf continued. Afterward, the police took me to the court and charged me with animal abuse. Luckily, I was quick-witted enough to use a clone made of wolf fur and dodge this calamity. After that, I escaped with my wife and returned to China. Song Shuhang. At this time, he was truly speechless. He really had no idea what he should say. How was he supposed to ridicule this situation? Should he ridicule the fact that Island Lord Moon Wolf and his wife were making a small wolf cub, or the laws of the foreign country? Both sides were in the right, and there wasn't much he could ridicule. Anyway, since you were looking for me, did you need something, fellow Daoist Moon Wolf? Song Shuhang asked. At first, he wanted to call him Senior Moon Wolf. But in the end, he was unable to associate the word senior with him. Oh, it's like this. I wanted you to send me your coordinates. I need to make a trip to Jiangnan University Town, but after searching on the internet, I discovered that there are 3 Jiangnan University towns in China. So troublesome, Island Lord Moon Wolf said. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang was somewhat moved. Senior Moon Wolf, do you need to do something in Jiangnan University Town? Like handling some certificates for Senior White? It's not for Senior White, but for True Monarch White Crane, Island Lord Moon Wolf said with a smile. It's not really a secret. Therefore, I can tell you this much. True Monarch White Crane. Why was True Monarch White Crane coming to Jiangnan University Town? Was it possible that it got wind that Venerable White would live there for some time, and thus decided to come over and live close to Jiangnan University Town as well? Given True Monarch White Crane's disposition, it was possible. I see. Fellow Daoist Moon Wolf, do you have my chat account number? You can add me to your friend list, and I'll send you the coordinates, Song Shuhang said. Thank you, fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber. You are a really good fellow Daoist, always ready to help others. Asking you for help was the correct decision, Island Lord Moon Wolf said happily with his hoarse voice. Thereupon, they became friends and shared the location. Song Shuhang discovered that he had done this matter more than once today. When Song Shuhang returned home, EC had yet to come back. It was already noon at this time. Guogua and Zhu woke up, and came over in a daze. The 2 children had had fun until they were exhausted. According to what Sher had said, the duo played games all night during these days. Song Shuhang had been unconscious. Unfortunately, the 2 of them weren't as good as the Pekingese Daodu when it came to playing games. Their teammates must have suffered a lot. Senior brother Shuhang, you've finally regained consciousness. The small monk rubbed his eyes and said, I'm very hungry. What do we eat for lunch? Yeah, what do we eat for lunch? Loli Zhu likewise asked. Song Shuhang glanced at Shi, who was temporarily in charge of taking care of the meals. She was currently engrossed in that movie, and had no way of freeing herself. Given her current state, she was in no condition to cook. Forget it. Let's just eat outside. Song Shuhang sighed. After lunch, Song Shuhang lay on the balcony and enjoyed some hard-to-come-by comfort. The small monk Guogua sat next to him, chanting his daily Buddhist scriptures. But right at this time, Song Shuhang's phone suddenly rang. Song Shuhang unlocked the phone and looked at the screen. In the next moment, he discovered that it was a call from Scholar Drunken Goon. Oh, Senior Drunken Goon called. It seems that magical treasure has arrived. Song Shuhang laughed, and picked up the phone. This time, he was going to say the Daoist name of that senior aloud. That way, Senior Drunken Goon would be very happy. Senior Drunken Moon, has the flying sword arrived? Song Shuhang asked. Ahahaha, little friend Shuhang guessed right. The flying sword has already arrived in your area, and the deviation is going to be around 100 meters at most. You just have to look at the sky and shout my name with the AOE secret sound transmission method. The flying sword will immediately land next to you if you do that. Bye-bye, Senior Drunken *Un said happily. Aside from Northern River, little friend Song Shuhang was the second member of the group that was able to recall his name this quickly. Although it was likely that little friend Song Shuhang had a memo on his phone with his name, he was very happy nonetheless. Speaking of which, memos were such a good thing. As such, why weren't the other fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces #1 group using them? Why was it that difficult to write his Daoist name, Drunken Moon, on a memo? With the memo in hand, no problem would arise. What a bunch of idiots. Since someone had created such a convenient thing, why not make use of it? After hanging up, Song Shuhang got up and looked toward the sky. The nearby Guogua, who was sitting next to him and chanting Buddhist scriptures, raised his head, and asked, Senior Brother Shuhang, did something happen? A flying sword came over to deliver something. It's within a range of 100 meters from us. Oh, there it is. Song Shuhang quickly found the flying sword in the sky. Now, he only had to look at the flying sword and shout Scholar Drunken Goon's name to make the flying sword descend. Although he didn't clearly remember the exact characters in the name of the scholar, it wasn't a big deal, because he would obtain the same effect as long as the pronunciation was similar. When he was on the phone, Senior Drunken Goon was unable to tell the difference. As such, how could a stupid flying sword tell the two names apart? In addition, even if those characters were different, their pronunciation was identical. Chinese characters were truly deep and profound. Thereupon, Song Shuhang used the AOE secret sound transmission method to call out Scholar Drunken Goon's name. Scholar Drunken Goon. However, the flying sword in the sky didn't react. Weird, it didn't work. Scholar Drunken Goon. Song Shuhang called out again. However, the flying sword in the sky still didn't react. *CK, even the most advanced voice recognition system should be unable to tell apart characters with the same pronunciation. Scholar Drunken Moon. Song Shuhang continued with his attempts. But the flying sword just ignored him. Afterward, Song Shuhang tried several other combinations of Scholar Drunken *Un's name, but none worked. Is it possible that I remember the name incorrectly? Song Shuhang started to wonder. No, that can't be. When I read the memo and said, Senior Drunken Moon, Senior, when the bright moon appears seemed very happy. As such, the pronunciation wasn't wrong. In that case, was it possible that Senior Drunken Goon had engraved the most advanced voice recognition formation on the flying sword so that only if one thought of his real, Daoist name while shouting would the flying sword descend? No, that was impossible. This was already in the mind-reading field. There was no way such a voice recognition system could exist. Senior brother Shuhang, isn't that senior called Scholar Drunken son? The small monk said at this time. His name definitely isn't Scholar Drunken son. It has a pronunciation similar to Drunken *un. I'm sure of it, Song Shuhang said. While saying this sentence, he didn't use the secret sound transmission method. But just as the words, Scholar Drunken son, came out of his mouth, the flying sword flew toward Song Shuhang like a swallow returning to its nest, descending next to him. Song Shuhang. Just now, I said Scholar Drunken son, right? I said drunken son, and not drunken *un. Is it possible that Scholar Drunken Goon himself made a mistake? That should be the case, right? After all, it should be impossible for him to get wrong his own Daoist name, right? Just as he was in deep thought, Senior Drunken soon called him again. Song Shuhang picked up the phone and said, Senior Drunken Moon? Yes, it's me, Aaaaah. Little friend Shuhang, it's truly great that you can still remember my name, Scholar Drunken *un said happily. I wanted to tell you another thing. This flying sword is the one Northern River's loose cultivator used the last time to send me something, and it stayed at my place since then. I heard that you are going to watch the great battle between Northern River's loose cultivator and Immortal Master Copper Trigram tonight. Therefore, can you conveniently return this flying sword to Northern River's loose cultivator while you are at it? Sure, no problem, Senior Drunken Moon, Song Shuhang said. That's all. Goodbye. Scholar Drunken *un hung up, very satisfied. Song Shuhang put away his phone with a profound expression on his face. He was now sure that the pronunciation of Scholar Drunken Goon's Daoist name was something similar to Drunken *un, and definitely not Drunken Son. But the password of the flying sword turned out to be Drunken Son. In other words, Scholar Drunken soon had truly messed up this time. If he kept practicing that stupid cultivation technique of his, not only would others forget his Daoist name, but he himself would also forget it. According to the rumors, people would be able to remember Scholar Drunken soon's Daoist name only after he had advanced to the 8th stage realm and shown his divinity in front of the masses. But if Scholar Drunken Moon himself forgot his name before reaching the 8th stage profound sage realm, there was a chance that he might really end up having weird names like Scholar Drunken Sun or Scholar Drunken Shrimp. In the meantime, in the Forbidden City, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was strolling around after disguising himself as an ordinary traveler. That Northern River guy hasn't made his appearance yet. He was able to keep his composure, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said in a soft voice. While speaking, he gently pressed on the 3-piece magical treasure on his body. This magical treasure was a 3-piece set, and its main function was to suppress his realm, making him appear as an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. Indeed, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was suppressing his strength, and his current realm had already reached the 6th stage True Monarch. He had suppressed himself so long just for this day. He wanted to reveal his real strength during the decisive battle with Northern River's loose cultivator. The best thing would be to unleash his strength of the 6th stage just when Northern River's loose cultivator thought he was going to win. Every time he thought about the expression Northern River was going to have, Immortal Master Copper Trigram couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The sun was setting, and the number of tourists in the Forbidden City had slowly started to decrease. However, in a place that ordinary people couldn't see, several cultivators with bizarre outfits had quietly gathered together. Sword lights and magical treasures that the average human couldn't see were continuously descending in this place. Aside from the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, many other sharp-eyed and unfamiliar cultivators also came over and found a good place for themselves, getting ready all sorts of magical treasures or modified video cameras and pointing them toward the summit of the Forbidden City. A lot of people came over today. How come there are so many people that know about the battle between Northern River and Copper Trigram? Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked out of curiosity. He thought that only the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group would attend this event and support the contestants, and he completely hadn't expected that so many unfamiliar cultivators would come as well. The Sunshine Boy version medicine master faintly smiled, and said, "As far as I know, some of these fellow Daoists were invited here by Northern River's loose cultivator himself. Among them are the reporters of the Daily Cultivator, the disciples of the Secret Information Center, the members of the Shuhang Broadcasting Station, and so on. Northern River's loose cultivator wanted this fight to become big news. He wanted this battle that was going to take place on the summit of the Forbidden City to be broadcast live. It seems that fellow Daoist Northern River is very sure of himself this time," True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon said with a smile. Since he was so sure to win, Northern River's loose cultivator had invited over the reporters of the Daily Cultivator, and asked them to stream the battle live. After smiling, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon also started to get worried. He actually bumped into Immortal Master Copper Trigram last week, and he felt that there was something wrong with him, even though he was unable to tell what exactly was wrong. Would Northern River's loose cultivator really be able to defeat the mysterious Copper Trigram? Rivoli Purple Mist grabbed Medicine Master's hand, and asked out of curiosity, "Where is fellow Daoist Northern River at this moment? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him around lately. During the past few days, he rarely got online, and when I wrote in the group, Northern River's loose cultivator wasn't the first one to reply." "It felt really weird," young Master Phoenix Slayer replied. "I think fellow Daoist Northern River is hiding on purpose so as to avoid giving Copper Trigram an opportunity to discover the cards in his hand. It's very likely that Northern River won't appear before the start of the battle," Fairy Firefly, who was wearing a red dress, said. 3 Realms looked all around, and asked out of curiosity, "In that case, what about Senior Copper Trigram?" Even the other star of today's match had yet to make its appearance. Other than that, little friend Song Shuhang's group was missing as well. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram might already be here. After all, unless he personally steps forward, no one will be able to recognize him." Immortal Master Copper Trigram's disguising technique was truly terrific, not even a 7th stage Venerable was able to see through it. Perhaps not even an 8th stage Profound Sage might be able to recognize him. Night slowly fell. The number of cultivators surrounding the Forbidden City kept increasing. "When is this battle going to start?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer took out a small bag of melon seeds, sharing them with the nearby fellow Daoists. "I have no idea either. However, we just have to wait here, and we'll know," Medicine Master said with a smile. "It's a shame that there isn't a full moon tonight. Otherwise, the atmosphere during the battle between those 2 experts would have been even better." Sun-splitting Halberd Guada said this sentence, and then took out his mobile phone, quickly sending 2 messages in the group. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Sun-splitting Halberd Guada, picture of a cute puppy. Sun-splitting Halberd Guada, picture of the head of a dog being furiously rubbed. Today, everyone was paying attention to the battle that was going to take place on the summit of the Forbidden City. Therefore, no one was going to break his combo. Sun-splitting Halberd Guada put his mobile phone away, looking very satisfied. But for some unknown reason, he was a bit disappointed when he saw that no one tried to break his combo. The human heart was truly unfathomable. Around 10 minutes later, young Master Phoenix Slayer suddenly raised his head, and said, "Someone is coming." A sword light quickly approached afar. This sword light was extremely fast. It was the fastest sword light that young Master Phoenix Slayer had seen in his life. The projection of a dragon tail was faintly visible at the end of this sword light. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon narrowed his eyes, and said, "It's fellow Daoist White. He has finally arrived." Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "Why do I feel that Senior White's speed is even higher than usual? It's indeed somewhat faster than usual." You can tell by looking at little friend Song Shuhang's green complexion. The last time fellow Daoist White brought little friend Song Shuhang somewhere at full speed, his complexion was only pale. But this time, it directly turned green. It's quite obvious that fellow Daoist White's speed has increased by a notch. I'm afraid that fellow Daoist White's speed today isn't going to be much inferior to that of an 8th stage Sage Monarch, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon said with a nod. Young Master Phoenix Slayer nodded to himself. Later, he could use little friend Song Shuhang's complexion to determine the speed of a flying sword. For example, the speed where little friend Shuhang's complexion turns pale, the speed where little friend Shuhang's complexion turns deathly pale, the speed where little friend Shuhang's complexion turns green, and so on. Little friend Shuhang is finally here. After senior brother Three Realms saw Song Shuhang, as well as Guogua, Shi, and Zhu in the rear, he heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, Venerable White's flying sword steadily stopped above their heads. Copper Trigram and Northern River aren't here yet? Had I known it earlier, I wouldn't have rushed here at full speed, Venerable White said with a smile. In the rear, Song Shuhang and the 3 children felt that their legs were already soft. At this time, Song Shuhang regretted giving the Dragon Tail Mirage to Senior White this early. Venerable White pondered for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Since Copper Trigram and Northern River aren't here yet, I'll seize this opportunity to give them my gift. After saying this much, Venerable White controlled his flying sword once again and soared high up in the sky. Song Shuhang said, "Senior White, can you let us get off the flying sword first?" "No need. I'm only going to use a magical technique here in the sky." "It won't take long," Venerable White said with a smile. After flying to an altitude of 1,000 meters, Venerable White made a hand seal. The water vapor in the sky condensed until it turned into ice crystals that started hovering in midair. "Senior White, what are you planning to do?" Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. "I want to use a magical technique to create a huge full moon in the sky," Venerable White explained. "A long, long time ago, there was a branch of monster wolves in the west that had the special ability to change their appearance whenever there was a night with a full moon. After transforming, their strength would even increase more than 2-fold sometimes. However, it's not like there was a full moon every day. Therefore, they researched a magical technique to create an artificial full moon to enhance even further this innate skill of their branch. I got to see this technique in the past, and then improved it a little. Now, I can create an even bigger full moon." "Why do you want to use a magical technique to create a full moon?" the small monk Guogua asked. Loli Shi blinked her eyes, and said, "It's because Senior White feels that there will be a better atmosphere during the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City if there is a full moon in the sky. Is that correct?" "Exactly," Venerable White said with a smile. Song Shuhang said, "Senior White, will the people of Beijing also be able to see the effects of this magical technique?" "That's a given," Venerable White replied. The people of Beijing were truly lucky. They would be able to see the full moon on September 1st and celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival ahead of time. Still, wouldn't these people see 2 moons in the sky once the technique was executed? After Venerable White finished using his magical technique, a huge full moon had appeared in the airspace of the Forbidden City. The artificial moon was both big and round. Sun-splitting Halberd Guada sighed with emotion, and said, "Exactly what you would expect from Senior White. Whenever he makes a move, he doesn't hold back. He directly created a full moon in the sky." Young Master Phoenix Slayer looked at the full moon above their heads and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Still, fellow Daoist Guada, don't you feel that this moon is a little too big? If the moon is so big, the onlookers will find it very close, just as if it was about to fall on their heads." True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon nodded his head in agreement. "It's indeed somewhat big. Now that fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer mentioned it, I'm starting to panic. I feel as if the moon could fall at any time," Fairy Firefly said. In the sky, Venerable White had seemingly heard what the fellow Daoists were whispering. As such, he stretched out his hand and patted the round moon. Whiz, the full moon was sent flying. It flew higher in the sky and stopped after reaching a suitable altitude. Venerable White nodded, very satisfied. Then, he brought Song Shuhang and the 3 children to the ground. Even if the moon was artificial, the moonlight was clear and bright. Under the moonlight, a figure had unknowingly appeared on the roof charms of the Hall of Supreme Harmony on the summit of the Forbidden City. This figure was wearing a white scholarly robe, and had a long sword hanging from its waist. It was standing on the left side of the roof of the hall. The left hand of the man was placed on the long sword at his waist, while the other one was holding a book. He looked very elegant, and wore a gentle smile on his face. Just by standing there, he gave off the aura of a scholar. Fellow Daoist Eternal Fire, what are you doing on the roof charms of the Hall of Supreme Harmony? Is it possible that you got a sudden inspiration and decided to compose a poem? A fellow Daoist that was acquainted with True Monarch Eternal Fire joked. Sure enough, this man wearing a white scholarly robe with a long sword hanging from his waist was none other than True Monarch Eternal Fire from the White Cloud Academy. Strange. Didn't fellow Daoist Eternal Fire say that he was very busy and didn't have any free time as of late? How come he suddenly rushed to the Forbidden City? True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon blinked his eyes. Then, he immediately thought of another possibility. Copper Trigram, you idiot. Why did you disguise as True Monarch Eternal Fire? You are seeking death. The whole scholarly faction will want your head. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. One had to remember that True Monarch Eternal Fire was now the master of the world of the Golden Lotus. He was basically the leader of the whole gang. If Immortal Master Copper Trigram used his appearance while battling Northern River's loose cultivator, it didn't matter if he won or lost, the disciples of the scholarly faction wouldn't let Copper Trigram off. You have a point, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said. Then, under everyone's eyes, he took out a plain white cloth and covered his appearance. Senior Copper Trigram isn't thinking of changing clothes on the spot, right? Song Shuhang asked. He was standing amidst the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group at this time, and he had already returned the 3 children to Senior Brother 3 Realms. Whose appearance is he going to assume this time? Young Master Phoenix Slayer wondered. Rivoli Purple Mist blinked her eyes. If it were me, I would disguise as someone that would make fellow Daoist Northern River feel a lot of pressure so as to gain the upper hand during the battle. After Rivoli Purple Mist said these words, all the present unconsciously looked toward Venerable White. If it was about giving Northern River's loose cultivator pressure, the fellow Daoists of the group couldn't immediately think of someone suitable for the task. After all, Northern River's loose cultivator had no particular enemies in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. In the capacity of the always online holy warrior of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, Northern River had a very good relationship with the people there. Aside from Immortal Master Copper Trigram, he happily conversed with everyone else. In addition, Northern River's loose cultivator didn't have a wife, either. Although there were some rumors about Northern River liking a girl in the past, no one in the group knew how she looked or who she was. In short, he had no enemies to speak of, nor a Dao companion he was concerned about or loved. Such being the case, the only people that could make him feel pressure were the old seniors in the world of cultivators, or Venerable White, who had devastating luck and charm. The best choice would be Senior White's old version, the one whose charm was out of control, True Monarch White. When he was still True Monarch White, Senior White indeed brought great pressure to all the fellow Daoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Why are you looking at me? Venerable White asked in puzzlement. It's nothing, it's nothing. The various fellow Daoists laughed and turned their heads around, looking at Immortal Master Copper Trigram, whose body was now covered with a plain white cloth, on the summit of the Forbidden City. That shady fortune teller wasn't really planning to disguise as Venerable White, right? If he disguised as Venerable White, he would indeed bring Northern River's loose cultivator great pressure during the battle, but it was more likely that Venerable White would send him flying through the Milky Way first. Actually, it's not certain that the shady fortune teller will disguise as Fellow Daoist White. Aside from Fellow Daoist White, little friend Shuhang is also a pretty good choice, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon said with a smile. Song Shuhang was the most junior cultivator added to the 9 provinces #1 group. While facing a junior like Song Shuhang, perhaps there was a chance Northern River's loose cultivator might unwittingly restrain his power. After hearing these words, the corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. He had recalled that a few days ago Immortal Master Copper Trigram assumed his appearance and performed some shady divinations in Beijing streets before getting chased by a horde of people. But right at this time, young Master Phoenix Slayer's eyes lit up. It moved. The white cloth is coming off. The shady fortune teller finished applying makeup. Whoosh, the plain white cloth was removed, and what appeared before everyone's eyes was a petite figure with short hair. Immortal Master Copper Trigram still managed to retain his reason, and didn't disguise as Venerable White. After all, that was a death-seeking behavior. Immortal Master Copper Trigram had to admit that there was still some disparity between him and Thrice Reckless, and he didn't like to be that reckless. At the same time, he didn't disguise as Song Shuhang either. Copper Trigram felt that there was no affinity between him and little friend Song Shuhang. Whenever he disguised as little friend Song Shuhang, something bad would happen, and he was forced to act as a shield, blocking all the incoming arrows in little friend Shuhang's stead. As such, Immortal Master Copper Trigram ultimately decided to disguise as Su Clan 16. A headful of pitch-black hair and a height of 1.5 meters, even without applying makeup, she looked very pretty. In the next moment, Immortal Master Copper Trigram imitated 16 and slightly furrowed his brows, making a disgusted face. Whenever Su Clan 16 made a disgusted face, she looked even more adorable. This cute tsundere-like behavior was the same as Su Clan 16's. After witnessing it, one felt as though they had met the real 16. Below, Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. He had just discovered something scary. If not for the fact that Immortal Master Copper Trigram had disguised as Su Clan 16 in front of his eyes, there was a 90% chance that he would mistake Immortal Master Copper Trigram for the real Su Clan 16. Cough, cough, Immortal Master Copper Trigram coughed twice to adjust his voice. Then, the fake Su Clan 16 snorted. Humph. What an idiot busybody. She looked the same as the real one. Song Shuhang was KO'd. When Copper Trigram disguised as Su Clan 16 and slightly furrowed his brows, there was still a 10% possibility that he might recognize whether she was the real one or not through certain details. But when Copper Trigram Edition Su Clan 16 opened her mouth and spoke, Song Shuhang was 99.99% sure that he would have mistaken her for the real one. Song Shuhang said, "Senior Copper Trigram's disguising technique is truly the #1 demonic technique in the world." "I feel the same," True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon said. Meow agreed. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said. Sunshine Boy version Medicine Master took out a video camera without anyone realizing and pointed it toward Immortal Master Copper Trigram on the summit of the Forbidden City, starting to record the scene. After that, he laughed and gave the video camera to Rivoli Purple Mist. Purple Mist, make a copy of the data in the video camera and send the content to Fellow Daoist 7. Tell him that he doesn't need to thank us. We are always willing to help others. Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Since becoming a Sunshine Boy, Medicine Master's disposition had changed a little, becoming darker. Still, Copper Trigram decided to disguise as Su Clan 16 in the end. Will Fellow Daoist Northern River really feel that much pressure while facing Su Clan 16? True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon asked. It's possible. Earlier, Su Clan 16 didn't really come to my mind, but as everyone knows, Northern River's loose cultivator and Su Clan 7 are great friends, and 16 basically grew up under Northern River's eyes. This was the reason Northern River's loose cultivator was this worried when problems arose while Su Clan 16 was transcending her tribulation the last time, Medicine Master said with a nod. Rivoli Purple Mist added, in other words, from a certain perspective, Su Clan 16 is like a daughter to Northern River? Medicine Master said, cough, I don't think it goes that far, but she is definitely a junior very close to him. Perhaps Northern River will really refrain from using too much strength while facing this copper trigram disguised as Su Clan 16. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, this shady fortune teller is really sinister. Not only are his divinations evil, but his heart also is. The fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group agreed with Phoenix Slayer's words. Among the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, there was a young fellow Daoist that felt particularly uneasy and wished he could immediately leave. This person was none other than Immortal Master Copper Trigram's disciple, Immortal Fortune Teller Iron Trigram. At this time, he was wondering if it wasn't safer to just change teachers. At this time, Copper Trigram had finished copying 16's voice, manner of speaking, and facial expressions. Thereupon, the fake Su Clan 16 turned her head around, and her vision fell on Song Shuhang. Then, under everyone's eyes, the fake Su Clan 16 winked at Song Shuhang, and said coyly, Shuhang, you have to cheer for me. I'll bring victory home. Song Shuhang. His whole body trembled, and a chill ran down his spine. I feel that the shady fortune teller is getting too much into this disguising thing. Isn't he afraid that Su Clan 7 will want his head? Young Master Phoenix Slayer said with a smile. Medicine Master replied, actually, fellow Daoist 7 is very close to breaking through to the 6th stage True Monarch realm. After Su Clan 16 finishes transcending her tribulation, fellow Daoist 7 should also go into secluded meditation. Copper Trigram probably knows about it, and is aware that 7 will be unable to look for him in the near future. This should be the reason he dared to seek death so blatantly. Rivoli Purple Mist said, Medicine Master, I've already sent the video of fellow Daoist Copper Trigram disguising as 16 to Su Clan 7. While I was at it, I uploaded it to the 9 provinces number 1 group as well. That way, the fellow Daoists that couldn't come will also be able to stay up to date. In that case, can't we just record the whole thing and then share it in the 9 provinces number 1 group? Medicine Master said. Rivoli Purple Mist replied, as you wish. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Sigh, True Monarch felt that not going to the Forbidden City to watch the battle had been the correct choice. His liver was already painful. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire. Sigh, why was he unjustly implicated? Why had fellow Daoist Copper Trigram decided to use his appearance to appear on stage? Was being too cool a problem as well now? Su Clan 7, at Northern River's loose cultivator, fellow Daoist Northern River, I request you to mercilessly beat up that shady fortune teller. You don't need to feel compassion just because he disguised as little 16. Don't let him off even he begs for mercy. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, he. 7, just look at the live broadcast in a while. The one that will get a good beating is not I, but Northern River. Stupid Northern River doesn't stand a chance against me. Su Clan 7, let's make a bet. Does someone want to be the banker? If no one wants, I'll be the banker. The payout for Northern River beating Copper Trigram is 1 to 2, and 1 to 10 for Copper Trigram beating Northern River. We'll use spirit stones of the 5th stage to bet. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. 7, advertising gambling is bad. Su Clan 7. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Still, I bet 10,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage that Northern River will beat up Copper Trigram. Song Shuhang. Eternal Fire is very tired and wants to retire, same here. I bet 10,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage that Northern River will beat up Copper Trigram. All of a sudden, the 9 provinces number 1 group became very lively. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, TSK. I bet 200,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage on myself. When I defeat that stupid Northern River, you'll all cry. The moonlight was bright and clear. Then, under the moonlight, another figure suddenly appeared on the roof charms of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. It was Northern River's loose cultivator. He didn't come over while riding a flying sword, but quietly appeared on the roof charms just as Immortal Master Copper Trigram had. Northern River's loose cultivator was wearing a very simple blue-colored Daoist robe. He was a loose cultivator, and he could dress as he pleased. Unlike Immortal Master Copper Trigram, he didn't have any weapon with him. He came empty-handed. Northern River and Copper Trigram looked at each other. They merely looked at each other, but sharp sword chi exploded between the two. Northern River's loose cultivator said, "Shady fortune teller. I hope you have been well since our last meeting." The fake Sioux clan 16 faintly smiled. With her melodious voice, she said, "Enough chit-chat. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Now, it's time for the showdown." Northern River's loose cultivator coldly snorted. "Today, I won't show any mercy. I'll fight with all my strength." The fake Sioux clan 16 said, "I was thinking the same. Let's fight to our heart's content." Northern River's loose cultivator said angrily, "In that case, change your damned appearance." He. The fake Sioux clan 16 said, "My disguising technique is part of my mind tricks. This is an all-out battle, and if you think that my current appearance is inappropriate, you have already lost to my technique." Chapter 895. From today onwards, call me True Monarch Copper Trigram. Northern River's loose cultivator sneered, "Shady fortune teller, do you really think that I'll go easy on you if you disguise yourself as Little 16? Naive. Even if you disguise yourself as her, you'll just be a fake in my eyes. I'll by no means show you any mercy." "I didn't even think that much about it," Copper Trigram Edition Sioux Clan 16 said with a smile. "As long as this appearance can affect you a little, it is enough. In addition, can you stop talking rubbish now? Take out everything you have and come at me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you the opportunity to display your real strength. I was about to tell you the same." Northern River's loose cultivator raised both his hands, and a series of sword orbs flew out of his body. Each sword orb was manufactured with sword thread that had been repeatedly tempered by Northern River's loose cultivator's spiritual energy. After the body of the sword orb unwound into threads, it would become incredibly sharp. It was particularly good for breaching defenses. While fighting, cultivators that made use of sword orbs had to consume a little more mental energy than cultivators that used normal flying swords, since they had to control the sword threads as well. Under normal circumstances, cultivators that made use of sword orbs would simultaneously operate 2 or 3 of them at most, for controlling more than that would just complicate things. But at this time, sword orbs flew out of Northern River's loose cultivator's body one after another. In the end, a whole 12 sword orbs started floating around his body. After seeing this scene, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was somewhat surprised. "I didn't think that you would really end up forging this set of sword orbs." This was Northern River's loose cultivator's life-bound magical treasure, 12 Swords of the Milky Way. This magical treasure was composed of 12 sword orbs, and the materials used to forge each sword orb were different. Northern River's loose cultivator had started to forge these swords when he was still in the 4th stage realm, and when he reached the 5th stage realm, he had managed to forge only 2 of them. But now, he had unexpectedly finished forging the whole set. If a single sword orb of this life-bound magical treasure was taken into account, its strength was inferior to that of an ordinary flying sword. But if one persisted on this road and finished forging all the sword orbs, the strength of the 12 sword orbs when put together wouldn't be as simple as an addition. If you use the 12 swords of the Milky Way, with a suitable sword technique, your battle prowess should instantly increase tenfold, right? Old Northern River, it seems that Su Clan 7's title of Strongest 5th Stage Spiritual Emperor should belong to you. Immortal Master Copper Trigram faintly smiled. Still, is this your ace in the hole? Northern River's loose cultivator didn't reply, and stretched out his finger. In the next moment, 10 of the 12 orbs dashed forward, heading toward Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Each sword orb unwound, turning into sword threads imbued with sharp sword chi. Since the materials used to forge each sword orb were different, their properties were also different. Some had cold properties, other fire properties, and others again were just very sharp or could conduct electricity. In short, the 10 sword orbs had all different properties. You aren't planning to use all 12 of them? Are you still trying to feel out my strength? Copper Trigram Edition Su Clan 16 smiled, and stretched out her foot, gently tapping on the ground. Soon after, bamboo slips used for divinations suddenly appeared, and transformed into beams of light that kept off in front of the 10 sword orbs. Northern River's loose cultivator's sword orbs didn't shrink back, and the sword chi exploded, cutting toward those beams of light. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp sword chi swept past the beams of light, chopping both the beams of light and the bamboo slips inside into halves. This type of defense was simply too weak. Northern River's loose cultivator said indifferently, I wasn't feeling you out. 10 sword orbs are more than enough to deal with a shady fortune teller like you. Soon after, the 10 sword orbs combined under his control, and headed toward Copper Trigram after turning into a helix. Bang! When the 10 helix-shaped sword orbs reached their destination, a turtle shell appeared in front of Copper Trigram, keeping off the attack. This was the same turtle shell that Copper Trigram used to make his shady divinations. The turtle shell was a very powerful defensive magical treasure, and although the 10 sword orbs spun like drill bits after coming in contact with it, they were unable to break through its defense. You took out your turtle shell so quickly? Northern River's loose cultivator said. In the past, this turtle shell was the magical treasure with the strongest defense in Immortal Master Copper Trigram's possession, and it was unknown what the current level of its defense was. Aaaaah, if you have the skills, try to get past its defense. Immortal Master Copper Trigram smiled from behind the turtle shell. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and took out an 8 trigram disc, starting to silently read an incantation. Along with Copper Trigram reading the incantation, spiritual energy started to condense on the 8 trigram disc. Immortal Master Copper Trigram's favorite tactic was to hide behind powerful defense while using powerful magical techniques to take his enemies down one by one, and he was very good at it. In that case, look as I break through your defense. Northern River's loose cultivator gently shouted, and the 10 sword orbs scattered, starting to rotate in midair. Then, they gathered, forming a sword formation. This time, the power the 10 sword orbs released increased 6-fold. After that, they generated 10 huge 7-meter-long swords of light that headed toward Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Boom, boom, boom. Immortal Master Copper Trigram's figure disappeared amidst the radiance of the swords and the sword chi. When those 10 sword lights descended, another 10 sword lights condensed from the sword orb in the sky, which also rained down. It was like an endless cycle. The surrounding cultivators that were observing the battle couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The power of the 10 sword lights that Northern River's loose cultivator used already surpassed that of the 5th stage realm, right? How much was the disparity between that attack and one of the 6th stage, a 5th stage spiritual emperor asked. A cultivator of the True Monarch realm next to him replied, if we only take into consideration power and speed, the strength of that attack was very close to the 6th stage rank. This type of sword technique can easily determine the winner in a battle between ordinary 5th-stage spiritual emperors. However, the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City between Immortal Master Copper Trigram and Northern River's Loose Cultivator had just started. None of them had used their real strength yet, and they were very likely just warming up. Were those two guys really just 5th-stage spiritual emperors? Song Shuhang looked at the exciting battle unfolding on the summit of the Forbidden City without blinking. Then, he started to worry in his heart. The summit of the Forbidden City isn't going to get destroyed during this battle between Senior Northern River and Senior Copper Trigram, right? The Forbidden City was part of China's history, and it would be a pity if it got destroyed. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "Little friend Shuhang, it's truly like you to worry about these things. However, you don't need to worry. Defensive barriers were placed around the buildings adjacent to the Forbidden City. Nothing bad will happen. But will those barriers hold?" Song Shuhang asked. Given the level of this battle between Northern River's Loose Cultivator and Immortal Master Copper Trigram, even barriers of the 6th-stage rank might not hold. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, "Don't worry. The one that set up the barriers this time is Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Unless Northern River and Copper Trigram's destructive power can surpass that of a Venerable, they won't be able to destroy the barriers. Now then, will Copper Trigram's turtle shell be able to keep off Northern River's barrage of attacks? I think an attack of this level is still not good enough to breach Copper Trigram's defense," Fairy Lychee said at this time. She was a cultivator of the 6th-stage True Monarch realm. Therefore, she could tell that although Immortal Master Copper Trigram was in a bit of a predicament, the defense of his turtle shell was still steady. In addition, when she was swinging around Immortal Master Copper Trigram the last time, she felt as though Copper Trigram was hiding his real strength. Boom, 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 sword lights endlessly fell, and stopped only after 16 waves. In the sky, the 10 sword orbs appeared again, and formed a new sword formation, seemingly starting to accumulate their strength again. After the attack of the sword lights stopped, Immortal Master Copper Trigram's figure also became visible. At this time, the turtle shell keeping off in front of his body had shrunk until reaching a size of 50 centimeters, it was nearly burst open. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, "That was scary. It felt like a machine gun suddenly opening fire." Northern River's Loose Cultivator gritted his teeth, and said, "That turtle shell of yours sure is hard. It's the tool I use to make a living. It has to be durable." Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, "Now, get a taste of my attack." He had finished preparing his magical technique. Deadly Strike of the 4 Divinations. The 8 trigram disc in Immortal Master Copper Trigram's hand dimmed. It didn't release any powerful light, and neither were there fluctuations of spiritual energy. Still, without anyone noticing, the 2 defensive barriers that Northern River's Loose Cultivator had set up around his body were breached. Next, 2 of Northern River's Loose Cultivator's talismans suddenly started dissipating as well. A strange power that not even cultivators could see with the naked eye was attacking Northern River's Loose Cultivator. Is this the deadly strike of the 4 divinations? Fairy Dongfang Six blinked her eyes, and said, "From what I remember, this magical technique is mysterious and unfathomable, and it can noiselessly kill people. Although it's a move of the 5th stage, its power is comparable to techniques of the 6th stage. In addition, its degree of difficulty is also comparable to magical techniques of the 6th stage. The people that have learned this magical technique believe that it is impossible to control this magical technique without the mental energy of the 6th stage rank." Just as they were discussing, the 2 sword orbs behind Northern River's Loose Cultivator moved, and the other 10 sword orbs also came back. The 12 sword orbs flocked together and formed a powerful sword formation. Then, the sword formation attacked something in midair. After that, it felt as though it had minced something to pieces in midair. The destruction of the deadly strike of the 4 divinations suddenly came to an end. However, Immortal Master Copper Trigram didn't seem to mind. He patted his 8-trigram disc with a smile, and said, "See? I told you earlier not to show off in front of me and use your 12 sword orbs. You insisted on using only 10, but in the end, you were still forced to use all 12. You really like to talk nonsense." The corner of the Northern River's loose cultivator's mouth twitched. Earlier, he wasn't showing off. That was just normal banter before the start of a battle, all right? Sure enough, he and this shady fortune teller were truly like oil and water. "We are finished warming up. Now, it's time to conclude the battle." Northern River's loose cultivator slightly bent his body and narrowed his eyes, staring at Immortal Master Copper Trigram. "Actually, you disappointed me a little." How did I disappoint you?" Immortal Master Copper Trigram said. "Don't get carried away. Northern River, do you really think I won't give you a good beating?" Northern River's loose cultivator smiled gently. "Shady fortune teller, do you want to take a look at the starlight in the sky? I can look at it just by raising my head." "I'm not interested," Immortal Master Copper Trigram replied. At the same time, his body tensed up. Northern River was about to unleash a big move. The pressure emanating from Northern River's loose cultivator's body sharply rose, and the 12 sword orbs moved at the same time. 12 swords of the Milky Way, night sky. The sword orbs enveloped Copper Trigram and Northern River, and an illusory starry sky suddenly appeared on the top of their heads. The illusory starry sky had been generated by the sword intent of the 12 sword orbs. This was Northern River's loose cultivator's strongest attack. While using this move, the destructive power he could release increased 12-fold. Under the cover of the starry sky. "Shady fortune teller, you have lost," Northern River's loose cultivator said, full of confidence. "Damn! Old Northern River, this move of yours is too exaggerated. Its strength doesn't only stop at a 10-fold increase." Immortal Master Copper Trigram sighed with emotion. Had he still been a 5th-stage spiritual emperor, he would have been KO'd by this move. After perfecting his sword technique, Northern River's loose cultivator possessed a fighting capacity comparable to that of Su Clan 7, who was the strongest 5th-stage spiritual emperor. Immortal Master Copper Trigram knew his limits, and he was aware that he would have been no match for Su Clan's 7 when he was still a 5th-stage spiritual emperor. After all, what Immortal Master Copper Trigram excelled at wasn't fighting. Still, Old Northern River. I bet you didn't even think of the possibility that I wasn't a 5th-stage spiritual emperor anymore, but already a 6th-stage true monarch. From today onwards, call me True Monarch Copper Trigram. Stupid Northern River, you are 100 years too early to defeat me. Immortal Master Copper Trigram stretched out his hand and took off the 3-piece magical treasure on his body. Without the restraint of this magical treasure, his aura started to increase without a stop. It started increasing from the peak of the 5th-stage spiritual emperor realm and kept going up. Golden spiritual energy endlessly revolved in his body, forming a lake of spiritual energy all around his body. This was the Spirit Lake Force Field, characteristic of 6th-stage true monarchs. Whenever 6th-stage true monarchs operated the spiritual energy inside their body at full strength, they would create a Spirit Lake Force Field around their body. Inside this area, all the spiritual energy of the world would give priority to the true monarch and help him first. All the enemies below the 6th stage would have the regeneration of their spiritual energy decreased, and the strength of their magical techniques would likewise get affected by the Spirit Lake. Aside from this, it had several other uses as well. 6th stage True Monarch Realm. The many fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group cried out in surprise. At what time had this shady fortune teller advanced to the 6th stage True Monarch Realm? Now I understand, Fairy Lychee said. As expected, Copper Trigram had already advanced to the 6th stage. The reason he had concealed his real strength with such care was for today's battle. Sun-splitting halberd Guoda said, I'm going to suffer a loss this time. I bet that Northern River's loose cultivator would win the match, but I didn't expect that this shady fortune teller had already advanced to the 6th stage. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, same here. I remember that basically all the fellow Daoists in the 9 provinces #1 group bet on Northern River's win. Su Clan 7, who was the banker, is going to become rich. Fairy Lychee said, I bet on Copper Trigram. Earlier, I felt that there was something wrong with him. Therefore, I made a few guesses. Just as they were discussing, Immortal Master Copper Trigram threw out 100 or so bamboo slips after activating his Spirit Lake Force Field. The bamboo slips turned into a bamboo grove that kept off Northern River's loose cultivator's strongest attack, Night Sky. Soon after, the bamboo grove that Immortal Master Copper Trigram had created and Northern River's loose cultivator's strongest attack, Night Sky, cancelled each other out. Night Sky dispersed, and Northern River's loose cultivator started gasping for breath. Immortal Master Copper Trigram faintly smiled, and took out a long banner, pointing it at Northern River's loose cultivator. Then, he said in a melodious voice, Northern River, it seems you've consumed a lot of energy. In that case, let's end this battle. The name of the banner was, 5 Dragon Banner. This banner was Immortal Master Copper Trigram's real-life-bound magical treasure. Although the name 5 Dragon Banner sounded very cool, it was just the banner that Immortal Master Copper Trigram carried with him each time he went around to perform his divinations. Sometimes, he would even separate it into 2 different banners and install it on his pushcart or other similar means of transportation. On one side of the 5 Dragon Banner were inscribed the words, Copper or Iron Trigrams, in the time it takes to say a word, I've already predicted 1 billion things. While the ones on the other side were, Divination after divination, I've become the great immortal master of myriad divinatory trigrams. Perhaps because it had been exposed to the sun and the wind for a long time, this 5 Dragon Banner looked a little worn out. At this time, the petite-looking Su Clan 16 version Copper Trigram waved the huge banner around, looking rather cool. You've reached the 6th stage? Northern River's loose cultivator gasped for breath. That move from earlier, 12 Swords of the Milky Way, Night Sky, had apparently consumed a lot of his strength. You didn't expect it, right? Aaaaah. Immortal Master Copper Trigram gently laughed. Actually, I had already reached the 6th stage realm when I agreed to battle you on the summit of the Forbidden City during a night of full moon. Then, I pretended to be a 5th stage spiritual emperor until now so that I could give you a good beating during today's battle. I've waited for this day for a very long time. Just as he was speaking, 5 different colors resurfaced on the 5 Dragon Banner in Immortal Master Copper Trigram's hand. Fire Dragon, Lightning Dragon, Wind Dragon, Earth Dragon, and Ice Dragon, 5 divine dragons made of 5 different elements came out of that old and worn-out banner. Actually, while wielding the 5 Dragon Banner, Immortal Master Copper Trigram only needed to swing it a little to make the 5 divine dragons attack Northern River's loose cultivator. However, he didn't immediately go for the attack, because he first had to tell Northern River about the fact that he had reached the 6th stage long ago and had gone through a lot of trouble to suppress his realm so that he could give him a good beating today. If he didn't tell anyone about this matter and kept it in his heart, wouldn't he feel stifled? Still, after concluding his sentence, Immortal Master Copper Trigram didn't spout any more rubbish. After all, a lot of villains died due to their useless talk during battles, although he felt that he was no villain. What to do if he kept talking nonsense and Northern River's loose cultivator broke through at the critical moment? At that time, defeating Northern River's loose cultivator wouldn't be easy. Aside from that, the heavenly tribulation would also come down if Northern River broke through. At that time, his wish to beat him would go down the drain. As such, he had to use all the methods at his disposal to happily beat up Northern River's loose cultivator before the latter broke through. Thereupon, from today onwards, you should respectfully address me as Senior True Monarch Copper Trigram. Immortal Master Copper Trigram waved the 5-dragon banner, very satisfied. The 5 dragons that had emerged from the banner almost looked real as they shot toward Northern River's loose cultivator while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Northern River's expression turned serious, and the 12 sword orbs made buzzing sounds. But after getting influenced by the Spirit Lake force field, the sword chi and speed of the 12 sword orbs were greatly affected. Boom! The 5 dragons crashed into Northern River's loose cultivator's sword orbs. Northern River's loose cultivator had no choice but to use his strongest move, 12 swords of the Milky Way, night sky, which gave him a 12-fold increase in strength, again to ward off the attack of Immortal Master Copper Trigram's 5-dragon banner. The starry sky appeared once more. But this time, it only covered Northern River's loose cultivator's body. The 5 dragons bared their fangs and teeth, and directly crashed into the starry sky, crushing it to pieces by relying on the difference in realm. The scene reminded one of 5 huge world-destroying dragons tearing the world apart. Northern River is done for. Young Master Phoenix Slayer gently sighed. His liver was very painful. His liver was painful not only because he had bet a large sum of spirit stones on Northern River's victory, but also because Copper Trigram had advanced to the 6th stage realm. At this time, there were still several other fellow Daoists whose livers were aching like young Master Phoenix Slayers or who looked as though they were suffering from constipation. I'm afraid that Northern River's loose cultivator is going to lose this battle, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon said. Since he was an old True Monarch, he could tell that Immortal Master Copper Trigram's life-bound 5-dragon banner had been already reforged into a magical treasure of the 6th stage realm, and even an old True Monarch like him would have to get serious while facing the simultaneous attacks of the 5 dragons. Northern River's loose cultivator, who was still at the peak of the 5th stage realm, would not be able to block the attack of the 5-dragon banner even if he used that method that allowed him to increase the output of his strength 12-fold. Senior Northern River is going to lose? That's really unfortunate. After hearing their conversation, Shuhang sighed inwardly. In this battle between Northern River's loose cultivator and Immortal Master Copper Trigram, he favored Northern River more. Northern River's loose cultivator was the always-online holy warrior of the 9 provinces number 1 group, and he had helped him solve a lot of cultivation-related problems. Aside from that, Immortal Master Copper Trigram had assumed his appearance a few days ago, and performed some shady divination in Beijing. Who knew what kind of shady divination he had performed, and at whose expense? But right at this time, Medicine Master suddenly said, "Senior White, what do you think?" Medicine Master was still at the 4th stage, and was making preparations to advance to the 5th stage realm. Therefore, his eyesight was inferior compared to those of the several other fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group present on the scene. Such being the case, he decided to directly ask Venerable White, who was the strongest person there. It's very interesting. However, it's still early to say who is going to win. Venerable White wore a bright smile on his face. After hearing Venerable White's words, young Master Phoenix Slayer and the others blinked their eyes, and immediately turned their heads around, looking at the summit of the Forbidden City. Was it possible that Northern River's loose cultivator could counterattack even in this critical situation? But right at this time, Shuhang asked, "Senior White, did you also make a bet at Senior 7's gambling house?" Venerable White shook his head, and said, "7 was mean, and didn't let me join in the fun." "I see," Shuhang said with a nod. Given Senior White's supernatural luck, not letting him participate in gambling events was indeed a wise choice. Venerable White also added, "Actually, whenever there is some gambling event in the 9 provinces number 1 group, I'm not allowed to participate." After all, no one wanted to lose all their money until they didn't even have their underwear left. Fire and lightning intertwined, ice and wind entwined, and the earth roared. The 5 dragons smashed Northern River's loose cultivators, night sky, to pieces, and headed right where he was standing. "Old Northern River, let me hear your cries." Immortal Master Copper Trigram gently smiled. Your cries will make this night of full moon on the summit of the Forbidden City where our battle is taking place even more perfect. After saying this much, Immortal Master Copper Trigram waved the 5-dragon banner again, doubling the power of the 5 dragons. From the looks of it, he was planning to make Northern River's loose cultivator stay on Medicine Master's bed for a year or so. Aaaaah! Northern River's loose cultivator was very cooperative, and cried out. This cry was capable of moving people to tears. Northern River, don't worry. I've already booked a bed for you at Medicine Master's place. Therefore, you can lose without having to worry about a thing, Immortal Master Copper Trigram continued. Northern River, admit defeat already. No, I'll never admit defeat. Aaaaah! Northern River's loose cultivator continued screaming. I really like this disposition of yours. Only like this can I truly enjoy giving you a good beating. Immortal Master Copper Trigram waved the 5-dragon banner again. Northern River's loose cultivator gritted his teeth, and said, Aaaaah! Shady fortune teller, I'll never submit to you. But right at this time, the expression on Immortal Master Copper Trigram's face turned serious. Not good. Copper Trigram was inwardly shocked, and quickly furled the 5-dragon banner. The 5 dragons dispersed, and returned to the 5-dragon banner, assuming a defensive position. At this time, there was no one standing in Northern River's loose cultivator's original place. The only thing there were the 12 sword orbs, which had now gathered together. Northern River's loose cultivator's pitiful cry from earlier was also coming from the 12 sword orbs. Of the people present on the scene, almost no one noticed when Northern River's loose cultivator had escaped, not even the various true monarchs. Deceitful bastard, Immortal Master Copper Trigram muttered to himself. At the same time, he looked all around. But in front of absolute strength, petty tricks are useless. While speaking, Immortal Master Copper Trigram suddenly raised his fist and punched in the air. Do you really think you can hide from my senses? Northern River, you are too naive. Now, get ready to lose. When he punched, the cry of a dragon echoed throughout the surrounding area. Soon after, a golden dragon made of fist intent headed toward a certain place in the sky. The fist was simply tyrannical. Who would have thought that Immortal Master Copper Trigram had practiced such an overbearing fist technique? Still, this type of fist technique didn't really seem to fit his personality. But after thinking about it for a while, the people present felt that this notion was incorrect. Immortal Master Copper Trigram's personality? What did they even know about Immortal Master Copper Trigram's personality aside from the fact that he liked to perform shady divinations? Whenever people saw Copper Trigram, they would see him disguised as someone else, and even his personality would change accordingly. Perhaps this overbearing Copper Trigram was the real Copper Trigram? The overbearing golden dragon made of fist intent hit that place in the sky. Crack! It felt as though a layer of glass was shattered. Soon after, Northern River's loose cultivator's sorry figure appeared before everyone's eyes. At this time, he had various injuries caused by fire, ice, lightning, etc., on his body. But the most serious injury was on his chest, where the mark of a fist was visible. This injury was caused by Immortal Master Copper Trigram's overbearing fist just now. PFFF, in the sky, Northern River's loose cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. Although I've no idea how you managed to get away. You are done for this time. Northern River, get wrecked. Immortal Master Copper Trigram smiled, seemingly very satisfied. Soon after, he used his fists to repeatedly attack Northern River's loose cultivator in the sky. Golden dragons made of fist intent shot toward Northern River's loose cultivator one after another. Each fist was incredibly domineering, and the cry of a dragon could be heard each time. In addition, these 10 consecutive fists faintly reminded one of the 8 trigrams. They sealed all the space around Northern River's loose cultivator, preventing him from escaping. In the sky, Northern River's loose cultivator had nowhere to escape, and could only take the 10 fists head-on, ultimately falling from the sky. It's over. Immortal Master Copper Trigram had a satisfied expression on his face, but he was also somewhat disappointed. During this battle on the summit of the Forbidden City, he had ultimately given old Northern River a good beating. Still, it was a pity that the latter couldn't resist longer. But it was something to be expected. After all, the difference between a 6th-stage True Monarch and a 5th-stage Spiritual Emperor was very big. The fact that Northern River's loose cultivator had resisted for so long in a head-on battle was already pretty good. It's indeed over. Just as Immortal Master Copper Trigram was sighing with emotion, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. In the next moment, severe pain was transmitted from the back of his waist alongside a spiraling force. Aaaaah! Immortal Master Copper Trigram was sent flying, and due to the spiraling force, his whole body madly spun as he was in midair. Who sneak attacked me? Immortal Master Copper Trigram looked behind with the corner of his eye. Then, he discovered that Northern River's loose cultivator was standing behind him with a wicked smile on his face. But, more importantly, Northern River's aura was that of a 6th-stage True Monarch. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was dumbfounded. There was no mistaking, the aura coming from Northern River's loose cultivator's body was that of a 6th-stage True Monarch. At what time had this guy become a True Monarch? Damn swindler. Several months ago, didn't he say that he would break through the bottleneck of the 5th-stage realm while giving him a good beating during their battle on the summit of the Forbidden City? But now, he just turned around, and Northern River was already a True Monarch? But more importantly, how did this Northern River guy suddenly appear behind him? Who was the one in the sky? That absolutely wasn't a substitute or a puppet. Was it possible that it was a clone? Immortal Master Copper Trigram thought about a certain matter, something that all the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group had doubts about. As everyone knew, Northern River's loose cultivator was online almost every day. Regardless of when the message was sent, Northern River's loose cultivator would be the first one to reply. This was the reason he was known as the always-online holy warrior of the 9 provinces number 1 group. However, Northern River's loose cultivator also had to practice, look for treasures, refine pills, forge his life-bound magical treasure, and so on. Therefore, the members of the group wondered whether Northern River's loose cultivator had a special clone whose only task was to flood the group, for this would explain how he was always online. After thinking up to this point, Immortal Master Copper Trigram started to wonder if the one he had attacked up until now was the clone that Northern River's loose cultivator had created to flood the group. This thought had suddenly flashed through Immortal Master Copper Trigram's mind. Then, just as Copper Trigram was in deep thought, Northern River's loose cultivator trampled the ground with his foot, and dashed toward the flying Immortal Master Copper Trigram. He wanted to proceed with a follow-up attack. Hello, True Monarch Copper Trigram. Northern River's loose cultivator wore a friendly smile on his face as he said, "Please, remember to respectfully address me as Senior True Monarch Northern River from today onwards." This was the sentence that Immortal Master Copper Trigram had used to show off in front of Northern River's loose cultivator after revealing his power of the 6th-stage realm. Little did he expect that just a few minutes later, Northern River's loose cultivator would swap the names, and throw the sentence back at him. Didn't they say that for a gentleman to take his revenge, waiting 10 years wasn't too much? Why did he have to be this quick? In the next moment, Northern River's loose cultivator teleported beside Copper Trigram. "This battle is over," Northern River's loose cultivator said. Then, he started with his attack. Down right arrow, down left arrow XO. Not good. Immortal Master Copper Trigram knew that he was in a bad situation. Earlier, Northern River's loose cultivator gave him a spiraling punch in the back. At this time, he was still in midair, unable to dodge the incoming attack. He was going to suffer a double hit in midair. Cry, shout, yell obediently accept your beating. Northern River's loose cultivator started throwing punches. Bang, bang, bang. Northern River's loose cultivator didn't use any fancy stance or those 12 life-bound sword orbs. He only chased after Copper Trigram and threw quick attacks at him. He wanted to KO him before the shady fortune teller could recover. Ouch! Immortal Master Copper Trigram called out in pain. Unfortunately, he didn't have a clone like Northern River's loose cultivator. The fists directly hit his body, and each of them had that spiraling force behind, which made him feel sharp pain. Damn, was it possible that he was going to lose? No, he had to hold on for some more. He still had a powerful move in store for Northern River's loose cultivator. Even if he was going to lose, he had to use that move first. Thereupon, Immortal Master Copper Trigram gritted his teeth, and resisted Northern River's loose cultivator quick attacks. At the same time, he started to save the spiritual energy in his body. Then, just as Northern River's loose cultivator launched his 20th consecutive hit, Immortal Master Copper Trigram found a small opening, and took out his turtle shell. Bang, bang, bang. Northern River's loose cultivator's fists hit the turtle shell. Immortal Master Copper Trigram seized this opportunity to roll away, breaking free from Northern River's loose cultivator's combo. Copper Trigram finally managed to get away. Northern River's loose cultivator could only take his fists back while slightly panting, his eyes full of regret. It was really unfortunate that he wasn't able to take Immortal Master Copper Trigram down in one go. Now that Copper Trigram managed to get away from his combo, it wouldn't be easy to start another one. Northern River's loose cultivator had consumed a lot of his energy. The combo of fists just now looked rather simple, but Northern River's loose cultivator and Immortal Master Copper Trigram had been trying to cancel each other's moves out all along. Each of Northern River's loose cultivator's fists aimed at breaking Immortal Master Copper Trigram's defense first and then releasing that spiraling force to prevent him from counterattacking. Executing this combo of 20 moves was even more exhausting than using his big move with the 12 sword orbs from before, Night Sky. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was likewise gasping for breath, and his body was covered with fist marks. He could only grit his teeth and resist. At this time, his body was aching every time he moved. In addition, Northern River's attacks were truly insidious. He aimed at his kidneys, stomach, throat, face, and so on. The two looked at each other, ready to blast off. Immortal Master Copper Trigram gritted his teeth, and said, "Vile Northern River, I didn't expect that you have already reached the 6th stage True Monarch realm." "I could say the same about you," Northern River's loose cultivator replied. "I didn't expect that Northern River has also become a 6th stage True Monarch." This match was really worth looking at. Sun-splitting halberd Guada sighed with emotion. "This is a true battle of strategy," young Master Phoenix Slayer said. Fairy Lychee said, "Damn, I thought only Copper Trigram has reached the 6th stage. I didn't expect that Northern River has become a true monarch as well. These two guys are really sinister." Fairy Dongfang Six said, "The strategies used in the city are too deep. I want to return to the countryside." Fairy Dongfang Six, don't take offense, but there are big roads suitable for driving in the city, while the roads in our countryside are still under construction and can't withstand your power. Given your driving skills, you would surely dismantle our countryside if you were to drive there, treasure forging heavenly mansions, Yang Xian said. Fairy Dongfang Six said, "TSK, Yang Xian, are you tired of living? Do you really think I won't roll over you to death in a while if you don't shut up?" Song Shuhang. After a short moment. On the summit of the Forbidden City, the second round between Immortal Master Copper Trigram and Northern River's loose cultivator started. "Since both of us are in the same realm, you are no match for me, Copper Trigram." Northern River's loose cultivator stretched out his hand, and recalled the 12 sword orbs. Due to the limited time at his disposal, he hadn't had the time to reforge these 12 magical treasures after advancing to the 6th stage True Monarch realm. As such, they were still items of the 5th stage. During the 5th stage realm, these sword orbs allowed Northern River to increase the output of his power 12-fold when he was using his Night Sky move. But if he were to use them now that he was a 6th stage True Monarch, due to the lower realm of the sword orbs, his power while using Night Sky would increase only 3-fold. But a 3-fold increase was more than enough to take down Copper Trigram. Hee, don't get ahead of yourself, Northern River. Immortal Master Copper Trigram faintly smiled. Then, he took out that plain white cloth again, and covered up his body. Do you want to use your disguising technique to assume someone else's appearance? Whose appearance are you going to copy this time in order to distract me? Anyway, it doesn't matter whose appearance you assume. Since I already know that you are the one behind that face, you'll fall under my fist. Northern River's loose cultivator said in a grave tone. After saying this much, Northern River's loose cultivator moved. The 12 sword orbs floated beside his body, and a dazzling starry sky appeared once more. The starry sky that appeared this time was even more startling, and it ended up overshadowing the real sky. The move, 12 Swords of the Milky Way, Night Sky, immediately shrouded the white cloth and Copper Trigram. The white cloth was ripped open. In the next moment, all the cultivators saw a beautiful silhouette coming out from behind the ripped cloth. It was a woman whose beauty bedazzled all the cultivators on the scene. She wasn't that tall, but her slender figure was outstanding. Her skin was as white as snow, and one couldn't find the slightest defect. Her long hair was blonde, and her small feet exquisite, with toes like jade. Her eyes were black and bright, attracting everyone's attention like a streak of lightning in the night sky. She was a masterpiece of the Creator, a woman that surpassed nature itself. Dazzling, absolutely dazzling. She's even prettier than me, Fairy Dongfang Six said. I can't even compare to Copper Trigram. I unexpectedly can't even compare to Copper Trigram. Fairy Firefly muttered to herself. Perhaps it was the time to deliver Immortal Master Copper Trigram into space with her power of repulsion. Northern River, facing the imminent sword move, the golden-haired woman revealed a charming expression. I'm very scared. Her voice was illusory and indistinct. After hearing it, Shuhang found the voice very familiar. Still, this familiar-sounding voice was very strange. When Shuhang tried to recall where he had heard it, he first thought about his father's voice. When he did that, he felt that this illusory voice was very similar to his father's voice. Then, he recalled his mother's voice, and he got the weird feeling that the illusory voice was now similar to his mother's voice. After that, when he tried to recall the voice of the nearby Venerable White, he felt that the illusory voice was similar to Venerable White's voice. As such, he tried to recall the voices of the nearby fellow Daoists. Aaaaah, Fairy Lychee, Medicine Master, and other members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. He discovered that whenever he tried to recall the voice of a person, the illusory voice would change and start sounding the same as the voice of that person. This illusory voice was simply the jack of all trades when it came to voices. At the same time as that dazzling woman shyly spoke, Northern River's loose cultivator suddenly stopped in his tracks. Northern River stopped. Young Master Phoenix Slayer cried out in surprise. Then, he immediately thought of a certain possibility. Was it possible that this dazzling golden-haired woman was the female cultivator that Northern River's loose cultivator liked in the past? It wasn't only young Master Phoenix Slayer. All the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group that knew about this matter related to Northern River's loose cultivator liking a woman in the past reached the same conclusion. Copper Trigram actually used such a despicable move. He turned into Northern River's lover. Sun-splitting halberd Guada said. I didn't expect him to discover the appearance of the woman Northern River liked in the past. Still, I think he probably found a photo or portrait of this woman, and didn't ever hear her voice. Therefore, he used this illusory voice to confuse Northern River's loose cultivator, young Master Phoenix Slayer guessed. Northern River's loose cultivator really stopped his attack. Feelings are truly scary. He can't bring himself to make a move against his lover, even though he clearly knows that she's just Copper Trigram in disguise. Senior brother Three Realms sighed with emotion. Then, he said to Guogua, "Do you see how lucky monks like us are? No love, no sadness. Song Shuhang." Just as all the fellow Daoists were worrying about him, Northern River's loose cultivator suddenly laughed. However, it wasn't sorrowful laughter. "Copper Trigram, you are an idiot," Northern River's loose cultivator said. Chapter 898 Shocking, True Monarch Northern River's lover is actually a 3D virtual girl. After he had said this much, Northern River's loose cultivator's move, Night Sky, surrounded the enemy, trapping immortal Master Copper Trigram, who was now disguised as that dazzling woman, within the sword formation. That sword chi with 12 different properties exploded, and filled the whole airspace of the Forbidden City, trying to crush immortal Master Copper Trigram, who was inside the sword formation, to pieces. Northern River's loose cultivator didn't hold back while making his move. Actually, the might of the sword formation even increased a little. "Mom, things weren't supposed to go this way." In the sword formation, immortal Master Copper Trigram tried to resist the sword chi with his turtle shell and the 5-dragon banner. However, his defense was breached after 3 waves of sword chi attacks. Once his defense was breached, the sword chi continuously pricked his body. His body was now covered with blood, and he was in great agony. "Aaaaah!" Immortal Master Copper Trigram screamed in pain again and again. He hadn't expected that Northern River's loose cultivator was such a heartless man. While facing his previous lover, not only did he have no mercy, but also used even crueler methods. The situation was dire. He was bound to lose if things continued like this. He had to find a way to get out of this sword formation. "Old Northern River, I've misjudged you. Aaaaah, I've thought you were a person of affection and honor, but you've turned out to be cruel and merciless. You actually used such a vile method against your own lover. Aaaaah, I truly misjudged you." Immortal Master Copper Trigram scolded Northern River's loose cultivator while screaming in pain. He had now started with his verbal attacks. His current situation wasn't too good, and once Northern River's loose cultivator's Night Sky came to an end, he would very likely lose the match. Therefore, immortal Master Copper Trigram tried to use a verbal attack to shake Northern River's loose cultivator's determination. He only needed a small opening to get out of this sword formation that the Night Sky move had created. As long as he could get away, there was a chance he might be able to turn the tables and defeat the worn-down Northern River. He. Shady fortune teller, that's why I said that you were too naive. Did you really think that the girl you've disguised yourself as was my lover? Northern River's loose cultivator wasn't affected by immortal Master Copper Trigram's verbal attack, and concentrated on controlling Night Sky, mercilessly attacking Copper Trigram. Aaaaah! Impossible, the information I have can't be wrong. This golden-haired woman is definitely the female cultivator you loved several years ago, and this information can't be wrong. I also know that you and this female cultivator lived together for several years back in the days, as inseparable as a body and its shadow. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said, and took out a book with an iron sheet to resist the attack of the sword chi. Immortal Master Copper Trigram firmly believed in the source of his information, and he was 100% sure that it was correct. The golden-haired woman he had disguised himself as was none other than the female cultivator that Northern River's loose cultivator had loved a long time ago. Shady fortune teller, your ability to gather information is indeed outstanding, Northern River's loose cultivator said with a nod. Don't you have anything else to say? Northern River, you are truly a vicious and heartless man, Immortal Master Copper Trigram continued with his verbal attacks, and forcefully attributed terms like heartless man to Northern River's loose cultivator. But I have to say that your information isn't too correct, Northern River's loose cultivator said calmly. Foolish Copper Trigram, this golden-haired woman doesn't even exist, she's just an illusory existence. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was stunned. Actually, she's my inner demon, Northern River's loose cultivator continued. It's a long story, but back in those days, after I advanced to the 4th stage realm, some problems arose while I was practicing my cultivation technique, and an inner demon was born in my heart. Along with my strength increasing, my inner demon also kept getting stronger, almost making me lose my mind. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said angrily, Old Northern River, whom are you trying to fool? Do you think I know nothing about inner demons? Are you really trying to make me believe that your inner demon turned into a woman and lived several years with you? I haven't finished yet. Northern River's loose cultivator operated the sword formation, and attacked Copper Trigram's new defense. Then, he continued, since my inner demon kept getting stronger, I carried some scholarly and Buddhist texts with me, and made a trip outside the country in the hope of finding a quiet place where I could close up, calm my mind, and then defeat my inner demon. Then, just as I was abroad, I had a fortuitous encounter, and my inner demon materialized, assuming the shape of this golden-haired female cultivator. After materializing, the inner demon continually enticed me and used all sorts of tricks to make me fall. During the first year, I was basically unable to resist her enticement, and I nearly lost my mind several times. However, I needed only a year to thoroughly temper my will. Then, during the 4th year, I managed to get rid of this inner demon once for all. From then on, my mind and heart became stainless. Finally, I condensed a golden core and advanced to the 5th stage. Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Now that you know the whole story, you should understand, Northern River's loose cultivator continued. Still, when you've changed into my inner demon a moment ago, you gave me scare. But since I have already defeated my inner demon once, I'm not afraid of defeating it a second time. Immortal Master Copper Trigram became silent. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly apologized, Old Northern River, I'm sorry. I didn't think that this golden-haired woman was your inner demon instead of your lover. Are you now planning to apologize and beg for mercy? It's already too late, get wrecked. Northern River's loose cultivator suddenly shouted. His sword chi slashed open that book covered in iron, and attacked Copper Trigram's body again. Now that his defense had been routed, it was time to beat this shady fortune teller until making him kneel on the ground and cry. I wasn't going to beg for mercy. I just wanted to say that this matter stemmed from outside my anticipations. I didn't expect that the woman you loved in the past was an imaginary woman. Just by hearing this story, I became sad, and was moved to tears. Immortal Master Copper Trigram faintly sighed, and continued, in that case, do you now have a girlfriend, Old Northern River? This story is really sad. Northern River's loose cultivator. Die, you bastard. Sword light exploded once again. This time around, Immortal Master Copper Trigram didn't have any other defense left at his disposal. Therefore, he could only use his body to resist the explosive sword light. 15 breaths later. Both the sword chi and the sword formation on the summit of the Forbidden City dispersed. At this time, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was lying on the ground half dead, unable to stage a comeback. Painful, I'm going to die. Fellow Daoist Medicine Master, I need medical treatment, Copper Trigram weakly said to Medicine Master. The nearby Northern River's loose cultivator put his 12 sword orbs away, panting like an ox. He had consumed a huge amount of energy, but it had been completely worth it. In the end, he had been the one to have the last laugh in this battle on the summit of the Forbidden City. The only thing he regretted was not beating Immortal Master Copper Trigram until making him cry. Below, the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group started to discuss. The battle between the 2 true monarchs had given a lot of inspirations to the various fellow Daoists, especially since the 2 true monarchs had just advanced to this new realm. As such, there wasn't too much of a difference between them and the other fellow Daoists of the 5th stage. The fellow Daoists greatly benefited from watching this duel. It's over. Northern River's loose cultivator is the winner, right? Young Master Phoenix Slayer blinked his eyes. Phoenix Slayer didn't dare to be too sure. What if the copper trigram lying on the ground turned out to be a clone as well? Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram was defeated. I'm sure that the one lying on the ground is not a clone or a substitute. Fellow Daoist Northern River is the winner of this battle on the summit of the Forbidden City, the nearby Venerable White said with a nod. No referee was appointed for this battle. After all, it was a duel between people in the group, and no one was going to act shamelessly after losing. The members of the Daily Cultivator, Secret Information Center, and Shuhang Broadcasting Station put away their video recording and streaming tools, looking very satisfied. Then, they took out their notebooks, and started to write down the draft. The draft the reporter of the Daily Cultivator wrote was close to what had actually happened. The title was very long. During a special night of full moon, a battle between two newly promoted true monarchs took place on the summit of the Forbidden City. Then, everything that happened during the battle was described in detail. The information was realistic, and not exaggerated. The article was written in good faith. The draft of the Secret Information Center put more emphasis on the ending. September 1st, the battle between two spiritual emperors suddenly turned into a battle between two true monarchs. Northern River's loose cultivator ultimately crushed Immortal Master Copper Trigram and obtained victory. The draft of the Shuhang Broadcasting Station was rather original. Their news was more of the gossipy type. The title of their draft was, "Shocking, this girl was unexpectedly True Monarch Northern River's Dao companion." 99% of the country knew nothing about it. From where Song Shuhang was standing, he could see the draft of the reporter of the Shuhang Broadcasting Station. It seemed that this reporter had fully mastered the art of clickbait titles in vogue on the internet. After seeing this title, people wouldn't resist the urge to click on it. Tomorrow, after this news was out, the world of cultivators would know that Senior Northern River's lover was a 3D virtual girl. How would Senior Northern River react to this news? After taking a look at the drafts, Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and took out a flying sword and 2 wooden boxes. The 2 wooden boxes were the gifts that True Monarch Yellow Mountain had prepared for Northern River's loose cultivator and Immortal Master Copper Trigram. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was busy with something today, and he couldn't come here. Therefore, he entrusted Song Shuhang with giving these 2 gifts to Northern River and Copper Trigram. As for the flying sword, it was the one that Scholar Drunken's son used today to deliver a treasure to Song Shuhang. The flying sword originally belonged to Northern River's loose cultivator, and Shuhang was now planning to return it to its rightful owner. Thereupon, Song Shuhang carried the 2 boxes and the flying sword along, and headed toward the summit of the Forbidden City alongside Senior Medicine Master. But just as they were halfway, a space crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and a round and plump pig stepped out of it. The pig was very round, and perhaps because it was too fat, its neck was no longer visible. Both its body and head looked like spheres, with 4 short legs attached to the former. Lightning was entwining the body of the pig, emitting crackling sounds. Although the pig looked somewhat cute, the aura emanating from its huge body was frightening. This pig was extremely powerful. Immortal Master Copper Trigram and Northern River's loose cultivator on the summit of the Forbidden City, and also the fellow Daoists below, all became alert. Everyone was closely watching the huge pig. Huff, huff, huff. After appearing in midair, the huge pig gasped for breath again and again. "I'm dead tired, can't even move my body. Why did I even travel to such a distant place? I'm tired, I want to rest," the huge pig muttered to itself. After saying this much, it looked downward, gazing at the crowd below. In the end, the vision of the huge pig fell on Venerable White's body. After checking a bit, it discovered that there were no mistakes. That aura came from the body of this young venerable. "Young venerable, can I ask you a question?" the huge pig asked after looking at Venerable White. Venerable White nodded his head. "What question?" "Are you the person that activated the Jade Lake realm?" the huge pig asked. Venerable White replied, "Yes, it's me." "Is there a problem?" Huff, huff, huff. "How can I explain it? Personally speaking, I'm not really looking forward to seeing the Jade Lake realm restored, and I'm not the only one. There are a lot of people that don't wish for the Jade Lake realm to make a resurgence," the huge pig said. Venerable White smiled, and said, "So what? In that case, can I trouble you to seal the Jade Lake realm again, eh?" Just as it was speaking, the huge pig saw the not-too-distant Song Shuhang. Coincidentally, Song Shuhang had also raised his head, and happened to look at the huge pig. Song Shuhang found the huge pig somewhat familiar. He guessed that he'd likely met this huge pig on the mysterious island, where part of his memories had been sealed. Song Shuhang had regained a small part of the memories he lost on the mysterious island, and he faintly remembered that he had met the Buddhist nun Nine Lanterns there, the same person that had locked up Lady Onion for 300 years. After that, he'd even dug a hole somewhere on the mysterious island alongside Nine Lanterns. Some of the scenes that resurfaced in his mind were related to this huge pig before his eyes. Tisk, after seeing Song Shuhang, the huge pig clicked its tongue. Then, it looked at Venerable White again, and said, "Fellow Daoist, whatever I said earlier lost meaning. You can act as if nothing has happened." Venerable White calmly nodded his head, and said, "No problem. In that case, I'll take my leave. This was a fruitless trip. I've wasted so much energy for nothing." The huge pig sighed. Then, it turned its body around, and headed toward the space crack. But after taking a few steps, it suddenly stopped. At this time, on the summit of the Forbidden City, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was struggling to get up while talking tough. "Northern River, you win this time. But the next time, I'll beat you until you start crying." The corner of Northern River's loose cultivator's mouth twitched, and he was about to reply. But right at this time, a huge silhouette appeared between Northern River's loose cultivator and Immortal Master Copper Trigram. It was that huge pig. The huge pig, who was planning to leave just a moment ago, whizzed in front of Immortal Master Copper Trigram, its speed shocking. Next, a layer of light covered its whole body as it started to magically change its appearance. After the light faded, the huge pig had transformed into a handsome middle-aged man. He was wearing a white and black dual-colored long robe as it revealed an attractive smile in front of Immortal Master Copper Trigram. "Lonely girl, don't you feel cold? Do you want this uncle to warm you up a little?" The huge pig, who had now transformed into a middle-aged man, waved its folding fan and smiled gently. Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Northern River's loose cultivator. Song Shuhang. The fellow Daoists below. Was this some technique to harass girls from 10,000 years ago? Cough. Immortal Master Copper Trigram shook his head, and said, "Thank you, but there is no need. Girl, don't be shy. This uncle will be very gentle. We can first chat about our life experiences, discuss sentiment, talk about love and whatnot. Right, recently, I was refining a batch of super good golden pills that are very good for stabilizing one's realm. Since you've just advanced to the 6th stage, you just happen to need these pills. Don't you want to follow this uncle and eat several golden pills that will help you a lot?" The huge pig didn't give up. The corner of Immortal Master Copper Trigram's mouth twitched, and he quickly waved his hand. "No need, there is really no need. Girl, don't be this shy." After saying this much, the huge pig, who had now transformed into a middle-aged man, stretched out its hand, and firmly grabbed Immortal Master Copper Trigram's small hand. Then, it looked at Immortal Master Copper Trigram with a gaze full of love. "Girl, do you know something? Since the moment I saw you, I knew that you were the one. Come, touch my heart. Look how fast it's beating." After saying this much, the huge pig spared no effort and pressed Immortal Master Copper Trigram's hand on its chest. Immortal Master Copper Trigram really wanted to die at this time. "Let's go, girl. Although I don't know your name yet, I really wish to let you know everything about me and make you soar into the sky. Let's build a happy future together." The huge pig was very serious about it, and even said these shameful and mushy lines. Then, it moved its other hand, preparing to hold Immortal Master Copper Trigram's waist. Immortal Master Copper Trigram moved to one side, dodging those authentic pig hands. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he said, "Fellow Daoist, is this how you flirt with every other girl?" The huge pig shook its head. "No. Actually, it's my first time flirting with a girl." The pig was speaking the truth. Since the day it had started practicing up until now, it had never fallen in love. But today, its dead heart started to pulsate again as it saw this golden-haired female cultivator. It was simply unable to suppress this strange feeling welling up in its heart. Was this what they called love? The pig had never expected that it would eventually get to experience something as melodramatic as love at first sight. Therefore, it decided that it had to carry off this golden-haired female cultivator at all costs. That way, the two of them would be able to chat about their life experiences, discuss sentiment, and talk about love in peace. Then, after they had thoroughly fallen in love, they could give birth to several children. That ending would be simply perfect. When it pulled the hand of this golden-haired female cultivator, the huge pig felt that its heartbeat had increased even further, to the point that its incurable sloth cancer had also started to get better. "I feel like I should give you a piece of advice," Immortal Master Copper Trigram said. "Now that it's so easy to share information, you should find the time to look for some TV series, movies, or novels about love and learn some techniques to flirt with girls. Otherwise, with your current skills, you will remain single for a lifetime. It's not a problem. After we go back, we can watch these movies and TV series about love together and get to know how it feels to be in love," the huge pig said happily. "That's why I said that you'd remain single for a lifetime. Because you are too goddamn blind." Immortal Master Copper Trigram sighed, and said, "Actually, I'm a man. I look like a woman only because I applied some makeup and disguised as one. Do you understand now? There can't be any future between us." "A man?" The huge pig, who had now transformed into a middle-aged man, was dumbfounded. It opened its eyes wide and stared at Immortal Master Copper Trigram. "Yes, I'm a man. If you don't believe me, I can remove this makeup and show you, alright?" Immortal Master Copper Trigram said. The huge pig suddenly laughed, looking very happy. "If you are a man, that's even better." Immortal Master Copper Trigram had a bad premonition. "Actually, compared to my male form, I prefer the female one." After saying this much, the pig, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, magically changed its appearance again. This time, it turned into a beautiful silver-haired woman wearing a pure white dress. She had 6 pairs of wings on her back, and was giving off a holy aura from all over the body. A member of that clan of divine beasts, the White Crane clan, the nearby Northern River's loose cultivator said in amazement. When the opposite party changed form, they looked very similar to True Monarch White Crane from the 9 Provinces number 1 group, the difference being that the number of wings on the back of the opposite party was even higher. "No, the White Crane clan you've mentioned is actually a branch of my clan." The silver-haired woman faintly smiled, and said, "The members of my clan have a total of 36 transformations, and each transformation has different properties. The White Crane clan is a branch that inherited the powers of the crane form present in the bloodline of my clan. Amidst the 36 transformations of my clan, the crane form is a pretty good one. This elder sister was really incredible. In short, the clan of this silver-haired woman was the clan from which True Monarch White Crane's bloodline had originated. It was one hell of a bloodline, really cool. Dear, let's go. The silver-haired woman happily stretched out her hand, and grabbed Immortal Master Copper Trigram. I discovered that I like you more and more. When I'm with you, my heart keeps beating like crazy, and even my sloth cancer was cured. Such being the case, let's head back and chat about love. Next year, we'll make several babies. She felt that her heart was beating really fast, just as though it was about to jump out of her chest. Due to her heartbeat speeding up, even her face turned red. This feeling was really wonderful. Was this how one felt when they were in love? Immortal Master Copper Trigram was dumbfounded. After the silver-haired woman dragged him along for several steps, he had a big bad premonition. If he got taken away, wouldn't he become a breeding machine, and be forced to raise the children in the nest day and night? No. This future wasn't the future he wanted. He had to stop everything. Wait a moment. Fellow Daoist, no need to be in such a hurry, Immortal Master Copper Trigram called out. Actually, I was deceiving you. I'm actually a woman, a woman. It doesn't matter. Whether you are a man or a woman, it doesn't make a difference, the silver-haired woman said coyly. I can accept you regardless. If you are a woman, you can bear the children. If you are a man, I can bear them. My race has all sorts of different forms, it's very convenient. After saying this much, she kept pulling Immortal Master Copper Trigram along. That was to be expected. The clan of the opposite party was the one from which True Monarch White Crane's bloodline originated. If True Monarch White Crane could change its gender for love, the other party, whose bloodline was even stronger, could easily do the same. Copper Trigram had to quickly think of something else. Immortal Master Copper Trigram clenched his teeth, and said, Fellow Daoist, wait a moment. Actually, there is already someone I like. Ah. The body of the silver-haired woman stiffened. There is someone you like? Yes, there is someone I like, it's him. Immortal Master Copper Trigram grabbed Northern River's loose cultivator, and said, I'm deeply in love with him. His name is Northern River, and he's my lover. We deeply love each other, get lost. Northern River's loose cultivator snapped, then said honestly, Copper Trigram is lying. We aren't lovers, and I don't even like him. Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Are you trying to deceive me? The silver-haired woman turned her head around, and looked at Immortal Master Copper Trigram. A dangerous light flashed in her eyes. No, I'm not deceiving you. Actually, it's like this. Right, this is unrequited love. I've been secretly in love with Northern River's loose cultivator all along, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said in all seriousness. Therefore, you'll have to forgive me, but I already have someone I like. I can't fall in love with you. PFFF. Northern River's loose cultivator couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of saliva after hearing these words. Copper Trigram, you bastard, if you want to seek death, why are you dragging me along? At the same time, Northern River's loose cultivator also looked at the members of the Daily Cultivator, Secret Information Center, and Shuhang Broadcasting Station, below. The reporters had pens in their hands and were quickly writing. It's over, Northern River's loose cultivator said, dejected. He could see the news. Immortal Master Copper Trigram was secretly in love with Northern River's loose cultivator, love affair between the two, spreading far and wide in the world of cultivators tomorrow at dawn. His life was over. Northern River's loose cultivator had started to wonder if he would even be able to find a suitable girlfriend in the future. Shady fortune teller, I'll tear you to pieces. In the meantime, Shuhang put some distance between himself and the others. A wise man should stay low-key when it was time to stay low-key. For example, now wasn't the time to keep a high profile. If he approached Immortal Master Copper Trigram and Northern River's loose cultivator right now, the anxious Immortal Master Copper Trigram would surely drag him down as well, involving him in this love triangle with Copper Trigram and Northern River. Therefore, as a wise man, he would keep a low profile. The silver-haired woman didn't move for a long time. In the end, she faintly sighed, and said, "It's really a pity. Yes, it's really a pity." After hearing these words, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was inwardly happy. Then, he tried to comfort the silver-haired woman. "Unfortunately, something like love can't be forced upon others, but I'm sure that you'll be able to find a better partner than me in the future. There are a lot of men in this world, and most of the cultivators on the scene are dragons among men. You should take another look, perhaps you'll find someone else you like." The silver-haired woman desolately shook her head. "That's impossible, since the day I was born up until now, which amounts to several tens of thousands of years, I've met countless humans, demons, monsters, celestial beings, and even divine beasts and spirit beasts. But aside from you, I've never met anyone that could move my heart." The corner of Immortal Master Copper Trigram's mouth twitched. He had no idea how to comfort the opposite party. "Therefore, I thought about it and made up my mind," the silver-haired woman said resolutely. "Even if I can't get your heart, it's fine as long as I can get your body." Immortal Master Copper Trigram had another very bad premonition. What kind of logic is this? Darling, stories about overbearing CEOs aren't that popular anymore. Fellow Daoist, you can't. If there isn't love, there can't be happiness between two people. You should think about it again, don't act on impulse. Immortal Master Copper Trigram said in a hurry. But the silver-haired woman had already made her decision. She suddenly stretched out her hand, and grabbed Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Immortal Master Copper Trigram wasn't able to revolt in the slightest when she grabbed him. Even if he had just fought with Northern River's loose cultivator and was weakened, Immortal Master Copper Trigram was still a 6th-stage True Monarch. And yet, a 6th-stage True Monarch was as weak as a little child in the hands of this silver-haired woman. After grabbing Immortal Master Copper Trigram, the silver-haired woman wore a sweet smile on her face and hugged Copper Trigram as though he was a princess. Copper Trigram struggled with all his might, but he was unable to do anything. "Goodbye, everyone. The next time we meet, I'll offer you wedding sweets and wedding wine." The silver-haired woman politely waved her hand at the people present. In addition, she faintly smiled at Song Shuhang. After that, she raised her foot and stepped forward. In the next moment, a space gate was opened in midair. The silver-haired woman held Immortal Master Copper Trigram in her embrace, and stepped toward that space gate. Was this silver-haired woman a 9th-stage tribulation transcender? "Fellow Daoist, please wait a moment." Venerable White's voice echoed at this time. After taking one step, the silver-haired woman was already inside the space gate. After hearing Venerable White's voice, she curiously turned her head around, asking, "Young Venerable, is something the matter?" Immortal Master Copper Trigram's eyes immediately lit up as he shouted, "Senior White, save me." At this time, he could only beg the super-lucky Senior White to save him from the evil clutches of this silver-haired woman. However, Venerable White shook his head, and said to Immortal Master Copper Trigram, "I'm sorry, Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram, but I'm unable to defeat her, and if she wants to carry you off, there is nothing I can do to stop her." At first glance, this silver-haired woman seemed to have the strength of a venerable. In addition, there was also a faint smell of blood coming from her body. It was clear that she was injured. However, it was impossible for her to be just a venerable. Since she could open a space gate so easily, it meant that she was at least a 9th-stage tribulation transcender. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, then, with a serious expression on his face, Venerable White said, "Fellow Daoist, it's going to be very difficult for me to stop you from taking Immortal Master Copper Trigram away, therefore, if you really have to take Fellow Daoist Copper Trigram away, can I ask you to treat him well, not to make things difficult for him, and not do something that goes against his wishes?" As Venerable White was speaking, his life-bound flying sword, Meteor Sword, started to emit small buzzing sounds. If the opposite party didn't even agree to these simple conditions, Venerable White couldn't let her easily carry off Copper Trigram. "You don't have to worry about it. I'm deeply in love with him, and I won't make things difficult for him, let alone injure him. Actually, if anyone wants to injure him, they would have to get past my corpse first," the silver-haired woman said in all seriousness. After several tens of thousands of years, she had found someone that could move her heart. Therefore, how could she let this person die so easily? However, while speaking of getting moved, she couldn't help but quietly glance at Venerable White again. Aside from this Copper Trigram guy in her embrace, this young Venerable also seemed capable of moving her heart. But the silver-haired woman immediately shook her head. There was no way she could betray her love. After finding with much difficulty, and after so many years, someone that made her fall in love at first sight, how could she destroy this love due to unfaithful thoughts? After thinking up to this point, she hugged Immortal Master Copper Trigram even more tightly. "I'm relieved, then," Venerable White said with a nod. "In that case, let us meet another time, young Venerable." The silver-haired woman waved at Venerable White and drilled in the space crack, bringing Immortal Master Copper Trigram along. She felt that it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, if she started to develop feelings for this young Venerable, it would be troublesome. She didn't want to be an unfaithful woman. The space crack gradually closed. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, Wait a moment. Song Shuhang waved the wooden box, and shouted, "Senior Copper Trigram, I still have this small gift I need to give you. It's something from Senior Yellow Mountain." Immortal Master Copper Trigram bitterly looked at Song Shuhang, and before the space gate could close completely, he waved his hand, and sighed. "Forget about it. I'll leave it to you, little friend Shuhang." Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. But in the next moment, the space gate closed, and Copper Trigram and the silver-haired woman disappeared. Song Shuhang held the wooden box with his stiff hand. Then, he sighed, and put away Immortal Master Copper Trigram's gift. He would give it to Senior Copper Trigram the next time he met him. Next, Shuhang turned his body around, and took out another wooden box and a flying sword, giving them to Senior Northern River. "Senior Northern River, this is a small gift that True Monarch Yellow Mountain asked me to give you." True Monarch Yellow Mountain didn't have the time to come over, and thus gave this task to me. "This flying sword is yours, and Scholar Drunken Heaven asked me to return it to you." "Thank you, little friend Shuhang. In addition, it's not Scholar Drunken Heaven, but Scholar Drunken Goon." Northern River's loose cultivator took the wooden box and the flying sword, and also pointed out the mistake Song Shuhang had made. "Oh, right, Scholar Drunken Kun. I almost forgot his name. I wonder when he will show his divinity in front of the masses. His Daoist name is really too troublesome," Song Shuhang said, sighing with emotion. "It's not easy to show one's divinity in front of the masses. Up until now, no senior in the 9 provinces number 1 group managed to do so," Northern River's loose cultivator said with a smile. The path to immortality was a very long one. But as long as one fearlessly marched toward this objective, they would one day be able to reach it. After putting the wooden box and the flying sword away, Northern River's loose cultivator gazed at the reporters below, who were quickly writing something. Given his eyesight of the 6th stage, he only needed to revolve the spiritual energy in his eyes to see clearly the text on their draft. At this time, the members of the Daily Cultivator, Secret Information Center, and Shengang Broadcasting Station were writing their second draft. Tonight's battle on the summit of the Forbidden City was already enough to fill several pages with text. As if that wasn't enough, at the end of the battle, an old senior, who seemed to be a tribulation transcender, made a dazzling appearance, and confessed to Immortal Master Copper Trigram. The reporters of the Daily Cultivator and Secret Information Center were decent men, and had some moral integrity. As such, they truthfully described the event from two different points of view. But the reporters of the Shuhang broadcasting station were utterly shameless. The title of their draft was one of those second-rate, clickbait titles: shocking, you will never guess who the person Immortal Master Copper Trigram loves is. At this time, Northern River's loose cultivator really regretted inviting the reporters of the Shuhang broadcasting station. He wondered what he had smoked to do something so stupid. He had truly dug his own grave. The curtain fell on the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City. In the end, the reporters and the fellow Daoists that Northern River's loose cultivator had invited slowly dispersed. The fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group stayed behind. Since it was rare to be all together, they decided to seize this opportunity to go somewhere and have a chat and drink some tea, as well as discuss the things that had happened recently. For example, the recent moves of the Netherworld realm, which was continuously luring ordinary people and animals, causing them to fall, as well as the other recent news of the world of cultivators. We should also get down. Northern River's loose cultivator gazed at the deserted summit of the Forbidden City, feeling a little lonely. He defeated Immortal Master Copper Trigram with much difficulty, but Copper Trigram was ultimately kidnapped and carried off. As a result, Northern River's loose cultivator's sense of accomplishment was greatly diminished. Shuhang nodded his head. He gazed at the huge moon in the sky and Beijing's nighttime scenery while standing on the summit of the Forbidden City. The whole city was shrouded in smog, giving off a dreamlike feeling. Let's go. Perhaps I should look for Senior Medicine Master so that I can make some money? Shuhang said in a soft voice. Money. I also want to make money. Let's make money together. Senior Sister Yi said as she waved her small fist. Earlier, after Shuhang told her that she didn't need to worry about money and it was fine as long as she was happy, she cast off all worries, and spent as much as she wanted. Thereupon, Yi didn't hold back, and bought a lot of things under Fairy Dongfang Six strong recommendation. The speed at which she spent money increased exponentially, and she spent something like 6 million renminbi in the end. Shuhang only had around 3.6 million renminbi with him. As such, he gave Fairy Dongfang Six 3 million renminbi, and owed her another 3 million. The speed at which he was going into debt was truly something. Anyway, 3 million renminbi were nothing for Fairy Dongfang Six. Therefore, she decided to cancel this debt on Yi's behalf. However, Yi and Shuhang were still embarrassed after this turn of events. As such, they decided to look for Senior Medicine Master and learn how to make money. Just now, Shuhang happened to have several places where he could spend this money. Northern River's loose cultivator jumped down from the summit of the Forbidden City, leaving the place. Shuhang was also preparing to leave, but right at this time, a sealed letter whizzed over from afar, and fell in his hand. This method seemed somewhat similar to the document-delivering flying sword. However, Shuhang only saw the letter, and not the flying sword. Senior Sister Yi quickly checked the letter, and said, "It's a very ordinary letter, and there is no hidden mechanism or poison concealed within. You can open it without worries." Shuhang nodded his head, and opened the letter. A toothpick was stuffed in there, and there were also some huge characters written on the paper inside. Summit of the Forbidden City, Night of Full Moon. A sword from the north, Otherworldly Flying Demon. Then, there was the picture of a chibi hamster in the place of the signature. Shuhang. Was this a letter of challenge? When he saw the picture of the hamster, Shuhang immediately recalled the demonic hamster that dragged him to that battle arena during the battle between the scholarly faction and the demons of the netherworld. The demonic hamster was seemingly Senior White 2's subordinate. The last time he came looking for him, bringing back the Demo-Dragon medicine was one of its tasks. Given their relationship, the opposite party couldn't be considered an enemy. But, Song Shuhang found that demonic hamster very troublesome. Its train of thought was rather strange, and Song Shuhang didn't know how to deal with it. Thereupon, it was better to tear this letter of challenge to pieces. Song Shuhang calmly tore the letter, and acted as if he hadn't seen it. As Song Shuhang tore the letter, a flustered voice was transmitted from a place 200 meters away from them. Damn! Song Shuhang, are you an idiot? Why did you tear my letter of challenge to pieces? The demonic hamster also came out in the next moment. Like the last time, it was wearing that elegant and spotless white robe. This guy unexpectedly dared to appear in public even though it was a demon of the netherworld? Wasn't it afraid that Song Shuhang would call the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group over here and make them kill the demon? The demonic hamster jumped a few times, and arrived beside Song Shuhang. Then, it stretched out its hand, and the toothpick-like sword in the letter flew back to it, sliding into the sheath hanging from its waist. Why did you tear my letter of challenge? The demonic hamster glared at Song Shuhang with its small eyes. Song Shuhang said, because I reject your challenge. How can you do that? I came over from such a distant place to challenge you, and you don't want to fight against me? The demonic hamster stamped its foot in anger. Recently, I went through a lot of trouble to revise my Otherworldly Flying Demon technique. Now, I'm 100% confident that I'll be able to break through your turtle-like defense. This time, I'll surely defeat you, and make you kneel and beg for forgiveness. You can't reject my challenge, since I know that you want to beat me until making me kneel and beg for forgiveness. Why should I accept your challenge? I won't change my mind. I still reject your challenge, Song Shuhang said with a smile. After hearing Song Shuhang's words, the demonic hamster said happily, really? ? Song Shuhang was confused. He clearly rejected the challenge of the demonic hamster. As such, why did the hamster suddenly become so happy? Was there some kind of misunderstanding between the two? If that's the case, it's truly great, the demonic hamster said, delighted. Then, it stretched out its hand, and a dome-like formation covered both the hamster and Song Shuhang. This was the same, battle arena dimension, where it had dragged Song Shuhang the last time. It was a one-time use independent space. Crap! Song Shuhang cursed. Could this demonic hamster even understand human language? He clearly rejected the challenge. Now, let us battle, the demonic hamster said. Who the hell wants to battle with you? I refuse. I want to reject your challenge. Song Shuhang said angrily. At the same time, he turned his head in Senior White's direction, and shouted, Senior White, seniors, help me. The previous time he was dragged inside the battle arena dimension, it was Venerable White who sent Meteor Sword there and carried him out. It's useless. No one can hear you. This time around, my master revised and upgraded the battle arena dimension. Aside from you, no one can feel the presence of this arena. Actually, since I came over, your friends lost the ability to see us, the demonic hamster said smugly. When it came to the main world this time, the hamster activated a formation that its master had given to it. With the protection of this formation, unless one was a 9th stage tribulation transcender, they could forget about seeing this small hamster. In the eyes of the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces #1 group, Song Shuhang, who was originally standing on the summit of the Forbidden City, suddenly disappeared, even faster than someone that had teleported away. Clearly delighted, the demonic hamster continued, in addition, it doesn't matter if you agree to the duel or not, the outcome will be the same. Even if you reject the challenge, you'll be dragged into the battle arena once I activate it, and the duel will begin, unless your plan is just to stand there and allow me to give you a good thrashing. After saying this much, the demonic hamster swung its white robe backward, and took out its toothpick-sized long sword, its expression serious. Although I already introduced this sword once, I'll introduce it again. The name of this sword is Corpse Cutter, and it is a rare treasure of the 4th stage rank. It's 6.47 centimeters long, and weighs 0.5 grams. Although somewhat small, it's an unusually sharp weapon that can easily cut through the true yuan, protecting the bodies of cultivators of the 4th stage. Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang, let's duel now. Take out your treasured saber. Even if you use that defense of the 5th stage like the last time, I don't mind. This time, my otherworldly flying demon technique will surely cut your turtle-like defense to pieces, the demonic hamster said proudly. I don't have any of those talismans left, Song Shuhang said. That's truly regrettable, and here I was thinking of testing my sword technique on that defense of the 5th stage. The demonic hamster raised its toothpick-sized sword, and made a stabbing motion. Come. Since you don't have any of those damnable talismans, let's have a proper contest. Song Shuhang had a bitter expression on his face. From the looks of it, there was no way of avoiding this battle. No need to be this pessimistic. If you can defeat me, incorrect, you have no chance of defeating me. In that case, regardless of victory or defeat, as long as you accompany me for a duel, I'll give you a gift, the demonic hamster said. But I'm not interested in this gift of yours, Song Shuhang said. In that case, let's cut the crap and start the duel, alright? The demonic hamster didn't speak further, and raised the sword in its hand, dashing toward Song Shuhang with some exquisite footwork. The hamster then stabbed toward Shuhang. The sword wasn't that fast, but it was continuously changing direction. The sword tip would unpredictably change position each time, apparently aiming at Song Shuhang's weak spots. Song Shuhang used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork to move a few steps, but the sharp sword of the demonic hamster also changed direction, making Song Shuhang feel an impending danger. Otherworldly Flying Demon, revised version. Now die. The demonic hamster introduced the name of its own technique. This sword attack was very powerful, and Song Shuhang felt that he had no chance of evading it. He felt as if his whole body had been pressed down and was about to get trampled upon. Song Shuhang took out the treasured saber broken tyrant out of his size-reducing purse. How is the situation? Do you think you can resist this sword attack? Senior Sister Yi Si asked Song Shuhang through their mental connection. I'm unable to take this attack head-on. The swordsmanship of that hamster is pretty good, and its strength surpasses mine by a whole great realm. I can't defeat it unless I tell the nucleus in my heart aperture to summon a lotus flower and suck the hamster dry, but if I do that, the demonic hamster will turn into a dead hamster, Song Shuhang replied honestly. This demonic hamster was Senior White 2's subordinate, and Song Shuhang had to give Senior White 2 some face. As such, he couldn't casually put the hamster to death. The opposite party isn't attacking you with the intention to kill. Don't you want to seize this opportunity to improve your fighting skills? Senior Sister Yi Si asked. Song Shuhang replied, no need. Nothing good would come out after fighting with this demonic hamster. In addition, if he wanted to hone his fighting skills, he had plenty of other ways, and there was no need to get experience points from this demonic hamster. But compared to getting experience points, Song Shuhang was more interested in finding a way to break this otherworldly flying demon technique. Their whole mental exchange took place in an instant. With a smile, Senior Sister Yi Si said, in that case, Song Shuhang said, I'll let you experience my new skill. 3 heads and 6 arms technique. Before the sharp sword of the demonic hamster could stab him, 2 pretty faces, as well 2 pairs of arms, drilled out of Song Shuhang's shoulder area. The face of that woman with the beauty mark and Senior Sister Yi Si's came out at the same time. Then, a delicate hand grabbed Song Shuhang's treasured saber broken tyrant. I'm not very good with saber techniques, Senior Sister Yi Si said with a smile. In the next moment, she tightly grabbed the treasured saber, and slashed at a tricky angle. Senior Sister Lychee didn't use any saber technique. She just relied on her sharp eyes and quick hands to find the weak spots of the sword technique of the demonic hamster and slash down. Clang! The almost perfect sword attack of the demonic hamster was blocked. As if that wasn't enough, a huge force was transmitted from the blade of the treasured saber-broken tyrant to its body. The slash sent the demonic hamster flying. Squeak, 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 the demonic hamster loudly squeaked. Its body crashed against the edge of the battle arena, where it was blocked by an invisible wall, ultimately falling to the ground. You lost. Song Shuhang laughed. I refuse to accept this defeat. What the hell is with this 3 heads and 6 arms thing? The demonic hamster said angrily. Song Shuhang waved the treasured saber-broken tyrant, and said calmly, this is my unique version of the 3 heads and 6 arms technique. I went through a lot of trouble to learn it. Why are you refusing to accept your defeat? The demonic hamster blinked its eyes, and said, is this really a unique version of the 3 heads and 6 arms technique? What, are you scared? Song Shuhang said. Who is scared? It's that just your technique is somewhat strange. Look how I break it, the demonic hamster said angrily. Then, it picked its toothpick-sized sword again, and dashed toward Song Shuhang. Otherworldly Flying Demon. Clang! Squeak, 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 damn it, why does your 3 heads and 6 arms technique has the strength of the 5th stage? Afraid? Aaaaah! Who is afraid? Otherworldly Flying Demon. Clang! Squeak, 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 Otherworldly Flying Demon. Clang! Squeak, 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 the same scene repeated over and over again. It didn't matter how perfect the Otherworldly Flying Demon technique the demonic hamster displayed was. Before it could even reach Song Shuhang's body, Senior Sister Lychee would swing the treasured saber-broken tyrant in her hand and slash down. Afterward, the pitiful hamster would get sent flying and fall to the ground. This is getting annoying. It hasn't given up yet? Senior Sister Lychee said. After all, they weren't playing whack-a-mole. After getting KO'd so many times, the hamster hadn't understood who was stronger? Damn it, again. This time, my Otherworldly Flying Demon technique will definitely hit your body, the demonic hamster said angrily. Look at me, Otherworldly Flying Demon, remastered version. Can I kill it? Senior Sister Lychee asked. Song Shuhang replied, no. Just hit it until it's unable to move again. If the hamster were to die, I wouldn't know how to explain things to Senior White too. Senior Sister Lychee nodded her head. Thereupon, Senior Sister Lychee gently shouted as the demonic hamster approached this time. Clang! This time, Senior Sister Lychee used some more strength. The demonic hamster was sent flying in the sky. Sword of Never-Ending Tears. Senior Sister Lychee gently shouted. She used the saber to execute a sword technique, and sent 9 slashes toward the demonic hamster hovering above their heads. The sword chi was like a flashlight, and suddenly rose several tens of meters in the air. The 9 slashes all hit the body of the demonic hamster. Thud, the demonic hamster fell to the ground again. This time, it was unable to stage a comeback. Actually, had Senior Sister Lychee not controlled her strength, one move of the Sword of Never-Ending Tears would have been enough to turn the demonic hamster into a diced hamster. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The demonic hamster struggled for a while, and tried to get up, but it was all for naught. You win, Squeak. The demonic hamster sighed. Song Shuhang said, such being the case, can you make this battle arena disappear? Wait a moment, let me catch my breath, the demonic hamster said. Then, it took out a small black item. It was a lotus seed. I'll leave this to you. The hamster made an effort to throw the seed at Song Shuhang. What's this thing? Song Shuhang asked. My master was very satisfied after receiving your Demodragon medicine, and this is the return gift he sent, a seed of the sinful black lotus growing in the netherworld realm. After eating it, you'll awaken a demonic technique, and your self-recovery skills will get stronger, the demonic hamster said weakly. Song Shuhang received the lotus. So that was what it was. When he was in the dreamland, he once saw the seeds of the sinful black lotus, which were a different variety of the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus growing in the scholarly faction. I ate the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus in the past. Will everything be okay if I now eat a seed of the sinful black lotus? Song Shuhang asked. Don't worry. Nothing will happen, the demonic hamster said. Thereupon, Song Shuhang swallowed down the lotus seed. And even if something happened, you shouldn't die, the demonic hamster added at this time. Crap. Song Shuhang cursed. It wouldn't kill you to say everything at once. But even more importantly, after getting that seed of the sinful black lotus, why did he suddenly eat it after casually asking if there would be any problem? Up until now, Song Shuhang had been rather vigilant toward items of the world of cultivators he didn't know well. But after getting his hands on that seed of the sinful black lotus, he swallowed it down without giving it too much thought. Was it because he trusted Senior White? And this trust extended to Senior White too as well? No, that couldn't be. Senior White was Senior White, and Senior White too was Senior White too. Song Shuhang was very clear about this point. In that case, was it possible that it was due to the aroma of the seed of the sinful black lotus, which made him act like a starving man that had just seen some food? Regardless of the reason, he felt that he had been too careless. Shuhang, sob, are you all right? Sob. At this time, senior sister Yi started to weep loudly, looking very aggrieved. The demonic hamster was temporarily at a loss. He saw that Song Shuhang was in a daze, and that Yi suddenly started crying. Thereupon, somewhat worried, it asked, Hey, are you all right? Was it possible that there was really something wrong with that seed of the sinful black lotus and that Song Shuhang had been poisoned? I'm all right, there is nothing wrong with me, Song Shuhang replied. When he swallowed down that lotus seed, he felt as if he had eaten a Chinese gold thread. It was extremely bitter. In addition, the demonic technique he should have awakened after eating the seed of the sinful black lotus hadn't awakened yet. In that case, what about that head of your 3 heads and 6 arms technique? Why is it crying so aggrievedly? The demonic hamster asked. Song Shuhang was also curious, and asked, Yi, why are you crying? Sob, I don't know why, but when I saw this adorable little hamster injured and looking so pitiful, I couldn't help but burst out in tears. Song Shuhang. The demonic hamster. Soon after, the hamster said loudly, Wait a moment. Aren't you the very reason I'm so heavily injured? All the wounds on my body are your fault. Sob, I know. It's I who heavily injured you. But now, I can't stop my tears. Senior sister Yi tried to wipe her tears away, but due to the effects of the tome of never-ending tears, her tears weren't showing any sign of stopping. Women could cry rivers, but Yi could cry oceans. The demonic hamster. The hamster had never seen someone so hypocritical before. First, she severely injured it. Then, she said she was crying because it looked very pitiful. These tears were even faker than the tears of a crocodile. But right at this time, some changes occurred in Song Shuhang's body after eating that seed of the sinful black lotus. First of all, his self-recovery skills got a boost. He could feel that his ability to recover energy had increased twofold. Then, his lifespan also increased by another 10 or so years. Actually, the fact that his lifespan had increased wasn't directly due to the seed of the sinful black lotus. After the seed of the sinful black lotus started taking effect, it resonated with the power of the seeds of the virtuous golden lotus present in his body. After the seeds of the 2 lotus flowers resonated, Song Shuhang's lifespan increased by another 10 years. This one was really an unexpected blessing. Since he had advanced to the 3rd stage realm, Song Shuhang would easily live up to 300 years if there were no accidents. Then, he had also eaten the seed of the virtuous golden lotus and drunk the water of the living spring in his heart aperture, which increased his lifespan 50 years each. Therefore, he could live up to 400 years now. And after eating the seed of the sinful black lotus, his lifespan increased by another 10 years. One shouldn't look down on this 10-year increase. In the world of cultivators, there were many seniors in deep meditation who sometimes needed precisely these 10 or so years to break through to the next realm. Therefore, cultivators wouldn't look down on any increase of this type. Aside from his self-recovery skills getting stronger and his lifespan increasing, the other effects of the seed of sinful black lotus also manifested. After eating a seed of the virtuous golden lotus, one would obtain an extraordinary skill. Likewise, after eating a seed of the sinful black lotus, one would obtain a demonic technique. Once it was awakened, the demonic technique would work the same as an innate skill. One didn't need to study it, and would automatically learn everything about it. How is it? What skill did you obtain? Yi Si asked out of curiosity. Song Shuhang had an unusual expression on his face. Soon after, he said, I've just awakened a demonic technique, and it should be a pretty good one. While speaking, Song Shuhang gently raised his left foot. In the next moment, spiritual qi condensed beneath his left foot, transforming into a black lotus flower that propped his foot up. Then, when Song Shuhang raised his other foot, the same thing happened, and another black lotus flower appeared beneath his other foot. Just in this fashion, Song Shuhang stepped on the lotus flowers and walked high up in the sky. Each time he took a step, a lotus flower would appear beneath his foot, allowing his body to stay in the air. As for the older lotus flowers, they would quickly wither and disappear. One step, one lotus flower. The flowers bloomed and faded step after step. The skill was similar to a Buddhist magical technique, with the only difference being that the lotus flowers appearing beneath Song Shuhang's feet were black. With this demonic magical technique, Song Shuhang had, while still in the 3rd stage realm, gained the ability to walk in the air. Compared to the lotus blossoming tongue skill, Song Shuhang liked this demonic technique, that allowed him to create lotus flowers at each step, way more. However, this demonic technique also had some limitations, and he couldn't use it indefinitely. With his current level of proficiency, Song Shuhang could only create 100 lotus flowers at most before needing a break. But just like the extraordinary skills of the virtuous golden lotus, this demonic technique could also be upgraded. In order to upgrade this demonic technique, one either had to look for other seeds of the sinful black lotus, or diligently train the skill until it automatically leveled up. It's another skill related to lotus flowers? Yi Si asked out of curiosity. I have no idea what's happening either. Perhaps it's due to the influence of the skill of the virtuous golden lotus? Song Shuhang said. The current Song Shuhang could make lotus flowers bloom with his tongue and feet. From head to toe, he was in full lotus flower mode. Yi Si pondered for a moment, and then asked, Are these lotus flowers blossoming under your feet also edible? No. Song Shuhang said. In addition, I don't think there is anyone that would want to eat the lotus flowers I've stepped upon. Aside from the lotus blossoming walk skill, Song Shuhang had obtained another demonic technique. Indeed, Song Shuhang had obtained 2 demonic techniques after eating that seed of the sinful black lotus. The other demonic technique was called strong teeth and good appetite, and it was based on the principle of absorption and rebound. It seemed like a very cool demonic technique. The user could absorb all the magical techniques heading toward them and bounce them back. However, it had some very big limitations. First of all, Song Shuhang would have to swallow down the incoming magical technique, and then use his mouth to fire it back at the enemy. In other words, if someone threw a fireball at Song Shuhang, Shuhang could use this demonic technique to counterattack. To do so, he would have to open his mouth, activate the strong teeth and good appetite skill, and swallow down the fireball, and then use his mouth to fire it back at the enemy. As such, if one didn't have strong teeth and the right mindset, they wouldn't be able to display this demonic technique. Aside from getting limited by the size of the mouth, this magical technique couldn't throw back material-type magical techniques. If it was an attack of pure spiritual energy like a fireball, tornado, water blast, or lightning attack, the user could eat it and send it back just fine. But if the opposing magical technique had the capacity to summon a meteorite, or unleash any other type of indirect attack, this demonic technique was somewhat useless. After all, Song Shuhang would be unable to swallow down a meteorite and then send it back. This apparently very powerful, demonic technique was actually quite weak due to these two limitations. For some reason, this strong teeth and good appetite demonic technique sounded very familiar. Sure enough, this strong teeth and good appetite demonic technique was actually Cave Lord Dragon's technique. Cave Lord Dragon was that demon that Venerable White had carelessly turned into a meat skewer while in the Netherworld realm. In the end, Scholar Xian Gong used its body to refine the Demo Dragon medicine. In the past, Song Shuhang had dreamt of Cave Lord Dragon's life experiences, and he had seen Cave Lord Dragon eat a seed of the sinful black lotus growing in the Netherworld and obtain the strong teeth and good appetite demonic technique. He hadn't expected that this strong teeth and good appetite demonic technique would also awaken in his body. Still, Song Shuhang didn't say anything about this second demonic technique for the moment. The demonic hamster was still there, and the relationship between the two wasn't so good that they would share their secrets. Therefore, he decided that it was better not to mention this second demonic technique for now. Other than that, Song Shuhang felt that the strong teeth and good appetite demonic technique might be very suitable for him. After all, Shuhang had a supplementary magical technique called whale swallowing technique that strengthened his teeth and stomach. Perhaps something interesting might come out from the combination of the strong teeth and good appetite demonic technique and the whale swallowing technique. After getting out of this battle arena, he would give it a try. Song Shuhang easily understood how to use the demonic techniques. Now, he only had to wait for the demonic hamster to recover its strength and then get out of this strange battle arena. At this time, the demonic hamster was lying on the ground like a corpse. In the next moment, it saw that one head and one pair of arms of Song Shuhang's 3 heads and 6 arms technique drilled out of Shuhang's body and arrived next to it. Song Shuhang, you've deceived me, the demonic hamster said angrily after seeing Yi Si's complete form. There wasn't any 3 heads and 6 arms technique, it was all a lie. Hee. Song Shuhang faintly smiled. Regardless of her being part of my 3 heads and 6 arms technique or not, I still won. The demonic hamster. But right at this time, Yi Si said, let's not talk about that. I can see that your injuries are very heavy. She had finally stopped crying. The demonic hamster rolled its eyes in contempt, and said, you are the one that injured me. You should know how heavy my injuries are. Aaaaah. Yi Si laughed, and then said, do you want me to use a healing technique on you? You can use healing techniques? In that case, I'll need a water-type magical technique, and not one of those Buddhist healing techniques, the demonic hamster said. Of course I can use them. Yi Si said. I'm a disciple of the crystal clear water pavilion, and water types magical techniques are my forte. In that case, can you use a healing technique to treat my wounds? The demonic hamster asked cordially. Sure. But, do you have money? Yi Si asked. Are you referring to spirit stones? The hamster asked. No, I'm referring to RMB or USD. Mind you, I don't accept Vietnamese dong or Indonesian rupiah, Yi Si said. The demonic hamster. The demonic hamster said, I don't have any of that. You didn't even bring money with you as you left home? Don't you know the sentence, without money, one can't take a single step forward? Yi Si said with a serious expression on her face. Actually, I can give you spirit stones instead of the currency that ordinary people use, the demonic hamster said. I also have spirit stones. But if I want to go to a shop and buy something, I can't use spirit stones. Yi Si said. After a short moment of silence, the demonic hamster said, in that case, can I pay the next time? Yi Si. Forget it, I'll treat you for free this time. But the next time you get out of home, make sure to bring some cash with you. Money is very useful in the main world, Yi Si said sincerely to the hamster. After saying this much, she stretched out her hand, and 2 high-level healing techniques were used on the hamster. Most of the wounds of the hamster were superficial. In addition, it was Yi Si that had caused those injuries. Therefore, she was aware which places needed more treatment. After enjoying 2 healing techniques, the hamster could move again with some effort. Thank you, the hamster said. The next time you come to the main world, remember to bring some renminbi with you. Yi Si urged again. After saying this much, she returned to Shuhang's body. After getting up, the hamster turned toward Song Shuhang, and cupped its hands, saying, in that case, let's part ways here, fellow Daoist Shuhang. The hamster was rather shy. Now that it had received 2 healing techniques from the enemy, it felt embarrassed, and couldn't act like before anymore. After getting up, it quickly bid farewell to Song Shuhang, and decided to leave. It used a talisman to control the battle arena and open a space gate, preparing to leap inside. Wait a moment. Song Shuhang said in a hurry. Fellow Daoist hamster, can you take care of this battle arena before leaving? Something similar happened the last time, too. After the battle was over, the hamster created a small portal and left on its own, leaving Song Shuhang behind. Luckily, Venerable White was around that day, and he used the power of space to get Song Shuhang out of the battle arena. But this time around, the battle arena dimension had been upgraded, and even up until now, Venerable White had been unable to find it. If the hamster left without getting rid of this arena first, Song Shuhang would get stuck in there. The hamster patted its head, and said, I almost forgot about the arena. Actually, I'm really thinking of leaving you trapped in this place. That way, you won't seduce my master again. Song Shuhang. Are you blind or something? When did you see me seduce your master? In addition, Senior White too, your master, is also a man, got it? Right, I'll leave this to you. You can consider it repayment for those 2 healing techniques, the demonic hamster said as it threw a small talisman in Song Shuhang's direction. You'll be able to activate this talisman as long as you pour your true qi into it. Once activated, the talisman will make you completely invisible. As long as you don't meet a 9th stage tribulation transcender, you won't have to worry about getting discovered. It's precisely thanks to this talisman that I've managed to evade the eyes of all those human cultivators. This talisman can be still used 2 or 3 times. It's up to you how to make use of it. After saying this much, the demonic hamster got rid of the battle arena. After that, it jumped into that small space gate, and disappeared. After the battle arena disappeared, Song Shuhang's body suddenly appeared on the summit of the Forbidden City. At this time, the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group had moved somewhere else. But there were still several figures waiting there. Venerable White had a curious expression on his face as he was squatting on the summit of the Forbidden City, seemingly studying something. From the looks of it, something had piqued his interest. Fairy Dongfang Six was holding a cute little bird in her hand, and was talking to this bird in a soft voice. Senior brother Three Realms and Guogua were sitting in one corner of the summit of the Forbidden City, quietly waiting. Medicine Master and Rivoli Purple Mist were sitting next to Three Realms. Little friend Song Shuhang came out. From her position, Fairy Dongfang Six was the first one to notice that Song Shuhang had returned. Song Shuhang said, "Seniors, sorry for making you worry." Venerable White stood up, and said, "Shuhang, where did you go just now? I sensed the power of space fluctuate, and in the next moment, you suddenly disappeared. I was unable to lock onto your position. After that, I found some interesting traces in the place you disappeared. Amidst the traces, there was also something related to a magical technique that granted invisibility, which I found very interesting. It felt as though it had a common origin with the cultivation technique I practice." Song Shuhang replied, "It's like this, that hamster dragged me into that battle arena again. This hamster I'm talking about is the same one I met during the battle between the White Cloud Academy and the demons of the Netherworld." Venerable White understood what was going on. So it was that strange space again. Was the battle arena improved this time? Yes. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and then gave the talisman the demonic hamster had thrown at him just now to Venerable White. "Senior White, if you are interested in that magical technique that grants invisibility, you can take a look at this talisman. This talisman is the item that the hamster used to become invisible." Venerable White's eyes lit up as he grabbed the small talisman, starting to research it on the spot. "Little friend Shuhang, you aren't injured, right?" Medicine Master asked at this time. "I'm not injured. Thanks for your concern, Senior," Song Shuhang replied. "I'm relieved then. Fellow Daoists, Purple Mist and I will take our leave in that case," Medicine Master said with a warm smile. Actually, the others still couldn't get used to this Sunshine Boy version of Medicine Master. Song Shuhang recalled something, and asked, "Right. Senior Medicine Master, when do you have free time? I wanted to ask you a few things about medicinal pills." "Got it. You can come and look for me at any time," Medicine Master said with a smile. Song Shuhang replied, "Thank you, Senior." "You are welcome." After saying this much, he left with Rivoli Purple Mist. Next, Senior Brother Three Realms came forth with Guogua. "Shuhang, I have to thank you for looking after Guogua and the others for the past few days. The three children must have given you a headache." "Actually, most of the time, they were rather obedient," Song Shuhang said. Yep, the three children had become very obedient after he mercilessly spanked Guogua and Zhu. Guogua told me about everything that happened. That's why I had said that disobedient children would become obedient only after a good beating. Senior Brother Three Realms said with a smile. After saying this much, Senior Brother Three Realms took out a ball of white silk thread, and gave it to Song Shuhang. "Shuhang, this is the interesting gift I've promised to give you before." "What is this?" Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. "This is something called blade thread, and it's a forging material. Don't look down on it, it's actually very sharp." "Right, did you see the sword orbs that Northern River's loose cultivator used during his battle with Senior Copper Trigram? This blade thread just happens to be one of the raw materials used to forge sword orbs," Senior Brother Three Realms explained. Blade thread is a raw material with sharp properties used to forge cutting-type sword orbs. When I suddenly had to take care of a matter a few days ago, I had to fetch this blade thread. I've got quite a bit of it, so I'll leave this ball to you. So this is the material used to forge sword orbs. Cool. Song Shuhang sighed with emotion, and said, "Unfortunately, I'm only good with the saber." "Ahaha." Senior Brother Three Realms laughed, and patted Song Shuhang's shoulder. "Perhaps you can consider getting a saber orb or something of the sort?" Song Shuhang rolled his eyes. "Saber orb? Do you want me to use threads to condense a big hacking saber?" "Aha, enough with the jokes. Since you are all right, little Guogua and I will also take our leave. It's already time to sleep for this little guy, Senior Brother Three Realms said. Senior Brother Shuhang, goodbye, the small monk said as he rubbed his eyes. Song Shuhang waved his hand, and said, goodbye. Senior Brother Three Realms operated a flying sword, and left with the small monk. Cultivators of the 4th stage realm could ride a flying sword, so cool. Song Shuhang was also looking forward to doing the same. At this time, he wasn't even too far from advancing to the 4th stage realm, and he had already opened the 3rd of the 4 mysterious meridians of the 3rd stage, the Blazing Sun Meridian. Now, he only had to open the Immaterial King Meridian to gain the qualifications to advance to the 4th stage realm. However, there was still a lot of things he wanted to do before reaching the 4th stage. He first wanted to learn some supplementary formations that could aid him during the tribulation. After all, the heavenly tribulation of the 4th stage was no joking matter, and he had no intention of dying during the process. After Senior Brother Three Realms left, Fairy Dongfang Six approached Song Shuhang while holding that small bird in her hand. Then, she stretched out her hand, and passed little Kai to Song Shuhang. It's little Kai. Song Shuhang was able to recognize the bird with one glance. It was that small monster bird that had confessed to that middle-aged monster hunter called Yan Shao, after assuming human form. Unfortunately, this love seemed to be a joke of the Lord, and little Kai was almost locked up for life after she confessed to that monster hunter. Little Kai said that she wanted to express her gratitude personally, Fairy Dongfang Six said with a smile. Little Kai raised her head, and said in a clear and sharp voice, Mr. Shuhang, thank you for saving me. In addition, I also have to thank you for the seed of the virtuous golden lotus and that spring water. You are welcome, it was no effort at all. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and picked little Kai up, gently stroking her feathers. Hopefully, the little bird would be able to quickly recover from the blow it had received after the confession. The monster bird little Kai turned her head around, looking very comfortable, and then asked, Mr. Shuhang, can you tell me why monsters and humans can't fall in love? Who told you that monsters and humans can't fall in love? Song Shuhang asked in return. Although it's not been too long since I have become a cultivator, I saw on the Daily Cultivator that several powerful cultivators had chosen monster cultivators as their companions. Little Kai sighed with emotion and said, oh, wrong question. I meant, monsters and monster hunters. Why can't they fall in love? I think it might be better to directly ask a monster hunter about it, Song Shuhang replied. But after pondering for a moment, he added, actually, I have a monster hunter friend, and he said that whenever monster hunters find themselves in front of a monster, they would have a strange impulse to catch or kill the monster, and they are unable to suppress or control it. After discovering that director was a monster hunter, Song Shuhang finally understood what this impulse that his friend had mentioned in the past was. Due to this instinctive impulse, enmity would be born whenever a monster met a monster hunter. After hearing Song Shuhang's words, the monster bird little Kai said happily, instinctive impulse? In other words, elder brother Yan Shao wanted to capture me due to this instinctive impulse that monster hunters have, and not because he wanted to harm me? Song Shuhang said, that's likely the case. In short, elder brother Yan Shao wasn't in the wrong, the impulse was. The eyes of the monster bird little Kai suddenly lit up. Love could have scary effects, and love-struck people would often do stupid things. In addition, Song Shuhang felt that even if this monster bird practiced until the 5th stage realm, becoming able to assume human form, she would get kidnapped and sold in the fraction of a second if she decided to stroll through the streets. She was simply too naive and pure. Mr. Shuhang, if I discard all my strength, removing all the monster chi from my body, will elder brother Yan Shao still have an impulse to capture me or kill me? The monster bird little Kai asked happily. Cough. You want to go that far? Song Shuhang asked as he gazed at the foolish bird. She was willing to discard all her strength for a monster hunter that raised her for just a few years? One had to remember that monster cultivators were much slower than human cultivators when it came to practicing and advancing in realm, and only after becoming able to assume human form would their cultivation speed be on par with humans. Therefore, it hadn't been easy for little Kai to obtain her current strength. Little Kai nodded, and was about to say something. But right at this time, from behind, Fairy Dongfang Six said in a grave tone, "Little Kai, you foolish bird. You want to discard your strength? You'd better not even think about it. If you discard your strength, I'll drive my car and roll over your beloved and his whole family tomorrow." Little Kai shrank her neck in fear. She knew that Elder Dongfang Six was someone that kept her promises. If she said she would run over someone's family, she would do it. Then, Fairy Dongfang Six also glared at Song Shuhang. If not for Song Shuhang bringing up this matter related to this impulse that monster hunters had, little Kai wouldn't have had these foolish thoughts about discarding her strength. Song Shuhang had no choice but to accept this unjust reprimand. He only wanted to comfort little Kai, who would have thought that she would get the crazy idea of discarding her strength. Actually, aside from discarding your strength, there are other methods to cover up the monster chi in your body. Afterward, Fairy Dongfang Six added, "Earlier, I've heard from your friend that you gifted her and Lady Onion 2 small pearls, which then turned out to be Buddhist relics that a senior monk had left behind. Afterward, your friend and Lady Onion gave those 2 Buddhist relics to little friend Song Shuhang. Anyway, those 2 relics have the power to completely suppress the monster chi in your body, to the point that not even a monster hunter can sense it. Those Buddhist relics could indeed suppress the monster chi in little Kai's body." Song Shuhang gazed at the monster bird, and said, "But now, I don't have them anymore." "You don't have them anymore?" Fairy Dongfang Six asked out of curiosity. Song Shuhang nodded, and summoned his solidified light of virtue. After the virtuous lamia appeared, she expressionlessly floated behind Song Shuhang. Only her eyes were shining. Those Buddhist relics merged with my light of virtue, and turned into her eyes. Buddhist relics can be used like this? Fairy Dongfang Six had learned something new. Actually, if Buddhist relics can cover up little Kai's monster chi, shouldn't little Kai consider practicing Buddhist cultivation techniques? Song Shuhang asked. Fairy Dongfang Six shook her head, and said, "Buddhist cultivation techniques have a very low affinity with most monsters. Aside from a few monsters that have inherited the bloodline of a divine beast such as dragon, phoenix, and Cheng, the rest of the monsters will obtain half the result with twice the effort while practicing Buddhist cultivation techniques. They would have put it 10 times more effort to obtain just a fraction of the results. Little Kai might obtain some results only if she first practiced until the 5th stage, becoming able to assume human form, and then switched to Buddhist cultivation techniques." "I see." Song Shuhang immediately recalled Lady Onion's experience. After 9 lanterns captured her, Lady Onion only practiced Buddhist cultivation techniques, and after 300 years, she was only at the 1st stage 3rd aperture realm. The speed at which she advanced was simply tragic. In that case, how about leaving Buddhist cultivation techniques alone and going for Buddhist soul ferrying techniques? After all, those Buddhist relics condensed because that senior monk had accumulated a lot of virtue, wisdom, and compassion before his death. If little Kai ferries enough souls and condenses her own light of virtue, she should be able to suppress the monster chi in her body, right? Song Shuhang said. Senior White suddenly said, "That's feasible. Light of virtue can indeed suppress monster chi." "This is actually a good method," Fairy Dongfang Six said. Song Shuhang smiled, and caressed little Kai's feathers. "Therefore, don't think about discarding your strength again, alright? It's not easy to practice, and you'll encounter a lot of tribulations on the path of cultivation. The tribulation of the heart is also one of them. Concentrate on studying soul ferrying techniques and condense your own light of virtue. Then, you'll be able to transcend this tribulation of the heart. Just as Song Shuhang was speaking, the virtuous lamia coordinated with him, and released golden and holy radiance from her body, making Song Shuhang look as though he was a saint. The monster bird Little Kai looked at Song Shuhang and at that materialized virtuous lamia behind him in a daze. Then, she seemingly had a sudden realization. She flapped her wings and flew toward the ground. Afterward, she made an effort to kneel on the ground, but she just sat down on the floor in the end. After that, she knocked her small head on the ground, and said, "I beseech Mr. Song to accept me as his disciple and teach me soul-ferrying techniques, as well as how to condense the light of virtue." The light of virtue behind Song Shuhang's body had already assumed human form. The number of senior monks in the current Buddhist faction that had such a powerful light of virtue was probably rather low. If she didn't seize this opportunity to acknowledge this ready-made teacher in front of her, who knew if she would find another teacher this good in the future? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. But Fairy Dongfang Six nodded her head, and said, "It makes sense." The speed at which little friend Song Shuhang condensed his light of virtue is the fastest I've seen in my life. In the field of soul ferrying, little friend Shuhang is definitely one of the bests. Song Shuhang beckoned his hand, and said, "Senior Dongfang Six, that's not true. The reason I've condensed my light of virtue so quickly is that I was lucky." When he just started studying soul-ferrying techniques, he chanced upon a group of 5th-stage spiritual emperors from the Limitless Demon sect that had been killed by Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtues, 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, and only their blank souls were left behind. Song Shuhang slowly ferried their souls, and was able to condense his light of virtue in one go without the slightest pressure. Then, he met that woman with the beauty mark in the Jade Lake realm, and he casually got his hands on those 2 Buddhist relics. After a series of lucky coincidences, his light of virtue reached its current strength. Little friend Shuhang is too modest. Fairy Dongfang Six faintly smiled. Then, she stretched out her finger, and said, "Our 250th branch of all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family. Organization can deliver you some gifts on Little Kai's behalf since she acknowledged you as her teacher. Little friend Shuhang is now at the 3rd stage, and you'll have to transcend the tribulation of the 4th stage in the future. At that time, you'll need to arrange a few formations that would aid you during the tribulation, and these formations require several special materials." "Fairy Dongfang Six, are you bribing me?" Song Shuhang said. "If you are willing to accept Little Kai as your disciple, our 250th branch can give little friend Shuhang 2 batches of materials for those formations. If you use up these 2 batches, we can sell you a 3rd batch at a 20% discount," Fairy Dongfang Six said with a smile. The 250th branch of all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family. Organization was a branch specialized in selling materials of all types, to the point that several of the ingredients for Immortal Fairy Bishui's immortal feast were provided by this branch. It wasn't only bribery, but they were also promoting the products of their branch. Song Shuhang lowered his head, and looked at the monster bird Little Kai. Fairy Dongfang Six's offer is difficult to refuse. However, I don't want to cheat you, Little Kai. You have to know that, it's been a little more than a month since I've started practicing soul-ferrying techniques. Such being the case, are you still willing to study soul-ferrying techniques under me? After hearing Song Shuhang's words, the eyes of the monster bird Little Kai unexpectedly lit up. Heavens! Mr. Shuhang has been studying soul-ferrying techniques for only a month, and his light of virtue has already materialized. If she followed Song Shuhang and studied under him, it would be fine as long as she could obtain 10% of his wisdom. No, even 1% or 0.1% was fine. I beseech Mr. Shuhang to accept me as his disciple, Little Kai said resolutely. Song Shuhang felt that the foolish monster bird was probably letting her imagination run wild, but since the items that Fairy Dongfang Six had offered as a bribe were something that would definitely come in handy, he felt there was no harm in accepting little Kai as his disciple. It's decided, then. Since you are willing to acknowledge me as your teacher, I'll do my best to teach you soul ferrying techniques, Song Shuhang said. The monster bird little Kai said happily, Teacher, please accept your disciple little Kai's obeisance. Little friend Shuhang, congratulations on accepting your first disciple. Little Kai doesn't have a Daoist name yet. Therefore, you can just give her one, how about it? The nearby Fairy Dongfang Six said with a smile. A Daoist name? Song Shuhang immediately recalled his 7 Daoist names. Ah. Wait a moment, now that I think about it, I have 7 Daoist names. In that case, can't I just choose one of these 7 Daoist names and bestow it upon my disciple? After all, I have no use for so many Daoist names. Still, is there any taboo when it comes to choosing Daoist names in the world of cultivators? Senior Dongfang Six, when choosing the Daoist name for a disciple, is there something I need to keep in mind? After all, it's my first time receiving a disciple. Song Shuhang said. There isn't anything in particular to keep in mind. As long as you think of Fairy Dongfang Six Daoist a name or those of her fellow disciples, Fairy Nectarine and Daoist Priest Pineapple, you'll know the answer, Fairy Dongfang Six said. Song Shuhang nodded his head, and recalled his 7 Daoist names. 1. Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman 2, Tyrannical Saber Song 1 3, Daoist Priesthood 4, Beijing Street Sabersman 5, Scholar Mountain of Book 6, Path-Seeking Scholar 7, Virtuous Cultivator, Little Kai, listen carefully. Today, your teacher will bestow upon you the Daoist name. Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman. I won't only teach you soul ferrying techniques, but also saber techniques. Song Shuhang said, very satisfied. Tyrannical Saber Song 1 and Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman were 2 names he hated the most among the 7. But the scholarly faction had already spread the name Tyrannical Saber Song 1 everywhere, and he couldn't give it to others. But when it came to the Daoist name, Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, it was fine to pass it on to his disciple. Meanwhile, little Kai was dumbstruck. Chapter 905 Heads, This is the Will of Heaven. How did this the Daoist name Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman even came to her teacher Song Shuhang's mind? Generally speaking, when choosing a Daoist name, one would choose a Daoist name that conformed to the style of the disciple. But what was the relationship between her and the Daoist name Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman? The monster bird little Kai turned her head toward Fairy Dongfang Six. Elder Dongfang Six, am I still in time to regret my decision? Fairy Dongfang Six blinked her eyes, and then asked in all seriousness, Shuhang, do you really want to give little Kai this Daoist name? After seeing Elder Dongfang Six's serious expression, little Kai was somewhat astonished. Was it possible that there was some big meaning behind this Daoist name? Is there something wrong with it? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Fairy Dongfang Six shook her head. There isn't anything wrong with it. However, the Daoist name, Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, is one of the 7 Daoist names you've used in the past, right? As such, this Daoist name already received the recognition of several fellow Daoists. That's true, but I can't have 7 Daoist names forever. In the end, I have to choose one of the 7, Song Shuhang replied. If he didn't quickly decide on his real Daoist name, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group would start calling him Little Friend's 7 Dao names. Little Kai blinked her eyes. Was this Daoist name originally the Daoist name of her teacher? Even if this is the case, there is something I must tell you before you bestow this Daoist name on others. Right, do you believe in luck? Fairy Dongfang Six asked. Perhaps I didn't earlier, but now, I definitely do, Song Shuhang said as he subconsciously gazed at Venerable White, who was researching that talisman on one side. How could he not believe in luck when a senior with such heaven-defying luck was right next to him? Venerable White felt Song Shuhang's gaze, and turned his head around. Why are you looking at me? So what if I'm looking at you? Cough. Song Shuhang didn't actually say these death-seeking words out loud. It's nothing, Senior White. You can keep researching the talisman. It was just a casual glance, Song Shuhang said. Venerable White nodded, and continued researching the talisman with great interest. If you believe in luck, it will be much easier to explain. Actually, the majority of the cultivators secretly believe that there is an inseparable relationship between the Daoist name of a cultivator and their fate, to the point that the Daoist name can even influence their life, Fairy Dongfang Six said. I already know this. When I chose my 7 Daoist names, Senior Thrice Reckless told me about it, Song Shuhang said. Fairy Dongfang Six continued, therefore, even though you've used this Daoist name for just a short period of time in the past, it has already been linked to your destiny. Such being the case, if you, personally, bestow this Daoist name on Little Kai, note, only if it is done with your permission, Little Kai's fate will be linked to yours through this Daoist name. As for how her fate will change, we cannot say for sure, but in regards to Little Kai, this should be a good deed. Little friend Shuhang is someone with great luck, and if Little Kai inherits your Daoist name, perhaps her luck will also change for the best after getting influenced by yours. There is actually such a thing? Song Shuhang had learned something new. Actually, this matter related to inheriting a Daoist name and improving one's destiny isn't a secret or anything in the world of cultivators. The most famous example would be the Immortal Sword Pavilion, one of the 4 great sects of swordsmen. After their sect master inherits the position, they also inherit the Daoist name, Supreme Sword Monarch, from the previous generation, Fairy Dongfang Six said. It sounds very complicated, Song Shuhang said. Fairy Dongfang Six said, now, it's up to you whether you want to bestow the Daoist name, Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, on Little Kai or not. Little Kai's eyes were shining. Although the Daoist name, Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, didn't fit her style, her destiny would obtain a great boost after getting linked to Song Shuhang's through this Daoist name, which was absolutely wonderful. After all, her teacher was someone that had condensed and materialized his light of virtue into a lamia within just a month. If she could obtain this boost in luck, it would be perfect. She discovered that she really wanted this Daoist name now. Thereupon, she looked at her teacher with an expectant expression on her face. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and then turned his head toward Venerable White. Senior White, do you think I should bestow the Daoist name, Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, on Little Kai? It's your personal matter. You should decide, Venerable White replied without turning his head. It's just that I cannot make up my mind. According to Senior Dongfang Six's words, this is a serious matter, but I still feel that bestowing this Daoist name on Little Kai will be a good thing. Therefore, I thought of asking Senior White's opinion, Song Shuhang said. Little Kai immediately got nervous. Who knew what this Venerable White would say? Now, it was up to Senior White if she would receive this Daoist name or not. All right. Venerable White put down the small talisman, and took out a coin, saying, heads or tails? Heads. Song Shuhang said. If the result was heads, he would bestow that Daoist name on Little Kai. Venerable White nodded his head, and stretched out his hand, throwing the coin in the air. Ding! The coin returned to his palm, and Senior White showed the result to Song Shuhang. It was heads. The will of heaven had spoken. Song Shuhang nodded his head, very satisfied. Then, he turned around to face the monster bird Little Kai. Little Kai, let's start from the beginning. Today, your teacher will bestow upon you the Daoist name. Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, he said in all seriousness. Little Kai, surprised _Pikachu _face.jpg. It was over like this? Such an important matter was decided with a toss of a coin? Teacher, why does it feel that you aren't taking things seriously? However, little Kai immediately returned to her senses. It didn't matter how it happened, the most important thing was that she had finally obtained the precious Daoist name, Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman. Thereupon, she sat on the floor once more, and knocked her small head on the ground. Little Kai is thankful to teacher for bestowing this Daoist name on her. In that case, from today onwards, you'll be Little Kai the Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman. Song Shuhang said, very pleased. He had finally managed to get rid of one of those Daoist names. Speaking of which, there was also Joseph, his probationary disciple. Some day in the future, after Joseph truly became his disciple, Song Shuhang could give him one of those 7 Daoist names as well. Now that he thought about it, Joseph had moved next to him, and lived in Beijing Street like him. At the appointed time, he could bestow the 4th Daoist name, Beijing Street Sabersman, upon Joseph. After settling 2 of the 7 Daoist names that had given him a headache for quite some time, Song Shuhang felt very happy. Now then, should he receive Lady Onion as a disciple too? What she practiced was Yi Si's tome of never-ending tears, and Yi Si was his ghost spirit, and what was hers was also his. From a certain point of view, Lady Onion was already half his disciple. At that time, perhaps he could throw one of the other Daoist names to Lady Onion? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. Song Shuhang returned home with a full load after witnessing the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City. He got Immortal Master Copper Trigram's gift box, temporarily, a seed of the sinful Black Lotus that allowed him to awaken 2 pretty useful demonic techniques, a ball of sword orb thread, a new disciple, 2 batches of materials to arrange formations for the Heavenly Tribulation, and a membership card that gave him a 20% discount on the articles of the 250th branch of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization. After receiving Little Kai as his first disciple, Song Shuhang, as well as Venerable White and Fairy Dongfang Six, proceeded toward another place close to the Forbidden City. It was a place that Northern River's loose cultivator had organized ahead of time so that the various fellow Daoists could have a get-together and discuss profound principles after the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City was over. As Song Shuhang and the others approached the place, they realized that the spiritual qi in that area was very concentrated. Cultivators could see golden lotuses quickly blooming and withering in the air. Then, there was also a 7-colored radiance, and the sound of profound discussions was continuously echoing. Song Shuhang said, the effects are always this exaggerated when the seniors discuss among themselves. When the seniors of the group started discussing next to the grievance-settling platform of the Chu family the last time, something similar happened. All sorts of abnormal phenomena appeared, and the sound of the Great Way echoed incessantly. Song Shuhang's strength had increased quite a bit since the last time. Therefore, he didn't feel huge pressure when he approached the place where the seniors were having their profound discussions this time. This time around, this group of lazybones didn't actually start gossiping after getting together, but decided to discuss profound principles. If True Monarch Yellow Mountain could see this scene, he would definitely be happy, Fairy Dongfang Six said with a smile. The reason True Monarch Yellow Mountain had founded the 9 Provinces No. 1 group with a Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and Xian Nu Sect Skylark was to allow the various fellow Daoists to easily exchange and discuss cultivation-related matters. But, for some reason, the style of the group turned for the worst later. Compared to discussing profound principles, the fellow Daoists of the group preferred gossiping or seeking death, putting the non-essentials before the fundamentals. True Monarch Yellow Mountain was really depressed as a result. Since the fellow Daoists were having a hard-to-come-by serious discussion, Song Shuhang followed Senior White and Fairy Dongfang Six into the house, quietly looking for a good place where he could sit and listen. Song Shuhang was still unable to participate in a discussion of this level. The time he had practiced was too short, and his strength was also insufficient. However, as long as one carefully listened to this profound discussion that was creating all sorts of phenomena, the resulting effects would surpass those of several months or years of hard practice. It was a scene that ordinary low-level cultivators would never see in their life. Unfortunately, little Kai's realm was too low, and she was a monster cultivator to boot. Even if Fairy Dongfang Six was protecting her, her head started spinning after she listened for a short while. She quickly fell into a deep slumber. On the other hand, Lady Onion in Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse was able to stay clear-headed since she had taken root on the Enlightenment Stone. In addition, when she listened to the heated discussion among the seniors, Lady Onion felt as though she was enlightened all of a sudden. The light of the great way she had seen in Senior White Rabbit's dream, when both Senior White Rabbit and Daoist Priest Virtue were ascending to the sky while shrouded in blinding light, resurfaced in her mind. Lady Onion felt as though she was about to break through the bottleneck of the next small realm, and subconsciously activated the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. In the meantime, just as Song Shuhang was attentively listening, mesmerized, the nucleus in his heart aperture was also affected, and quickly started to change. That small island that had a surface of 20 square meters was now 1,000 times bigger, and had reached the size of a real island. At the same time, in the chaos outside the small island, a fist-sized object suddenly took shape. It was a ball of liquid metal. The changes happening in the nucleus attracted Song Shuhang's attention. Therefore, he immediately moved his consciousness to his inner world, and gazed at the chaotic area outside the small island. Song Shuhang was unable to enter this chaotic region, and he could only move within the range of the small island while in his inner world. Shuhang glared at the glistening thing in the chaotic region. It was a ball of liquid metal. F***ck. Song Shuhang couldn't help but curse. He was too familiar with that thing. In the world of the Golden Lotus, that fist made of liquid metal had continuously killed him and the disciples of the scholarly faction. If not for the fact that he had timely entered the dreamland and learned from the third wielder of the wool-striped dragon, the method to cut off the connection between the world of the Golden Lotus and the world of the Black Lotus, he would have very likely died back then. His only hope of surviving was that bamboo leaf in his size-reducing purse. After that event, he got to meet this ball of liquid metal several other times, and nothing good had happened each of those times. The last time was in the underground area of the 250th branch of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization, when he met that humanoid creature made of liquefied black metal. According to Song Shuhang's guess, that humanoid creature was probably the clone of the ruler of the Netherworld realm or something similar. After that humanoid creature made of liquefied metal arrived in the main world, it was crushed to pieces by a type of energy similar to the heavenly tribulation. Later, what was left of its body transformed into a mindless evil beast. The evil beast then self-detonated when Song Shuhang was absorbing its energy through the lotus flower that the nucleus in his heart aperture had projected. Back then, he thought it was over after that thing self-detonated, but now, that weird thing had suddenly appeared in his inner world. It was a terrible situation. If this ball of liquid metal is related to the ruler of the Netherworld realm, I'm in big trouble, Song Shuhang thought to himself. As if that wasn't enough, that black metallic man had loudly shouted, "Fusion, fusion," back then. It wasn't planning to seize his body, right? I need to calm down. I have to calm down, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Why had this thing appeared in his body? Did this mass of liquefied metal sneak in his inner world and that evil beast born from the leftovers of the black metallic man self-detonated? Or was it due to the seed of the sinful Black Lotus? Or perhaps it was a strange reaction caused by both? Nucleus, can you absorb that thing? Song Shuhang asked as he pointed at that mass of liquid metal. The inner world followed Song Shuhang's orders, and extended tens of thousands of roots toward the ball of liquid metal. Stab! Those tens of thousands of roots attached themselves to the ball of liquid metal in the chaotic region, madly absorbing its energy. Then, just like a person emptying a glass of water with a straw, the roots sucked the tiny ball of liquid metal dry in less than 10 breaths, with no traces of the ball left behind. Upon seeing this situation, Song Shuhang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the nucleus could absorb that thing, there was no problem. Even if the opposite party was the ruler of the netherworld realm, it would transform into the nourishment of his inner world after getting absorbed. Just as this thought flashed through Song Shuhang's mind, the small island in the inner world shook. Although it had absorbed that ball of liquid metal, it was unable to digest it. After shaking twice, the small island in the inner world pooped, and ejected the ball of liquid metal. Song Shuhang felt stifled. Is that thing a golden needle mushroom or something? The scientific name of the golden needle mushroom was Flammulina velutypes, also known as Inokitake. In addition, one of the nicknames of this mushroom was "See you tomorrow." Anyway, regardless of how one ate it, the mushroom would have the same appearance the next day when this person went to the bathroom to expel it from their body. Today, one would meet it head-on, tomorrow, they would meet it back on. You are unable to digest it? Song Shuhang asked another question. The inner world slightly shook. At least for now, it was unable to digest that ball of liquid metal. After swallowing it down, it would have no other choice but to eject it. How worrisome. No matter who it was, they would surely feel worried if there was something they had no control over inside their body. Was it time to look for Senior White 2? Senior White 2 was the eternal rival of the ball of liquid metal, and perhaps had the means to get rid of that thing. Then, just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, the small island in his heart aperture again stretched out its tentacles, no, roots. It was better to clarify this point. Those things weren't tentacles, but lotus flower roots. After all, tentacles and roots were two completely different things, and one could, by no means, confuse them. Tens of thousands of roots pricked that ball of liquid metal floating in the chaotic region. This time around, the inner world didn't absorb the ball completely. It absorbed less than 10% of its mass, and then quickly retracted its roots. Who knew, perhaps a small portion of the ball of liquid metal would be easier to digest than the whole thing. It seemed that the intelligence of the nucleus had increased a lot lately. After the nucleus had absorbed 10% of that ball of liquid metal, it fiercely shook again. As before, it had been unable to digest it. In the end, that 10% portion of the ball of liquid metal was also ejected from the body of the nucleus. However, the place where the poop dropped this time was different. Earlier, when the nucleus was unable to digest it, the ball of liquid metal was ejected into the chaotic region. But this time, that portion of the ball was ejected directly on the small island. Song Shuhang. That small portion of the ball of liquid metal quickly took shape. Song Shuhang, however, was happy with this development. If that thing remained in the chaotic region, Song Shuhang could only look at it without being able to take action. But now that it was on the small island, he wouldn't have to be as passive as before. Nucleus, bring my main body in this place. Song Shuhang said in a grave tone. His consciousness was unable to do anything while facing that ball of liquid metal. Therefore, he had to bring here his main body. Although it was dangerous to bring his main body in that place, it was still better than letting a ball of liquid metal grow in his inner world. After that thought flashed through his mind, Song Shuhang's main body arrived at the small island in his inner world. In the meantime, that small portion of liquid metal took the shape of a ball, and started to quietly float in the airspace of the island. It wasn't moving in the slightest, just as though it was an inanimate object. Now, I'll have to try out all the methods at my disposal and see if I can get rid of this ball of liquid metal. Song Shuhang had with him the writing of the sage he'd got from the scholarly faction, and he also practiced the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique. Both were methods designed to get rid of the demons of the netherworld. Therefore, he could give it a try and see if they were effective. Just as Song Shuhang was about to make his move, he felt as if someone was pulling his clothes. He turned his head around, and discovered that Venerable White was squatting beside him with a smile on his face. "Ah, Senior White, how come you are also here? Song Shuhang said, surprised. Is this place your inner world? It's very big, Venerable White said. Just now, when I was discussing with the others, I felt the power of space fluctuate around your body. Therefore, I thought that you were going to be dragged into that battle arena again. As such, I quickly grabbed you, and in the next moment, I was also brought here. While speaking, Venerable White sized up the ball of liquid metal floating in front of Song Shuhang. What is this thing? It's giving me a strange feeling, Venerable White said as he furrowed his brows. Song Shuhang said, I think it might be the clone of the ruler of the netherworld, but I'm unable to tell for sure. As expected, it's nothing good. How did this thing end up in your inner world? Venerable White asked. Song Shuhang forced a smile, and then told Venerable White about his two theories. Can you deal with that thing? Venerable White asked. I can give it a try. If I'm unable to deal with it, I can only look for a place where I can dump it. If this thing stays in the inner world in my heart aperture, it will be same as having a time bomb there. I'll not be able to be at ease as long as that thing is not taken care of, Song Shuhang said as he took out the writing of the sage, aiming at the ball of liquid metal. The writing of the sage was very sensitive to demons and energy native to the netherworld realm. As long as it sensed their presence, Song Shuhang only had to take it out, and the book would automatically take action and suppress the enemy. But this time, something unexpected happened. The writing of the sage didn't react in the slightest while facing that ball of liquid metal. It acted as if that thing didn't even exist. Let me give it a try. Venerable White said as he raised his hand, using a magical technique against the ball of liquid metal. The technique Venerable White used was his specialty, sand transformation. Whoosh! That ball of liquid metal took Venerable White's move head-on, and transformed into several grains of sand that fell to the ground. Is it already over? Song Shuhang said, somewhat surprised. But Venerable White shook his head. In the next moment, those grains of sand gathered together, and quickly changed into a ball of liquid metal that started to float in the air again. At this time, Yi Si also came out, and said, why don't you try to using soul ferrying techniques? I feel that that thing somewhat resembles the soul of a dead person. Perhaps you can ferry it? After hearing this suggestion, Song Shuhang closed his eyes, and silently chanted Ksitigarbha's soul ferrying scripture. Then, he aimed his hand at the ball of liquid metal, and activated the soul ferrying technique. When he started chanting the text of Ksitigarbha's soul ferrying scripture, the virtuous lamia also appeared, and started floating behind Song Shuhang. When Song Shuhang used the soul ferrying technique, that ball of liquid metal finally reacted. It instinctively started to resist Song Shuhang's actions. Venerable White said, there was a reaction. Shuhang, put in more effort. Song Shuhang immediately sped up his chanting of Ksitigarbha's soul ferrying scripture. The ball of liquid metal shook, and then moved upward, seemingly trying to run. But right at this time, the virtuous lamia behind Song Shuhang suddenly made her move. She quickly stretched out her hand, and grabbed that ball of liquid metal. In the next moment, she attached it to her left boob. Song Shuhang. Venerable White. Yi Si. My fierce elder sister, are you trying to get a breast implant? Earlier, when it still had the appearance of a stickman, the virtuous lamia had grabbed the two Buddhist relics and pressed them against her face, merging with them and transforming them into two beautiful phoenix eyes. Now, she had grabbed that small portion of the ball of liquid metal, and attached it to her chest. Was she planning to turn this portion of the ball of liquid metal into part of her chest as well? But was that even possible? Those two Buddhist relics were inanimate objects, and were related to the power of virtue. Therefore, one could accept the fact that they had merged with her body. But, this ball of liquid metal was very likely a portion of the clone of the ruler of the netherworld, and even the nucleus in Song Shuhang's heart aperture was unable to digest it. Could the virtuous lamia really merge with it? Just as he was in deep thought, Song Shuhang discovered that something changed around the chest area of the virtuous lamia. That ball of liquid metal really fused with her chest, but although it fused with her, it didn't become one with her body. Soon afterward, a large amount of power of virtue poured inside the body of the virtuous lamia from the ball of liquid metal, just like it had happened when she fused with those Buddhist relics back then. Still, the power of virtue she absorbed this time was different from the one she'd absorbed from the Buddhist relics. The power of virtue absorbed from the Buddhist relics contained the wisdom and compassion of that senior monk, while the power of virtue absorbed from this small portion of the ball of liquid metal contained the power of prestige, order, and punishment. If the power of virtue of that senior monk was like water, the one of the ball of liquid metal was like ice. Both were a type of power of virtue, but the way they manifested was completely different. Around 30 breaths later, all the power of virtue inside that portion of the ball of liquid metal that the virtuous lamia had attached to her chest was sucked dry. In the next moment, Song Shuhang saw the virtuous lamia open her mouth, with the ball of liquid metal quickly drilling out of it. Song Shuhang was somewhat disappointed. From the looks of it, even the virtuous lamia had been unable to become one with the ball of liquid metal, and could only extract the power of virtue inside. The volume of the ball of liquid metal was the same as before, it hadn't changed. Still, Song Shuhang, Venerable White, and Yi Si could see that 10% portion of the ball of liquid metal had now lost some of its luster. It was clearly gloomier than before. All the power of virtue inside that thing was absorbed by your materialized lamia, Venerable White said. Then, he sized up the lamia, and said, "Why is your materialized light of virtue this familiar? Doesn't she look the same as that fairy maiden with the beauty mark we met in the Jade Lake realm?" Song Shuhang replied, "Yes, that's her. I suspect my light of virtue ultimately assumed her appearance due to me accidentally ferrying her soul back then. This sounds interesting." Venerable White held his chin, and had a sudden impulse of studying soul ferrying techniques. Venerable White wanted to know if he, too, could materialize such an interesting light of virtue. Anyway, once it had lost the protection of the power of virtue, rich aura of the netherworld started to leak from the body of that ball of liquid metal. Soon afterward, an indistinct voice spread from the ball. "Do you yearn for power?" The voice was emotionless, and it appeared the same as a sound recording. Venerable White looked at Song Shuhang, and said, "Is it asking you?" "Probably," Song Shuhang said. "Does this metallic ball have intelligence?" Venerable White shook his head. "I can't tell for sure." At this time, that emotionless voice was transmitted from the ball of liquid metal again. "Do you yearn for power?" Yi Si said, "Why don't we try to reply to its question? I think it's better to leave it alone. I feel that whether we reply yes or no, there will be some trick waiting for us. In addition, while faced with this question, I'm really tempted to reply with, 'I yearn for boobs,'" Song Shuhang said. This meme was really popular in China around that time. Therefore, when Song Shuhang heard the first half of the sentence, he couldn't help but think of this reply. Song Shuhang's voice had hardly faded at the ball of liquid metal in front of them started to transform. After a short moment, it transformed into a boob of liquid metal, very lifelike. Song Shuhang. Venerable White. Yi Si. Then, that emotionless voice echoed again. "Your wish came true. This is the boob you were yearning for." Song Shuhang. Was that thing trying to tell a joke? Let go of your thoughts and stretch out your hand, grab me. If you do so, you'll obtain the boob you yearn for. Become one with me, and you'll obtain infinite boobs, the emotionless voice continued. Song Shuhang. Yi Si laughed. "Ahahaha," Venerable White said, "the ball of liquid metal is probably acting on instinct. The evil energy of the netherworld has the innate ability to confuse humans and make them fall. Even if there is no one controlling it, it will automatically try to lure human cultivators. Song Shuhang said, I think that very few people would get attracted by this degree of enticement. But right at this time, EC suddenly said, eh? The writing of the sage reacted. The writing of the sage that hadn't had any reaction while facing that ball of liquid metal earlier was now shining brightly. Then, it started to flutter, and condensed a great deal of righteous energy that went to suppress the ball of liquid metal. When the overwhelming righteousness suppressed that small portion of the ball of liquid metal, another change happened. The ball of liquid metal transformed into a sharp sword that slashed toward the righteousness that the writing of the sage had condensed. Neither the writing of the sage nor the sword-shaped ball of liquid metal had any intelligence. They were acting based on their instincts. Venerable White said, I see. Earlier, the ball of liquid metal had the protection of a large amount of power of virtue, which caused the writing of the sage to neglect it. But after losing the protection of the power of virtue, it attracted the attention of the writing of the sage, which then attacked it. However, it was impossible to suppress that ball of liquid metal just by relying on the writing of the sage. In the end, the sword-shaped metallic ball slowly got the upper hand, and the righteous energy that the writing of the sage had condensed weakened bit by bit. They had to find a way to deal with that ball of liquid metal before the writing of the sage got defeated. After a short moment, Song Shuhang's eyes suddenly lit up. Nucleus, is it possible to shift that ball of liquid metal to the main world? He remembered that when that black metallic man removed the seal on its body and appeared in the main world, a power similar to the heavenly tribulation destroyed it. Perhaps this ball of liquid metal would also attract the attention of that heavenly tribulation-like energy if it appeared in the main world now that it had lost the protection of the power of virtue? The nucleus shook slightly, and in the next moment, that small portion of the ball of liquid metal disappeared from his inner world. Song Shuhang. Wait a moment. I only asked you if you could shift it or not. I didn't tell you to move it out. At this time, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were having a discussion in the outside world. If that portion of the ball of liquid metal that had been thrown outside ended up attracting that energy similar to the heavenly tribulation and even involved the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group, the consequences would be tragic. Quick, get us out of here. Song Shuhang quickly added. Whizzed Song Shuhang, Venerable White, and Yi Si were also moved to the main world, appearing where the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were previously discussing. Returning to the main world, Song Shuhang discovered that that small portion of the ball of liquid metal was hovering amidst the crowd of seniors. At this time, the seniors were vigilantly gazing at the ball of liquid metal. The evil energy of the netherworld realm was leaking out of its body, and one needed but a glance to tell that it was nothing good. At the same time, Song Shuhang noticed that a burst of awe-inspiring energy had appeared in midair. This feeling, there was no mistaking, it was the same energy that had extinguished that black metallic man. Seniors, be careful. Quickly disperse. Song Shuhang shouted after appearing. Boom! In midair, that energy similar to the heavenly tribulation took shape, falling upon the body of that ball of liquid metal. Rip! That small portion of the ball of liquid metal was turned into ashes with only one blow, disappearing without traces. Luckily, the volume of the ball of liquid metal was rather small this time. Therefore, that awe-inspiring heavenly tribulation-like energy didn't cause too much destruction. Was that the heavenly tribulation? Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked in puzzlement. It didn't seem like the heavenly tribulation. Although the heavenly tribulation is merciless, one will always have a slim chance of survival. But that energy just now only wanted to kill. It didn't want to leave any chance of survival to the opposite party, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon said. Little friend Shuhang, what was that thing? And why was it obliterated like that? Northern River's loose cultivator asked. It's a long story, that thing was very likely a fragment of the clone of the ruler of the Netherworld realm. As far as I know, the ruler of the Netherworld realm is unable to enter this world. This was the reason it was obliterated, Song Shuhang replied. Song Shuhang seized the opportunity to tell the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group about the ruler of the netherworld looking for suitable humans or animals it could merge with in order to return to the main world. Song Shuhang had already sent a message in the 9 provinces number 1 group and told everyone about the fact that he had met 2 ordinary people corrupted by the evil energy of the netherworld realm in Wenzhou City. And now, he told them about the information he'd obtained from Senior White 2, as well as the fusion words the black metallic man had shouted toward the sky after coming out of the underground area of the 250th branch. Song Shuhang was unable to say Senior White 2's name aloud while in the main world. Therefore, his words were automatically censored each time he mentioned Senior White 2's name. However, the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group had already gotten used to it. Everyone knew that Song Shuhang had a special source from where he got all his information. The information that Song Shuhang obtained from this mysterious person during the battle between the White Cloud Academy and the demons of the netherworld basically changed the outcome of the war. After Song Shuhang finished with his story, all the seniors of the group became silent. This information was simply too shocking. The person behind all this is unexpectedly the ruler of the netherworld? Young Master Phoenix Slayer had no idea what to say. At first, they'd thought that it was the work of a 9th stage tribulation transcender, but they didn't expect that it was actually the work of the final boss. How should we handle this situation? Northern River's loose cultivator said. To be honest, this matter was already beyond the capabilities of the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Venerable White said, how about this? Let's pass this information to the sect masters of the various major sections. Regardless of how many believe this piece of information, we at least have to give them a warning and let them prepare. In addition, the ruler of the netherworld realm is still looking for a way to enter the main world, and has yet to succeed. Such being the case, we have to try our best to destroy its plans. Then, if it really manages to leave the netherworld realm and come to the main world in the future, the seniors in the main world that decided to withdraw from the world will surely step forward to face it. Just as the various fellow Daoists were discussing, Yi Si drilled out of Song Shuhang's body, and headed toward the place where that ball of liquid metal was obliterated earlier. The ball of liquid metal was turned into a puff of smoke, but there was still a fingernail-sized piece of metal left on the ground. Shuhang, come here and take a look, Yi Si said. She didn't dare to touch that piece of metal. After all, it was something derived from the body of that ball of liquid metal. Song Shuhang arrived next to Yi Si, and looked at the fingernail-sized piece of metal. That thing isn't dead yet? Its vitality was a little too strong. How should we deal with it? Yi Si asked. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and said, Yi Si, prepare a healing technique for me. After saying this much, he stretched out his hand and took off the glove covering his right hand, pointing his hand toward that piece of metal. It was a piece of metal left behind after the clone of the ruler of the netherworld was obliterated. Even if he used the secret appraisal technique, the price to pay shouldn't be too high. If he could find a method to get rid of this piece of metal once and for all, it couldn't be any better. Song Shuhang activated the secret appraisal technique. Golden runes that we hadn't seen in a while flashed through his eyes, and then fell on that piece of metal. Soon afterward, they transformed into a clock, and the hands of the clock turned counterclockwise. The golden runes ultimately returned to Song Shuhang's eyes. At the same time, 2 superficial wounds appeared on Song Shuhang's right hand. But before Yi Si could even use her healing technique, the 2 wounds healed. After eating the seed of the sinful black lotus, Song Shuhang's self-recovery ability had become pretty powerful. At the same time, the information related to that piece of metal resurfaced in his mind. Mutated black metal born from the heavenly punishment, a valuable forging material rarely found in the world. A fragment of the will of the ruler of the netherworld realm that arrived in the main world as a sacrificial offering. But now, the will within has been completely wiped out, and the black metal underwent a wondrous mutation after experiencing the heavenly punishment. The content of the appraisal technique was very simple, and the description of that piece of metal was just a few sentences long. Song Shuhang revealed a smile. Mutated black metal born from the heavenly punishment, a valuable forging material that was rarely found in the world. In addition, the will of the ruler of the netherworld within had been already wiped out. In other words, this piece of metal was a valuable treasure. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and picked up that piece of black metal. "Everything okay?" Yi Si asked. Song Shuhang nodded. "Yes, everything okay. This thing is just a very good forging material right now." His luck was pretty good as of late, and he had obtained a lot of good forging materials. Perhaps he could use these forging materials to manufacture a life-bound magical treasure of his liking after advancing to the 4th stage realm? Late at night, that huge full moon in the airspace of the Forbidden City finally disappeared. This matter about 2 moons suddenly appearing in the airspace of the Forbidden City would surely end up on the first page of tomorrow's newspaper. Many experts were going to gather that very night and join their forces to research the strange phenomenon related to 2 moons appearing in the sky. Weird, as of late, that big superstar, Brother Wolf, didn't really do anything to steal the first page of the newspapers. As such, why did this strange phenomenon appear in the airspace of the Forbidden City, occupying the first page of the newspaper by force? A lot of people living close to the Forbidden City wondered. That night, aside from the various experts, a lot of so-called experts were also awakened from their sleep. Their only duty was to let their imagination run wild and think of a reasonable explanation for this event. Tomorrow morning, they would explain to the people watching the TV why these 2 moons suddenly appeared in the sky of the Forbidden City. Regardless of these experts using optics, energy, gravity, or other types of science to explain the phenomenon, tomorrow morning, they would give a reasonable explanation to the people watching the TV and make them feel at ease. This was the only duty of those so-called experts. In the meantime, Song Shuhang returned once more to his inner world. Venerable White also went with him so that they could be ready for all eventualities. Little, Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, Kai also entered Shuhang's inner world. For the time being, Song Shuhang was unable to teach her soul ferrying techniques. To complete this task, it was better to borrow the original copy of the Diary of the Ascetic Senior Monk from the Western monk, and then give it to little Kai alongside Ksitigarbha's soul ferrying scripture, allowing her to comprehend the art of soul ferrying from those 2 texts. The reason Song Shuhang had brought little Kai to his inner world was to let her personally see the soul ferrying process. In the inner world, under Song Shuhang's order, countless roots extended from the small island and absorbed another 10% of that ball of liquid metal floating in the chaotic region. Afterward, that 10% of the ball of liquid metal was ejected and moved from the chaotic region to the small island. After that, Song Shuhang used his soul ferrying technique, and slowly approached the fragment of the ball of liquid metal. In the next moment, just as that portion of the ball of liquid metal tried to dodge the soul ferrying technique, the virtuous lamia behind Song Shuhang took action and stretched out her hand, grabbing the fragment of the ball of liquid metal. Then, just like before, she pressed the ball of liquid metal against her chest. After pasting the metallic ball against her chest, she could absorb the power of virtue inside at the fastest pace. Although these various steps were rather complicated, they were all indispensable. If Song Shuhang approached the ball of liquid metal without using his soul ferrying technique first, the ball of liquid metal wouldn't try to run from him, and the virtuous lamia behind him wouldn't try to grab it either. Song Shuhang had also tried to order the virtuous lamia to directly grab the ball of liquid metal and absorb the power of virtue within. But the result was that the virtuous lamia would grab the metallic ball and then just stand there, without moving in the slightest. After losing its power of virtue, the ball of liquid metal floating in the airspace of the small island would start emitting evil energy from all over its body. Do you yearn for power? That classic line to lure people would also play in the background. But this time, Song Shuhang didn't bother replying to this stupid question. The last time, when he subconsciously replied, "I yearn for boobs," that ball of liquid metal really turned into a metallic boob, absolutely eye-blinding. Just as Song Shuhang was about to tell his inner world to shift that fragment of the ball of liquid metal to the outside world along with everyone else. Little Kai subconsciously muttered, "No, I yearn for boobs." Song Shuhang. Venerable White. Ye see. Why did little Kai even know about this meme? Couldn't she just keep acting like a naive monster bird? In the next moment, that fragment of the ball of liquid metal transformed once again into a very realistic boob of liquid metal. Then, it tried to entice them again with that emotionless voice. Your wish came true. This is the boob you were yearning for. Let go of your thoughts and stretch out your hand, grab me. If you do so, you'll obtain the boob you yearn for. Become one with me, and you'll obtain infinite boobs. Little Kai. The lines were the same as before, and they hadn't changed in the slightest. This level of AI was at least 10 years old. Nucleus, teleport us outside, Song Shuhang said. This scene was too spicy to the eye, and it was better to quickly get rid of this boob of liquid metal. In the next moment, Song Shuhang's group was teleported to the main world. Then, just as expected, that heavenly tribulation-like energy appeared again, reducing the ball of liquid metal to ashes and leaving behind only a small piece of metal. Song Shuhang used the secret appraisal technique to determine if the piece of metal was safe to pick, and got his hands on another piece of mutated black metal born from the heavenly punishment. Venerable White said, "From the looks of it, this process isn't dangerous, and that ball of liquid metal in your inner world doesn't seem to have any intelligence. Are you planning to continue?" "Yes. I want to continue until that ball of liquid metal disappears from inner world. I won't feel at ease if it's not gone from there," Song Shuhang replied. "All right. In that case, let's continue with this process," Venerable White said with a smile. After repeating the process 10 times, the last portion of the ball of liquid metal was finally dealt with, and then shifted to the main world with the help of the nucleus. While witnessing the destruction of this last portion of the ball of liquid metal, Song Shuhang, Senior Sister Ye Si, and Venerable White were particularly alert. If that ball of liquid metal was hiding something, it would be in this last fragment of its body. Boom, in the sky, that heavenly tribulation-like energy appeared once more, instantly destroying that fragment of the ball of liquid metal. Just like the previous 9 times, the ball of liquid metal was reduced to ashes, and only a small piece of metal was left behind. "It's over," Ye Si said. Song Shuhang nodded his head, and cautiously used the secret appraisal technique on that piece of metal. Mutated black metal born from the heavenly punishment, a valuable forging material rarely found in the world. A fragment of the will of the ruler of the netherworld realm that arrived in the main world as a sacrificial offering. But now, the will within has been completely wiped out, and the black metal underwent a wondrous mutation after experiencing the heavenly punishment. The result of the technique was the same as before. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief, and picked up the 10 pieces of that mutated black metal, preparing to store them in his size-reducing purse. "Shuhang, wait a moment." But right at this time, Venerable White suddenly thought of something. "Give me those pieces of mutated black metal so that I can have a look at them. Is it possible that there is something wrong with them?" Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Then, he gave the 10 pieces of that mutated black metal to Venerable White. Venerable White took the pieces of metal, and started to arrange them according to a certain order. After a short moment, Venerable White put the 10 fragments of that mutated black metal together, forming the picture of a square. As expected, after all, they were originally one entity. There is a very advanced formation engraved on these pieces, which transformed them into the sacrificial offering that would allow the will of the ruler of the netherworld to come to the main world, Venerable White said. Senior White, since you pieced them together, won't you attract the attention of the ruler of the netherworld? Song Shuhang asked, somewhat worried. Your guess is correct. You guys retreat a little. I'm about to gamble and seek death this time around, Venerable White said. Senior White wanted to seek death. What was he planning to do? Song Shuhang and the others retreated a little. Soon after, Song Shuhang saw that Venerable White altered his appearance, turning into a scholar with ordinary appearance. Isn't that the scholarly sage? Song Shuhang said. It was precisely that ultra-amazing scholarly sage that had given rise to incredible phenomena when he was born, and had then fought against the heaven, the earth, and people alike during his lifetime. But why had Venerable White assumed the appearance of the sage? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, a blurry picture was projected from that square made from the pieces of black metal. The image of a strange and ancient big tree appeared in the picture. One extremity of this strange tree was aimed at Venerable White, while the other extremity aimed toward the void. Around 2 breaths later, the picture changed again, and a pair of metallic eyes appeared in the blurry picture. However, due to the square projecting the picture being split into 10 sections, the metallic eyes were also divided into 10 sections, just as though it was all a mosaic. Anyway, that was the ruler of the netherworld, the ball of liquid metal. At the same time, an awe-inspiring aura spread from those metallic eyes. Luckily, the fact that the picture looked like a mosaic greatly reduced the power of this awe-inspiring aura that the metallic eyes were releasing. But even so, little Kai, who was on Song Shuhang's palm, felt her legs becoming soft, and fainted after getting oppressed by this aura. Her strength was too low, and her will wasn't that strong, either. Since it was the ruler of the netherworld, the ball of liquid metal was bound to suffer some limitations, and couldn't enter the main world. Even after using some methods to illegally get into the main world, it was immediately obliterated. But even if the ruler of the netherworld was unable to enter the main world, ordinary demons of the netherworld weren't subject to this limitation. Such being the case, the ruler of the netherworld was able to directly make contact with the main world through ordinary demons of the netherworld, just like this strange tree, who was a demon of the 7th stage. The tree was capable of broadcasting, and used its connection with that square made from the fragments of black metal to broadcast the picture to the ball of liquid metal in the netherworld realm. In other words, the picture that Song Shuhang and the others were seeing at the moment was some sort of live stream. Venerable White, who had assumed the appearance of the sage, was sitting cross-legged, giving off the aura of a grandmaster. He looked the same as the scholarly sage in Song Shuhang's memories. The 2 metallic eyes opened, staring at Venerable White, who now looked like the scholarly sage. In the next moment, the eyes of the metallic ball almost popped out. The scholarly sage. A metallic voice echoed. Scholarly sage version. Venerable White faintly smiled. No, you've already died. It's impossible for you to be alive. Who are you in the end? That metallic voice said coldly. While it was speaking, the surrounding space started fluctuating. It felt as if a burst of power was trying to pass through the boundaries of space and attack the scholarly sage. Scholarly sage version. Venerable White stretched out his hand, and made the action of picking up a flower. Boom! The sound of a series of explosions was resounded in midair. After the explosion subsided, the fluctuating space immediately returned to its original state. The explosive space compressing technique, the 2 metallic eyes said in a grave tone. This secret technique was a technique that belonged solely to the scholarly sage. It was a secret technique that had given it a lot of trouble in the past. It was particularly good at suppressing the ability to control space that 9th stage tribulation transcenders possessed. Back in the days, if a 9th stage tribulation transcender was thinking of using the power of space to approach the scholarly sage, the sage would unleash the explosive space compressing technique. If an ordinary 9th stage tribulation transcender got to enjoy this explosive technique once, even if they didn't die on the spot, they would be severely injured. It's really you. This is really unexpected. You've actually managed to deceive me and leave behind a secret technique to resurrect yourself. The metallic eyes kept rotating. In the next moment, the metallic eyes in the picture zoomed out, and transformed into a large ball of liquid metal. But since you've dared to appear in front of me like this, you are a goner. Be ready to suffer the punishment of the heavens. Scholarly sage version Venerable White faintly shook his head, and pointed toward the sky. The current, it, is already unable to kill me. The metallic ball said, its condition has already deteriorated up to this point. Sheet, hee. After it dies, you'll die as well, Scholarly sage version Venerable White said calmly. You bastard, the metallic ball said coldly. But immediately after, it froze, and said, no, there is something wrong. You aren't the scholarly sage, just a bastard that is playing tricks on me. After discovering that his disguise was seen through, Venerable White quickly stretched out his hand, and separated those pieces of black metal. The picture of the ball of liquid metal disappeared. Afterward, Venerable White returned to his original appearance, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Song Shuhang and Yi Si returned to Venerable White's side. Senior White, what were you trying to achieve after assuming the appearance of the scholarly sage? Yi Si asked. I wanted to confirm a guess, however, this isn't the place to discuss this matter. Shuhang, let's go to your inner world, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang moved Venerable White and the others to his inner world. The monster bird Little Kai was still unconscious, and Song Shuhang placed her to one side so that she could have a good rest. Venerable White said, some time ago, I came to the conclusion that there might be some kind of connection between the wielder of the will and the ruler of the netherworld. There were similar records in the inheritance I've obtained as well. However, that part of the records was fragmentary and incomplete. As a consequence, my knowledge is rather superficial when it comes to this subject. Song Shuhang immediately recalled when he dreamt about the third wielder of the will striped dragon, and that striped dragon too in the netherworld realm. According to my guess, after a ninth stage tribulation transcender inherits the will of the heavens and gains control over it, this person splits into two. One side will control the will of the heavens, and the other side the netherworld realm. However, like I said, it's just my guess, Venerable White said. In addition, the current wielder of the will is about to die. In the next several thousand years, or tens of thousands of years, we might have an era with a different wielder of the will. Senior White, do you want to become the wielder of the will? Song Shuhang asked. How can I explain it? I think that becoming the wielder of the will might be something very interesting. If I really become the wielder of the will another me appear in the netherworld realm? And how will this other me look like? If you think about it, it sounds rather cool, Venerable White said with a smile. Of course, it's just a casual thought. After all, I can't become the wielder of the will just because I wish so. At this time, I'm only a 7th stage venerable, and there is still a long way left before I become a 9th stage tribulation transcender. Song Shuhang. If another Venerable White appeared in the netherworld realm, would his name be Senior White 3? Senior White returned those 10 pieces of mutated black metal to Song Shuhang, and advised him not to store them together, but to keep them separated. Shuhang, when is your university starting? Venerable White asked. Jiangnan University will open on the 6th. But on the first day, people go there only to exchange information and see each other, and they simply return home afterward. It's weekend on the 7th and the 8th, and there are no lessons as a consequence. The university will officially start on the 9th, Song Shuhang replied. In other words, you have nothing to do during the next few days, right? In that case, let's go to explore the ruins of that immortal tomorrow morning. Fairy Lychee decided to join us on her own initiative, and Northern River's loose cultivator also wants to go. He just advanced to the 6th stage True Monarch realm, and he wants to hear that immortal discuss about its path to immortality, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang also wanted to make a trip to those ruins as soon as possible. He wanted to know how Fairy Cheng Lin looked like so that he could determine the relationship between Yi Si and immortal Cheng Lin. Alright. Let's set out tomorrow, then, Song Shuhang said with a nod. Good. Let's go find Northern River's loose cultivator and ask him to prepare a place where we can spend the night. Venerable White held his chin, and then said some meaningful words. Shuhang, have good dreams. Thank you. Song Shuhang didn't understand the hidden meaning in Venerable White's words. After heading to the resting place that Northern River's loose cultivator had prepared for the various fellow Daoists, Venerable White and Song Shuhang discovered that their rooms were next to each other. Just as Venerable White was about to open the door and go in, he said, "Right, I almost forgot about it. Here is a gift for you." A gift for me? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Why had Senior White decided to give him a gift? Venerable White rolled up his sleeve, and revealed an exquisite bracelet on his wrist. He took off the bracelet, and gave it to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang took the bracelet, somewhat confused, and wore it. After wearing the bracelet, he was surprised. Spatial equipment? Yes, that's a cosmos bracelet called Sun and Moon Concealing Beads, and there is a space of 100 cubic meters within, Venerable White explained. This magical treasure is the reward for the contribution you made during that trip to the Jade Lake realm. You can seize this opportunity to store some of those pieces of metal inside your size-reducing purse and some in the Sun and Moon Concealing Beads. Venerable White had spent several days to forge this space-type magical treasure. When he used the treasure forging furnace a few days ago, it was in order to forge this magical treasure. The main material used to forge it was the fragments he had obtained in the White Cloud Academy when the world of the Golden Lotus took shape. But didn't I give up on my reward in order to pay off my debt? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. I was just joking with you. Shuhang, you don't have any sense of humor, do you? Venerable White said. A debt is a debt, and a reward is a reward. Song Shuhang. Was it possible that he really had no sense of humor? Venerable White wasn't the only one to think so, that Senior White too in the Netherworld realm also thought the same. In that case, see you tomorrow. Go to sleep early and have good dreams. Venerable White waved his hand and opened the door, preparing to get into his room. But just as he was about to get into his room, he got distracted, seemingly due to him thinking about something very interesting. While distracted, Senior White revealed an enchanting smile. Venerable White had pushed the door of the room open while wearing that enchanting smile. At the same time, his body lost its balance and fell forward toward the ground. The nearby Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. That was bad. Senior White had tripped on flat ground once more. This was Venerable White's unique skill, and he hadn't seen in a long while, long to the point that Song Shuhang had almost forgotten about its existence. He didn't expect that he would get to see it at such a moment. Song Shuhang put to display his speed of the third stage realm, and subconsciously stretched out his hands, preparing to support Venerable White's body to prevent him from falling. However, the speed at which Venerable White was falling was way higher than Song Shuhang's speed. Therefore, Song Shuhang could only helplessly watch as Venerable White was slipping away from his hands. It was over, this place that Northern River's loose cultivator had prepared for them to stay at was done for. That wasn't all, even all the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces #1 group that were staying over tonight were done for. As for Song Shuhang, who was the person closest to the impact point, he was super done for. Just as Song Shuhang was despairing, a tree branch quickly extended from Senior White's waist area, swiftly propping itself against the ground. It was the monster willow, Qing Wu. At the critical moment, she came out and propped the falling Venerable White up. At this moment, Venerable White was suspended in midair at a 45-degree angle while supported by some tree branches. Song Shuhang was so scared that his whole body was covered with sweat. Luckily, the monster Willow Qing Wu had saved the situation. Otherwise, all the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group in this place would have been done for. After a while, Venerable White finally returned to his senses. How come I'm suspended in the air like this? Venerable White asked. But after asking this question, he had immediately understood what was going on. Oh, did I get distracted and stumble? Senior White, this is exactly what happened. Song Shuhang wiped the sweat off his forehead. Senior White, you should be more careful while walking around. Don't worry. Even if I get distracted while walking, I'll be fine, Venerable White said with a smile. Song Shuhang. When I told you to be careful, I meant, be careful not to kill us innocent bystanders. Alright, I understand. I'll be more careful the next time, Venerable White replied in all seriousness. Venerable White had spoken without giving it too much thought. Once Venerable White got up, the monster Willow Qing Wu cautiously retracted her tree branches. Senior White waved his hand at Song Shuhang, and said, "See you later, good night." "Good night," Song Shuhang said. "Have good dreams," Venerable White added. Song Shuhang nodded. During the night, Song Shuhang lay on the bed and kept tossing about, unable to fall asleep. He was very tired today, but for some reason, he was still unable to fall asleep. "I feel as if something is about to happen," Song Shuhang muttered to himself. "Don't worry. With me guarding here, I can immediately wake you up even if something happens." Yi Si's voice echoed. Song Shuhang nodded. Perhaps because Yi Si comforted him, Song Shuhang quickly fell asleep. After Song Shuhang fell asleep, Yi Si drilled out of his body, and sat beside him. Then, she opened his size-reducing purse, and took out several books. There were books about history, science, nature, archaeology, mathematics, poetry, and so on. These books were the spoils of war she had gotten after strolling through the streets with Fairy Dongfang Six, and she had left them inside Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse for the time being. Anyway, after Song Shuhang fell asleep, Yi Si made a hand seal, and activated a magical technique, projecting 2 rays of golden light from her eyes to the books. In the next moment, she started reading those thick books with great interest. This magical technique that allowed her to project rays of golden light from her eyes was something she had created herself. When she was in the crystal-clear water pavilion, she would often hide inside a sleeping bag and secretly read books. While reading, Yi Si also started to get sleepy. Thereupon, she lay next to Song Shuhang while holding the book she was reading and fell asleep. Song Shuhang had a dream. Perhaps because Venerable White told him to have good dreams 3 times, Song Shuhang had a beautiful dream tonight. There was a great sea that extended as far as the eye could see, and Song Shuhang was stepping on Meteor Sword and flying in the air. As expected, one would dream at night about what they were thinking during the day. Earlier, he was indeed hoping to quickly advance to the 4th stage innate realm so that he could ride a flying sword, alright, although what he was supposed to ride was a flying saber, to the point that he might even have to practice that blade-dragging technique. Nothing could prevent him from riding a flying sword in his fantasies. Anyway, he looked really cool while riding a flying sword and soaring into the sky. He was riding the wind and cleaving through the waves on the surface of the sea. Sometimes, he would shoot up into the clouds, at other times, he would descend on the surface of the sea, just as though he was surfing the waves with his flying sword. From time to time, he would fly close to the surface of the sea and break through the waves. Aaaaah! Song Shuhang laughed happily. Wielding a sword is like raising a glass of wine and hearing the autumn rain. What was the second part of the sentence? Whatever. If he forgot it, so be it. Regardless of that, riding a flying sword was really cool. It was such a wonderful dream, and he was really reluctant to wake up. Still, why was he riding on Meteor Sword while dreaming of riding a flying sword? This was Venerable White's life-bound flying sword. Right, it was a dream. Everything could happen in a dream, and there was no need for explanations. Just in this fashion, Song Shuhang stepped on Meteor Sword and kept flying and flying, looking very happy. Meteor Sword also followed his wishes, and went up, down, left, and right as he ordered. If he wanted it to fly, it would fly. If he wanted to go upward, it would go upward. If he wanted to go downward, it would go downward. In the end, Song Shuhang rode the flying sword, and arrived in the airspace of a beautiful little island. The small island was very beautiful, even more than those paradisiac lands. The surroundings of the small island were covered in dense fog. Song Shuhang got curious, and thus controlled the flying sword, descending on the small island. After descending, he discovered that the small island already had an owner. There were several ancient-looking pavilions and towers, as well as modern buildings. After he got off Meteor Sword, the sword automatically attached to Song Shuhang's back. "Hello, is anyone here?" Song Shuhang asked. Song Shuhang's voice had hardly faded that a puff of light smoke appeared not too far from his position. Then, Venerable Spirit Butterfly's silhouette appeared before Song Shuhang's eyes. "Hello, little friend Shuhang," Venerable Spirit Butterfly said with a smile. "Hello, Senior Spirit Butterfly," Song Shuhang replied. "What is this place? Is this your Spirit Butterfly Island?" Venerable Spirit Butterfly shook his head, and said, "This is a volcanic island, and not my Spirit Butterfly Island. Little friend Shuhang, this way." Thereupon, Song Shuhang followed Venerable Spirit Butterfly in a daze. Where was Venerable Spirit Butterfly bringing him? To see Soft Feather? Speaking of which, Soft Feather was recently preparing to transcend her tribulation. Had she succeeded? While walking, Song Shuhang suddenly felt his body becoming light. His whole person had been shrouded in a light fog. Then, he flew upward as if he was riding the mist, flying higher and higher. It was unknown for how long he flew, but as the dense fog before his eyes dispersed, he found himself in a changing room. Venerable Spirit Butterfly's figure had disappeared. However, there was another familiar figure before his eyes, that famous director, Mr. Jacob. "Hello, Mr. Jacob," Song Shuhang said. Jacob slightly nodded, and then clapped his hands. Several makeup artists rushed in. At the same time, Song Shuhang noticed that the makeup artists were carrying female clothing in their hands. Song Shuhang had a bad premonition. But right at this time, Director Jacob nodded, very satisfied. Thereupon, with a smile, he said, "Try out those clothes on Mr. Song and choose the most suitable one. It's better to choose one that doesn't cause trouble while running." Just in this fashion, the various makeup artists grabbed Song Shuhang, and brought him to another dressing room. "You want me to try out these clothes?" The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Then, he started to struggle with all his might. "Stop joking. I don't want to wear these clothes." However, possibly because it was a dream, his strength of the third stage realm was unable to prevent those makeup artists from dragging him away. Something like this would often happen in dreams. Each time a person was having a nightmare and someone was chasing after them to kill them, they would feel as though they were lacking all their strength. As such, the enemy would quickly catch up to them and chop them to pieces. As a result, Song Shuhang was forcefully dragged into that other dressing room, where the makeup artists started to do their job. They applied some basic makeup, attached new eyelashes, and then blackened his eyebrows. After seeing his continuously changing face in the mirror, a feeling that words couldn't describe welled up in Song Shuhang's heart. For some reason, he thought of Senior Copper Trigram. What he was wondering was, How did Senior Copper Trigram feel each time he saw his face change into that of another person while using his disguising technique? No, wait a moment. Why was he even thinking about Senior Copper Trigram? On the other hand, why was he dreaming of such an eye-blinding matter while sleeping? As the saying went, one would dream at night about what they thought during the day. However, he hadn't really thought about anything female clothing related earlier. Was it possible that it was a memory from long before? Song Shuhang calmed down, and recalled the things he had experienced in this dream. He'd first met Venerable Spirit Butterfly, then Director Jacob and the makeup artists. After linking together the various clues, Song Shuhang suddenly remembered another matter. Not too long ago, Venerable Spirit Butterfly had mentioned that he wanted to shoot a new movie, and he had proposed Shuhang play the part of a tailor-made male character that liked to wear female clothing. Yes, that was it. The reason he was having this eye-blinding dream was surely that memory. It was all Senior Spirit Butterfly's fault. I can't allow this to continue any further. Even if it's just a dream, I don't want to get tormented like this. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang started to struggle again in his dream. However, he felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out, and he had no choice but to softly lay on the chair. The makeup artists wore smiles on their faces as they started to fiddle with his face. What a scary nightmare. Still, he had to find a way to wake up. Ye see, wake me up. Song Shuhang shouted inwardly. He had signed the ghost spirit contract with Ye Si, and even if he was dreaming, he needed but a thought to get in touch with Ye Si. However, Ye Si didn't reply. The connection between the two had unexpectedly lost its effectiveness. How was this possible? Song Shuhang couldn't help but furrow his brows. Whatever, since I can't get in contact with Ye Si, I can only rely on myself. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang increased his breathing frequency. Each time he was having a nightmare, Song Shuhang would wake up as long as he started to breathe quickly. He was very sure of the effects of this method. As such, Song Shuhang started breathing faster and faster. After breathing like this for around 20 times. At last, Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. He wasn't inside that dressing room anymore. He had woken up. That was simply great. Song Shuhang opened his eyes, and looked all around. Actually, no. The dream wasn't over just yet. Although he had left the dressing room, he was now on the top of a volcano, not too far from the crater. Below him was boiling hot magma, but even if he was this close to the crater, he didn't feel hot. On the contrary, he even got an icy cold feeling. Just as before, he was still dreaming. What's the matter with this damned dream? Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was going to happen in this strange dream now that he had been shifted to the crater of this volcano? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, his body moved on its own, starting to run toward the edge of the crater. I've got a bad feeling. Song Shuhang felt somewhat uncomfortable while running, and he subconsciously lowered his head, looking at his lower body. When he lowered his head, he discovered that his clothes were already different from before. At this time, he was wearing a full-body Western suit. If he was wearing a Western suit, so be it. It was something he could accept. The problem was that no matter how he looked at the Western suit, it didn't look like something designed for a man. The contour of the pants, in particular, resembled that of a woman. Song Shuhang felt somewhat depressed. Had this female clothing thing not come to an end yet? Since the scene in the dream had changed, was it really necessary to keep the female clothing fetish around? Just as Song Shuhang was ridiculing the situation, a system notification window appeared in the top left corner of his field of vision. It used black characters with golden outline, very eye-catching. Lines: Little Reckless, where are you? Quickly reply. P.S. Please appear worried while reciting these lines. Song Shuhang. What the hell was that? Had the story unfolding in the dream turned into a video game? Moreover, didn't this little reckless name sound really toxic? After hearing this name, he was reminded of Senior Thrice Reckless from the 9 Provinces #1 group. Song Shuhang decided to ignore the system notification. But right at this time, the text in the window changed. The countdown is about to start. You have 20 seconds to say the lines, "Little Reckless, where are you?" Quickly reply, with a worried expression. If you don't, you might have to face punishment. Along with the text on the system notification window changing, the picture of a stopwatch appeared in the top right corner of his field of vision, quickly starting to count down. 20, 19, 18, 15, 14, 11, the numbers started to decrease very quickly. Punishment? Bring it on. This is only a dream, and if you want to punish me, just go ahead. The crueler the punishment, the better. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Song Shuhang's body started to dash toward that crater full of boiling magma. The speed he was running at was extremely fast, and the brake feature seemed to be missing. According to Song Shuhang's calculation, he would jump into that lake of magma in 10 more seconds if he didn't stop. At the same time, that cool and refreshing feeling disappeared, replaced by a blazing heat. If it was this hot just by approaching the crater, he could only imagine how wonderful things would get after diving into that lake of magma. Just what kind of dream was this? It suddenly turned into a video game, and he was now forced to complete quests. The stopwatch on the right had already counted down to 9 seconds, and Song Shuhang was mentally preparing himself to jump into that lake of magma. But just as he was about to fall in the lake of magma, he changed his mind. Song Shuhang had a sudden inspiration, and decided to say those lines to see what would happen. It wasn't that he was afraid of the punishment, after all, it was just a dream, and even if he fell into that lake of magma, it wouldn't be a big deal. It was just a dream, and even dying 1,000 times wouldn't be much of a problem. The reason Song Shuhang changed his mind was that he wanted to see how the dream would change after he had said those lines. He felt that this dream was rather eccentric. Therefore, there was a chance he might obtain some clues after saying those lines. Thereupon, Song Shuhang said the lines, Little Reckless, where are you?" Quickly reply. After he finished saying the lines, his eyes suddenly shone. Next, he saw that there was a silhouette struggling in the magma below. After hearing Song Shuhang's voice, the figure raised its head, and looked upward. That face was very familiar. That was none other than Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Little Reckless had suddenly turned into Senior Thrice Reckless. Just what was wrong with this dream? "My friend, save me. Quickly pull me up." Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber shouted. Song Shuhang said subconsciously, "Why don't you come up on your own? I'm unable to come up on my own. I need your help. Please, help me." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said anxiously. Song Shuhang. You are an expert of the 5th stage realm. Can't you just instantly fly out of that magma? What do you need my help for? Just as he was in deep thought, another system notification window appeared in front of his eyes. Please look for a hidden mechanism next to the crater of the volcano. The secret to escaping this place and saving Little Reckless is concealed in there. Note, after 60 seconds, the volcano will start erupting. Please make haste so as to avoid getting involved in the eruption. Another stopwatch appeared in the top right corner of Song Shuhang's field of vision. Song Shuhang. Should he continue playing this game? The already strange dream was getting even weirder and weirder. After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang made up his mind, and decided to continue. After all, it was like playing an adventure-type video game. He turned around, and started searching the area close to the crater. However, the crater was huge. How was he supposed to find that mechanism? In addition, how did that mechanism look? Couldn't they give him some additional information? Time quickly passed by, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of those 60 seconds were already gone. But, Song Shuhang had yet to find the mechanism. 60 seconds were too little to complete the task. After seeing that Song Shuhang was unable to find the hidden mechanism, Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, who still amidst the boiling magma below, started to get anxious. Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber shouted, "My friend, look at your 6 o'clock. There is a flight of stairs there, and after you go up to the 3rd step, open a small box and throw at me the equipment inside. I can get away from here thanks to that equipment. There isn't much time left, quick." So there was the option to get a hint. You could have said that earlier. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Thereupon, Shuhang headed to his 6 o'clock. But after he had taken 2 steps, he faintly heard the sound, cut, beside his ear. In the next moment, dense fog appeared before his eyes, completely wrapping Shuhang. Then, he could also faintly hear Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's angry howl in the background. Why, cut? Tell me the reason behind that, cut. I just gave him a piece of advice, and I didn't break the rules in any way. Ouch. Mom, I'm getting burned alive. I'm dying. The dense fog wrapping Song Shuhang made him feel once again as if he was riding the mist. After the dense fog dispersed, Song Shuhang discovered that he had returned to that airspace above the surface of the sea. The clothes he was wearing had also reverted to the ones he was wearing previously. Just like before, he was stepping on Meteor Sword and quickly flying forward. The damn dream still wasn't over. The next day, the sun rose again. Early in the morning, due to Song Shuhang's room facing east, the sunlight passed through the window of the room, and shone on his face. Song Shuhang wanted to sleep a little more, but the sunlight was truly dazzling, and forced him to wake up. When he went to sleep yesterday, he forgot to pull the blinds down. After waking up, Song Shuhang used his hand to block the sunlight, and muttered to himself, "I'm so tired." Now then, what was the deal with that strange dream he had yesterday? He got tossed about so much that he was exhausted both physically and emotionally. Right, what about Senior Sister Yixi? While he was dreaming yesterday, he called Yixi several times, hoping to borrow her strength to wake up from the nightmare. However, Yixi didn't answer his calls. Song Shuhang got up, and discovered that Yixi was lying right beside him, sleeping very soundly. Next to Yixi were several thick books. It was unknown when she had fallen asleep. Song Shuhang. Probably due to Song Shuhang moving around, Yixi also opened her eyes. Still in a daze, she said, "Oh, it's already morning." "Shuhang, good morning." "Good morning," Song Shuhang replied. Knock, 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 the sound of someone knocking on the door echoed. Afterward, Venerable White's voice echoed. "Shuhang, did you get up already?" "I just woke up." "I'll immediately open the door," Song Shuhang replied. "If you are awake, you can head to the 2nd floor to have breakfast." "We are waiting for you there," Venerable White said. "All right, I'm coming," Song Shuhang said. There was a vegetarian dish for breakfast, 100% vegetables and 0% meat. The reason was that Great Master Profound Principle was the one that had prepared breakfast this time around. Great Master Profound Principle's main occupation was that of a senior monk, but he was also a part-time immortal chef. Although the dish was vegetarian, it tasted pretty good. Venerable White was holding some white bread in his hand and nibbling at it when he suddenly asked, "Shuhang, did you sleep well yesterday?" Song Shuhang drank a mouthful of soybean milk. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Yeah, sort of." "That's good," Venerable White said with a nod. "After having breakfast, we'll proceed toward Immortal Cheng Lin's immortal cave. Since we aren't in a hurry, we don't need to rush there." Song Shuhang nodded, and said, "Good, there is still some time left before my university starts. Right, Senior White, can we head to that forbidden area after visiting immortal Cheng Lin's immortal cave? The forbidden area Song Shuhang was talking about was the one Daoist priest Li Tiansu had discovered. There was a chance that the method to cure Li Yinzhu might be there. Song Shuhang had wanted to explore that forbidden area since a while ago. After all, the sooner he could treat Li Yinzhu's cold disease, the better. However, exploring that area with his strength was the same as seeking death, and he needed Venerable White to go with him. No problem. I'll make sure to find the time. It is about time to settle the karma with Daoist priest Li Tiansu, Venerable White said with a nod. Several months ago, Daoist priest Li Tiansu's corpse flew over to their place from a very distant place, leaving behind his equipment. Venerable White had taken his flying sword and ancient bronze ring, forming a knot of karma with him. At this time, Northern River's loose cultivator said, Senior White, I've already borrowed Fellow Daoist 7 Lives Talisman's private cruise ship, but do we really want to travel to that place by ship? If they traveled by ship, it would take them a long time. Wasn't it better to just ride a flying sword? Fellow Daoist Northern River is worried about the speed aspect, right? Don't worry, I've already prepared a set of formations. After boarding the ship, we'll stick onto it these sheets of paper with the formations on them. Its speed won't be inferior to that of a flying sword, Venerable White said after taking out a pile of A4-sized sheets of paper. After hearing these words, Northern River's loose cultivator nodded, and said, That's great. After breakfast was over, Venerable White set out with Song Shuhang, Northern River's loose cultivator, Fairy Lychee, young Master Phoenix Slayer, as well as Medicine Master and Rivoli Purple Mist. While heading toward the cruise ship, Song Shuhang kept yawning, looking in low spirits. Fairy Lychee, who was beside Shuhang, also looked tired. From the looks of it, she hadn't rested very well. After reaching the cruise ship, Song Shuhang, young Master Phoenix Slayer, and Northern River's loose cultivator joined forces, and stuck the A4 paper sheets that had the formations engraved on them all over the cruise ship. Then, as soon as the cruise ship left the shore and was far from the eyes of ordinary people, the formations activated, and the ship sprinted forward at terrifying speed. The sea breeze blew in their faces. Ah, this was the flavor of the sea. Song Shuhang leaned against the guardrail and kept yawning. When the sea breeze blew in his face, he got even sleepier. Shuhang, are you very tired? Venerable White asked. I had a strange dream yesterday, which exhausted me both physically and emotionally. I'm feeling tired and spiritless at the moment, and I'm getting sleepier and sleepier. Song Shuhang sighed. In that case, why don't you sleep for a while? I'll wake you up when we reach immortal Cheng Lin's ruins. There is still some time left before we reach the destination, enough for you to take a nap, Venerable White suggested. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and nodded his head. It just happened that there were some rooms where he could rest on the cruise ship. In that case, Senior White, Senior Northern River, Senior Phoenix Slayer, I'll go to sleep, Song Shuhang said as he yawned. Go. Rest well, Venerable White said. At this time, Fairy Lychee also said, such being the case, I'll go to rest as well. For some reason, I felt very restless during the past few days, and it's been a while since I've rested well. Fairy Lychee was already a 6th stage True Monarch, and she wouldn't feel tired even if she didn't rest for a year. However, she was always restless as of late, which caused her to be in low spirits. Song Shuhang looked for a room, and lay on the bed, starting to resting. Strange, why do I feel as though there is something wrong with this situation? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. At this time, Yi drilled out of his body, and asked, Did you have a nightmare yesterday? To be more precise, it was a very exhausting dream, Song Shuhang said. Yi, wake me up if you feel that I'm having a nightmare. Sure, leave it to me. I'll stand guard beside you for the whole time, Yi guaranteed. With Yi Si's guarantee, Song Shuhang fell asleep free from worries. Since he was very tired, Song Shuhang quickly fell asleep. Afterward, he had another dream. Just like the last time, there was a boundless sea and a blue sky. Other than that, he was riding a flying sword this time as well. However, this time he wasn't riding meteor sword, but a sword orb. Sheet. Song Shuhang looked at the small sword orb beneath his foot. That gadget only had the size of a fingernail, and Song Shuhang was stepping on it and flying in the sky. There was something very wrong with this picture. Of course, a sword orb could also be used to fly. But under normal circumstances, whenever a cultivator rode a sword orb, the sword orb would be unrolled first and turn into sword threads, and a layer of light would then appear above these threads. That way, the cultivator could elegantly step on the layer of light and fly forward. To put it in simple terms, it was the same as stepping on a sword light and flying. But the sword orb Song Shuhang was stepping on didn't unroll or turn into a sword light. It kept the appearance of a small orb. Anyway, he stepped on the sword orb with one foot, and whizzed forward at high speed. Song Shuhang's acrophobia almost flared up again. Don't be like this. At least change into a layer of light. If I don't have a stable footing, I won't feel at ease. Song Shuhang said. His voice had hardly faded that the sword orb beneath his foot transformed. Actually, the sword orb didn't transform into a layer of light or anything. On the other hand, it multiplicated, and other 11 sword orbs appeared, for a total of 12 sword orbs. Then, with 6 sword orbs beneath his left foot and other 6 beneath the right one, Song Shuhang finally stabilized himself in midair. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. If one watched him from afar, they would notice that he was stepping above 6 orbs with each foot and flying in the sky at terrifying speed. This scene was simply too memorable. Still, Song Shuhang was now sure of something. These 12 sword orbs were actually Northern River's loose cultivator's life-bound magical treasure, the 12 Swords of the Milky Way. The 12 Swords of the Milky Way were very cool. When Northern River's loose cultivator and immortal master Copper Trigram were fighting on the summit of the Forbidden City, the sword formation that the 12 sword lights had created was super cool. Still, the flight pattern of these 12 Swords of the Milky Way was truly uncanny. When riding these sword orbs, one would directly step on the small orb. At that point, was one riding a flying sword or a sword orb? At this point, I might as well use the blade dragging technique. Even grabbing a saber and getting dragged along was better than stepping on these small orbs. Anyway, Song Shuhang was unwilling to give up, and issued several orders to the sword orbs below his feet, trying to turn them into sword light. However, he didn't succeed. Aside from being unable to turn them into a layer of light, he discovered that riding a sword orb was the same as riding a flying sword. If Song Shuhang wanted to fly in a certain way, the sword orbs would fly in that way. One could fly straight, at a slanted angle, or even a curved angle. It was also possible to fly upside down, and it was pretty easy on top of that. The sword orbs would closely attach to his feet, allowing him to fly at high speed while he was hanging upside down. Aside from their style being a little trash, the sword orbs were pretty good. After flying for a while, Song Shuhang once more reached that small island. It was the same island covered with fog he saw yesterday. After he had descended, the sword orbs automatically attached to Song Shuhang's back. Actually, what the hell was this? If a flying sword was attached to one's back, it would look cool. But what was the deal with 12 sword orbs getting attached to one's back? There was something very wrong with the style of today's dream. In addition, there is definitely something wrong with this dream. Song Shuhang had already concluded that much. It wasn't a coincidence that he had dreamt of the same place 2 times in a row. It was almost certain that some senior was messing with his dreams in secret. The biggest suspect was Senior White, and right next to him was Northern River's loose cultivator. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Venerable Spirit Butterfly's figure appeared before his eyes one more time. "Little friend Shuhang, good morning," Venerable Spirit Butterfly said calmly. "Please, follow me." "Senior Spirit Butterfly, wait a moment. I don't want to take a walk alongside you today. I want to stroll on the island alone," Song Shuhang said in a hurry. The third suspect was obviously Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Venerable Spirit Butterfly faintly smiled, and said, "Sure, you can stroll as you please." After saying these words, Venerable Spirit Butterfly turned into fog and disappeared. At the same time, Song Shuhang's body was likewise wrapped in fog. Wasn't this development the same as yesterday? Song Shuhang. At this time, in the faraway Jiangnan area, Gao Mumu was sitting in front of his computer with a cloth to bring down the fever attached to his forehead. His voice had hardly faded that the radiance of a healing technique suddenly shone on his body. In the next moment, Gao Mumu's flu was immediately cured, just as if a miracle had taken place. Gao Mumu, who was in the middle of writing that he was going to take a break, was clearly dumbfounded. At this time, on the bookshelf in Gao Mumu's room, a palm-sized Yu Jiaojiao was holding a cup of hot tea in her hand, calmly sipping it. "How lucky that I had the sudden idea to visit Gao Mumu's place today. Otherwise, this guy would have taken a break due to the flu," Yu Jiaojiao muttered to herself. Now that Yu Jiaojiao was here, how could something like flu pose any threat? A healing technique was more than enough to restore Gao Mumu to his original condition. "Now that he doesn't have the flu anymore, there will be an update like always," Yu Jiaojiao said in a soft voice. Gao Mumu's finger stiffened while typing on the keyboard. Then, he made an effort to shake his head, his expression clearly one of disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had a fever, a headache, a stuffy nose, and a sore throat, and he felt as if he was going to die. But now, he suddenly felt reinvigorated. His head stopped hurting, his nose wasn't stuffed anymore, and his throat healed as well. His whole body was brimming with energy. Under these circumstances, he was unable to keep writing that message where he was asking for leave. F***ck, what's happening? I rarely got ill this year, and just as I was thinking of seizing this opportunity to ask for leave, my flu suddenly got better. Since when has my constitution become so incredible? Gao Mumu said. Speaking of which, what was Song Shuhang doing as of late? He sent a message yesterday, saying that he had already completed his registration. Why had he headed to the university so much ahead of time? Just as he was in deep thought, Gao Mumu opened a Word file, and started to quickly type on the keyboard. When did Gao Mumu look handsome? In the meantime, after his body was shrouded in that dense fog, Song Shuhang felt as if he was riding the mist again. Soon after, when the dense fog shrouding his body dispersed, he discovered that he was inside a volcano. It was the same crater he'd seen yesterday, with the boiling magma below. He could still faintly hear some cries. Was it possible that Senior Thrice Reckless was still struggling amidst the magma below? At the same time, Song Shuhang thought of another matter. As such, he quickly lowered his head, and looked at his body. Luckily, the clothes he was wearing this time were his previous clothes, and he wasn't forced to wear that female western suit. However, there were many round dots attached to his body this time, and they looked rather weird. In addition, the 12 sword orbs attached to his back had disappeared. Just as Song Shuhang prepared to take these round dots off his body, he once again lost control of his limbs, and started to run as he had yesterday. Since he had already experienced this matter yesterday, Song Shuhang wasn't nervous or worried. At the same time, he carefully examined his body as he was running forward on his own. Very soon, he noticed that there were thousands of strings pulling him. This was the reason he was running like crazy. Was this a magical technique? In addition, was he really dreaming at this moment? Song Shuhang started to get suspicious. Just as he was in deep thought, he arrived at the edge of the crater. Same crater, same location, same setting. I won't have to say the same sentences as yesterday, right? I refuse to say those lines again today, Song Shuhang thought to himself. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, the following words echoed. Little Reckless, where are you? Quickly reply. Song Shuhang didn't even open his mouth to speak, but the voice was his own, and it was transmitted from his clothes. It was a voice recording getting replayed. F*ck, even something like this was possible? In addition, now that even a voice recording popped out, Song Shuhang was 100% sure that this wasn't a normal dream. After waking up this time, I'll look for Senior White and ask him what's the deal with these dreams. Song Shuhang thought to himself. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, amidst the boiling magma, Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber shouted loudly, "My friend, save me. Quickly pull me up. Song Shuhang. I'm unable to come up on my own. I need your help. Please, help me." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said anxiously. I understand. Song Shuhang sighed, and then said, I remember that there was a flight of stairs, and I'll find a box after going up to the third step. After I give Senior Thrice Reckless the equipment inside the box, you'll be able to leave this place, right? In that case, I'll go look for that flight of stairs. After hearing these words, Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber opened his eyes wide. Soon after, he said while trembling, Little friend Song Shuhang, why are you making me suffer like this? Song Shuhang was puzzled. Then, he faintly heard a cut in the background. Afterward, Song Shuhang was shrouded in that dense fog again, and before flying away, he seemingly saw the volcano erupting. Song Shuhang. This dream was really something. After a short moment, the dense fog wrapping around Song Shuhang made him return to the mouth of the volcano. Then, as if time was rewound, he started to run toward the edge of the crater again. Song Shuhang already had a theory in his mind. Very soon, when he arrived at the edge of the crater, that voice was transmitted from his clothes again. Little Reckless, where are you? Quickly reply. Next, Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber appeared once more within that lake of magma. Song Shuhang noticed that Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's condition was worse than the last time he saw him, and there were several extra parts of his body that were charred black. After appearing, Senior Thrice Reckless immediately said his lines from before. After finishing with his lines, he shot a bitter glance at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang sighed, and kept silent. He started searching the area around the crater, and quickly found a flight of stairs. Then, he followed Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's instructions from yesterday and opened the box, taking out the stage props inside, a small boat of the size of a table. Song Shuhang made an effort to push the boat into the lake of magma. Senior Thrice Reckless was delighted. He quickly got into the boat, and started to row with all his strength. Rowing and rowing, the small boat quickly arrived beside Song Shuhang's body. While confronted with such a terrible plot, Song Shuhang already didn't know how to ridicule it. Go, go, go. The volcano is about to erupt. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber pulled Song Shuhang, and they quickly fled the volcanic crater. Around 20 seconds later, the volcano behind them erupted with a loud boom. Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had a pale complexion, and was running faster and faster. Senior, why don't you ride your saber? Song Shuhang asked. I can't fly. If I could fly, I would have already done so. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said with tears streaming down his face. Song Shuhang. With great difficulty, Song Shuhang and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber managed to get out of the range of the volcano. Even if he was currently unable to ride a flying sword, Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was still a very fast runner. In addition, it seemed that the range of the volcanic eruption was limited, and after one left it, the eruption would lose the capacity to harm them. Song Shuhang heard another cut in the background. We are finally safe. Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber heaved a sigh of relief. Senior Thrice Reckless, can I ask you something? What are we doing at this moment? Song Shuhang asked. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber replied, You are asking me what we are doing? You don't know? We are shooting a movie. Song Shuhang probed, We are shooting a movie? Yes, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said with tears streaming down his face. After I carelessly made some malicious remarks about Venerable Spirit Butterfly in the group, I was dragged to this place to shoot the movie. I have been soaking in the crater for 2 days before you finally came over. Song Shuhang said, Before I came over? Does this mean that I'm not dreaming? No, you are indeed dreaming. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber looked at Song Shuhang, and then sighed with emotion. Little friend Shuhang, you are really lucky. Song Shuhang was confused. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber explained, You were actually able to experience an astral trip before advancing to the 4th stage. This is a really valuable experience, and it will greatly help you on the road to the 4th stage. As you know, you can ride a flying sword after advancing to the 4th stage, and experiencing this astral travel will help you a lot when riding a flying sword. Astral travel? In other words, my soul left my body? Song Shuhang asked. If his soul had left his body, it would explain the weird things happening in this strange dream. You can see it like that if you want. Soul and mental energy are related, and the former can be considered highly concentrated mental energy. The stronger one's soul, the better they can control their flying sword, and the more increases the distance from which they can attack their enemies. Speaking of which, what is your current realm, little friend Shuhang? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber suddenly thought of this matter. He remembered that little friend Song Shuhang had just advanced to the 2nd stage realm when the Chu family and the Illusory Sword School decided to fight on that grievance-settling platform. Afterward, he apparently had a series of fortuitous encounters and transcended his tribulation, advancing to the 3rd stage. As such, what was little friend Shuhang's current realm? I opened the 3rd meridian of the 3rd stage, the Blazing Sun Meridian, a few days ago. Now I'm trying to break through the immaterial King Meridian, Song Shuhang replied. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber suddenly became silent, and his expression turned grave. Senior Thrice Reckless, is something the matter? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. I was thinking of Quiet, ing down. Don't ask me who Quiet is, it's precisely that woman, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said in all seriousness. After saying this much, he waved at Song Shuhang, and said, There isn't much time left. Little friend Song Shuhang, let us meet next time. Song Shuhang was still confused. In the next moment, his body was shrouded in that dense fog again. After the dense fog disappeared, Song Shuhang found himself above the sea, riding sword orbs. Just like before, there were 6 sword orbs beneath his right foot, and other 6 beneath his left one. The style was as terrible as before. Song Shuhang kept riding the sword orbs, quickly dashing forward. Senior White, it's you, right? Song Shuhang suddenly said. However, no one replied. Song Shuhang looked at the sword orbs beneath his feet, and said, In that case, it must be you, Senior Northern River. It's your doing, right? But just as before, no one replied. Song Shuhang held his chin as he fell into deep thought. In the meantime, Fairy Lychee was resting in her room. She had felt ill at ease for the past several days, but today, she had suddenly managed to calm down, falling into deep sleep. She felt really happy when she got to relax after such a long time. But just as she was sleeping, she felt as though something approached her. Fairy Lychee suddenly opened her eyes, and discovered that a glittering thing was hovering above her body. It was a mass of golden light of virtue. Soon after, the golden light materialized and turned into a lamia. The lamia blinked her phoenix eyes, watching Fairy Lychee closely. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/quiet_metal_gear. F***ck, what's this thing? Fairy Lychee subconsciously stretched out her hand, and prepared to grab the virtuous lamia. She wanted to let her have a taste of her unique skill, the 365 rounds windmill spin. But when she stretched out her hand, she wasn't able to grab anything. The virtuous lamia had two different forms. The first one was the solidified form, where she was a solid entity. It was the form she used when displaying the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, alongside Song Shuhang, or when she was blocking curses or evil attacks in his stead. Her other form was the ordinary light of virtue form. In this form, she was just a mass of intangible light. When she entered Fairy Lychee's room, the virtuous lamia was in her solid form. But now, she had switched to her light of virtue form. Therefore, Fairy Lychee's hand simply passed through her body. The virtuous lamia didn't try to dodge. Or rather, she didn't even know what dodging was. From beginning to end, she was motionless, just like a mountain, with her pretty phoenix eyes firmly locked on Fairy Lychee. Fairy Lychee took back her hand, and said, it was actually light of virtue. When the virtuous lamia stared at her like that, Fairy Lychee felt very nervous, and her sleepiness was blown away. Whose light of virtue was this? And how did it suddenly enter her room? Did the owner forget to take the correct medicine? Today, she had managed to relax after such a long time, and even slept soundly. But before she could sleep to her heart's content, she was startled awake. How cruel! The master of this light of virtue had better not let me discover who they are. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless and spinning them around like a windmill. Fairy Lychee thought to herself, very annoyed. At the same time, she tried to change location to avoid the gaze of the virtuous lamia. But whenever she moved, the virtuous lamia would move alongside her, not leaving by so much as an inch. Those two beautiful phoenix eyes were staring at her with rapt attention, making Fairy Lychee feel a lot of pressure. Fairy Lychee faintly sighed, and rested her chin in her hand, falling into deep thought. I remember now. This is little friend Song Shuhang's light of virtue. Amidst the various fellow Daoists on board, only little friend Song Shuhang's light of virtue had already materialized. Fairy Lychee sprang to her feet, and prepared to head to Song Shuhang's room in order to let him have a taste of her 365 rounds windmill spin. But after taking 2 steps, Fairy Lychee suddenly stopped. She glanced outside the window, and discovered that 12 sword orbs were quickly heading toward the cruise ship from a place not too far. Those sword orbs were Northern River's loose cultivator's life-bound magical treasure, the 12 swords of the Milky Way. The 12 sword orbs would sometimes assume the shape of the character, while flying, and the shape of the character at other times. From time to time, they would separate, 6 on the right side, and the other 6 on the left side, and fly that way. Their style was ever-changing, and above these sword orbs was an illusory figure. Is that, little friend Song Shuhang's soul? Fairy Lychee blinked her eyes, and then turned her head around, looking at the virtuous lamia beside her. Little friend Song Shuhang was currently busy with an astral trip. In that case, who was controlling his light of virtue? After the start of the astral travel, Song Shuhang's consciousness had left his body. Such being the case, why had his light of virtue run to her room? Fairy Lychee gazed at the virtuous lamia with a confused expression on her face. The virtuous lamia also closely watched her. Her beautiful phoenix eyes shone, and that beauty mark next to the corner of her eyes increased her beauty even further. Fairy Lychee felt her liver ache. Your master has returned. Go, quickly return to his side. Fairy Lychee waved at the virtuous lamia. However, the light of virtue didn't have any intelligence, and it was basically a magical technique. There were cases where plants, animals, or even rocks could develop intelligence and become spirits, but who had ever heard of a magical technique becoming a spirit? As such, the virtuous lamia didn't pay attention to Fairy Lychee's words, and kept following her. Fairy Lychee's liver was aching even more. She sighed, and headed toward Song Shuhang's room. Whoever started this mess should end it. Song Shuhang's soul returned to his room, and Northern River's loose cultivator's sword orbs flew out of the window. After returning to the room, his soul sleep walked around the room once, and then returned to his body in a daze. Knock, knock, knock. Just as his soul returned to his body, someone knocked on the door. Song Shuhang opened his eyes in a daze. "I'm so tired." Song Shuhang rubbed his temples, and struggled to get up. The astral travel consumed a lot of his mental energy. "Yi Si, are you here?" Song Shuhang said. On the nearby table, Yi Si rubbed her eyes and raised her head. She had also fallen asleep. "Strange, how come I fell asleep again?" Yi Si said in puzzlement. She'd felt very energetic today, and she wasn't tired in the least. As such, why did she suddenly fall asleep? "I think, this might be the doing of some senior," Song Shuhang said. He propped himself up, and got down from the bed. The fact that Yi Si could fall asleep was something he had anticipated. The senior that dragged his soul away was surely going to put Yi Si to sleep first since she was his ghost spirit. They probably didn't want to alarm her. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking on the door echoed again. "Who is it?" Song Shuhang asked. "It's me, Lychee." "Quickly open the door, there is an urgent matter." Fairy Lychee's voice echoed. "Senior Lychee?" Song Shuhang rubbed his temples, and went to open the door. When he opened the door, he discovered that Fairy Lychee was standing at the entrance, wearing an expression of someone whose liver was in great pain. A golden mass of light was floating right beside her. Wasn't that his virtuous lamia? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Why was his virtuous lamia floating beside Fairy Lychee? Fairy Lychee sighed, and then said, "Little friend Shuhang, can I trouble you to take back your light of virtue?" "Thanks." Song Shuhang quickly gave a mental order, and the light of virtue whizzed back to his body. "Senior Lychee, why was my light of virtue with you?" Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Fairy Lychee sighed. "I'm the one that should ask you this question. Why did your light of virtue come to my room?" "It disturbed my sleep." "I'm sorry, Senior Lychee." Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. Then, he connected his mind to the virtuous lamia. Had the virtuous lamia undergone some kind of transformation? When he connected his mind to the virtuous lamia, he discovered that her power of virtue was several times stronger than before. Earlier in the inner world, the virtuous lamia had absorbed the power of virtue in the body of that ball of liquid metal. The quantity of virtuous power turned out to be enormous. After completely absorbing that huge quantity of power of virtue, the virtuous lamia had undergone a few other changes. The color of her tail had become darker, starting to tend toward the color of pure gold. At the same time, her body had become more realistic. But aside from this, the virtuous lamia hadn't changed in any other way. Song Shuhang reopened his eyes, his expression confused. Why had his light of virtue headed to Fairy Lychee's room? Mama Lychee. But right at this time, Yi Si pounced in Fairy Lychee's embrace. Fairy Lychee. She had almost forgotten that she had accepted Yi Si as her adopted daughter while they were shooting Apocalypse War due to that weird and intimate resonance between the two of them. After gazing at the happy Yi Si in her embrace, Fairy Lychee remembered that Yi Si was Song Shuhang's ghost spirit, and she really liked to pester her. The virtuous lamia was Song Shuhang's materialized light of virtue, and she was also giving signs of wanting to pester her. Was little friend Song Shuhang her kryptonite? Then, Fairy Lychee had a sudden realization, and asked, right. Ye see, just now, was it you who controlled Song Shuhang's light of virtue and made it enter my room? From a certain point of view, a ghost spirit and its master were one entity. Theoretically speaking, Ye see should also be able to control Song Shuhang's light of virtue. I didn't. I'm allergic to Song Shuhang's light of virtue, and I don't dare to get too close to her, Ye see replied. She was giving her all to avoid that virtuous lamia. The nearby Song Shuhang fell into deep thought. He thought of a certain possibility. Was it possible that there was some relationship between Fairy Lychee and immortal Cheng Lin? For example, Fairy Lychee being Cheng Lin's descendant or someone even closer to her? Was this the reason the virtuous lamia had automatically floated to Fairy Lychee's side after digesting the power of virtue she had absorbed from the ball of liquid metal? After all, the materialized virtuous lamia had been influenced by that woman with the beauty mark they'd met in the Jade Lake realm. Ye see. Fairy Lychee. Immortal Cheng Lin, that ghost spirit passed down in Ye see's family he saw in the crystal-clear water pavilion. There was definitely a close relationship between these four. After visiting immortal Cheng Lin's ruins, he should be able to uncover this mystery. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang asked, right. Senior Lychee, have you ever dreamt about something related to immortal Cheng Lin in the past? Fairy Lychee shook her head, and said, I haven't. I've never dreamt about something similar. Why do you ask? I think that there is certainly some relationship between you and immortal Cheng Lin. Perhaps a blood relationship, or some other relationship that is even closer, Song Shuhang said. Fairy Lychee said, some other relationship that is even closer, like her reincarnation? It's just my guess, Song Shuhang said. I shouldn't be her reincarnation. If I was her reincarnation, it should be impossible for me not to realize anything, Fairy Lychee said. Just as they were discussing, Venerable White came from afar, and said, oh. Shuhang, you woke up. Did you sleep well? No, I didn't. In fact, I'm exhausted now, Song Shuhang said in all seriousness. That's understandable, Venerable White said with a smile. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, was that matter related to the astral travel you're doing? Indeed, it was. I've spent a lot of effort to allow you to make that astral travel. Unfortunately, that thrice reckless fellow can't keep his mouth shut, and spilled all the beans. Otherwise, I could have brought you on an astral trip a few more times, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang. That astral travel was extremely beneficial to you. Later, if we have free time, we should look for another opportunity and have fun. Venerable White then added, right, we have arrived at immortal Cheng Lin's ruins. Get ready, we'll set out in a while. Shuhang, take some medicinal pills to restore your exhausted mental energy. Around 10 minutes later. Venerable White took out an immortal boat, and brought Song Shuhang and the others to the bottom of the sea where immortal Cheng Lin's ruins were. After submerging for around 2,000 meters, Venerable White suddenly stopped. Interesting. Venerable White suddenly smiled. Did something happen? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Fairy Lychee's vision passed through the immortal boat, and looked at the distant seafloor. Is someone lying in ambush? Someone is lying in ambush? Who is the enemy? Song Shuhang asked. A cultivator of the third stage like him couldn't display what power at the bottom of the sea, and he could only act as a spectator. It's a rather strange bunch of creatures. From what I remember, they should be called sea urchin warriors, Venerable White replied. Song Shuhang. So it was that crowd of strange fellows that had been brainwashed by the sea urchin warriors' 20 years of mandatory education manual. Since they decided to lie in ambush here, how did these sea urchin warriors know that we were heading toward the ruins? Song Shuhang asked. Who knows? Venerable White stretched out his hand, and pressed on a small formation engraved in the top right corner of the immortal boat. The immortal boat immediately shone, illuminating the surrounding waters. Under the light, many figures suddenly appeared in front of the immortal boat. The sea urchin warriors were wearing black diving suits of the 4th stage rank. Several needles were popping out of the suits. "What's the strength of this group of sea urchin warriors?" Song Shuhang asked. Young Master Phoenix Slayer spread his spirit sense, and swept the group of sea urchin warriors with it. "Most of them are at the 4th stage, with 10 or so being at the 5th stage. It might be troublesome if they attack the immortal boat together. How wonderful would it be if Fellow Daoist Tyrant Flood Dragon was here. The seafloor is his domain," Northern River's loose cultivator said with a smile. Fairy Lychee clenched her small fists, and said coldly, "We don't need Fellow Daoist Tyrant Flood Dragon. Let's just get out and kill them." Just as they were discussing, a tall and thin sea urchin warrior stepped forward. It was a sea urchin warrior of the 5th stage. After stepping forward, it stared at the immortal boat, its vision falling on Song Shuhang. "You, human that has committed unspeakable crimes. I can smell a thick scent of blood coming from your body. Your body was dyed with blood of many of my companions. You killed an innumerable number of them," the tall and this sea urchin warrior roared. Song Shuhang. He had almost forgotten that he had the mark of the sea urchin slayer on his body. "You are done for, sinful human. Today, no one will be able to save you," the tall and thin sea urchin warrior said in a grave tone. "All those that get dyed with the blood of our race are enemies of all the sea urchin warriors in the world. Escaping is useless, your life is ours to take. Not only them, but even their family members and all the people related to them will. He had forgotten his lines. The tall and thin sea urchin warrior stiffened. He was a sea urchin warrior of the 5th stage rank, an elder of their race, and it had been a while since he had personally taken action. As a result, when it was finally his turn to enter into action, it unexpectedly forgot the signature lines of their race. Well, that was rather embarrassing. Luckily, the face of the elder was covered with a piece of black cloth, and one couldn't see his expression clearly. After seeing that the elder was stuck, a young sea urchin warrior of the 3rd stage in the rear quietly took out an exquisite book. It was none other than the sea urchin warrior's 20 years of mandatory education manual. This copy of the sea urchin warrior's 20 years of mandatory education manual was a special edition. It was waterproof, it could resist high pressure, and the characters were fluorescent. Even if they were deep in the sea urchin warriors could quickly consult the content of those 20 years of mandatory education. This book was something the Ministry of Education of the sea urchin warrior race had researched and created the year before last. With this book in hand, the younger generation of the sea urchin warrior race could increase their knowledge whenever they wished, even in the depths of the sea. After quietly taking the sea urchin warrior's 20 years of mandatory education manual, the thin and tall sea urchin elder started to skillfully leaf through it. Then, he raised his head and looked at Song Shuhang, continuing, "Ahem. Not only them, but even their family members and all the people related to them will die in the hands of us sea urchin warriors. But if they kneel and let us behead them, we sea urchin warriors will forgive their family members." Song Shuhang. Were these sea urchin warriors really this obsessed with these pre-prepared lines? To the point that they had to recite them even before the start of a battle? If they chanced upon a bunch of impatient monster hunters, things might turn tragic. One was a race that had to recite those pre-prepared lines at all costs before the start of a battle, and the other a crowd of fellows that would have the impulse to massacre monsters as soon as they saw them. It was rather comical if one thought about it. "Shuhang, it seems they are looking for you," young Master Phoenix Slayer said with a smile. Even though they were facing such a large number of sea urchin warriors, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group weren't worried. "Indeed. I killed several sea urchin warriors in the past, and they left a mark on my body. Song Shuhang sighed. Venerable White said, I also killed some of them. It seems I killed a few as well, Fairy Lychee said. Medicine Master said, I didn't directly kill any of them, however, I captured alive a few sea urchin warriors the last time, and brought them back home to raise them and try out some medicine. But just as I was raising them, they suddenly died. Rivoli Purple Mist said, it's not your fault. I probably gave them the wrong medicine that day, causing the demise of those several sea urchin warriors. After hearing these words, young Master Phoenix Slayer sighed with emotion. You guys are really cruel. Those sea urchin warriors are so cute and foolish, how can you be that cruel to them? Phoenix Slayer's voice had just faded as the platoon of sea urchin warriors outside dispersed and carried out a large number of weapons from their rear camp. There were depth charges, torpedoes, supercavitating torpedoes, deep-water armor-piercing shells, and other modern weapons used in the depth of the sea. No one knew how the sea urchin warriors had gotten their hands on this stuff. In addition, there were a lot of formations engraved on these weapons. It was clear that the sea urchin warriors had modified and upgraded the weapons after obtaining them. One could say that they were worthy of being an elite race of sea monsters that had undergone 20 years of mandatory education. They had surely kept pace with the times. While researching magical techniques, they didn't forget to research modern high-tech weapons as well. You, human that has committed unspeakable crimes. Listen well, I'll give you 20 breaths to repent for your actions. You'd better kneel down and cut off your head after these 20 breaths are over. Otherwise, not only you'll die, but your family members will also die in the hands of us sea urchin warriors, the tall and thin sea urchin warrior elder said again to Song Shuhang. In the immortal boat, Song Shuhang pointed at that bunch of scary modern weapons that the sea urchin warriors had taken out, and said to young Master Phoenix Slayer, Senior Phoenix Slayer, look there. Those are the cute and foolish sea urchin warriors you were talking about. Did you now see how cruel they are? Young Master Phoenix Slayer. But right at this time, Venerable White suddenly said, right. Shuhang, go operate the immortal boat in my stead. Senior, I don't know how to operate the immortal boat. Song Shuhang said. Don't worry. I modified this immortal boat, and it is the same as a car now. If you know how to drive a car, you'll know how to drive this immortal boat, Venerable White explained. In addition, it's not like you need to do what maneuvers. It's fine as long as you don't let the immortal boat sink. I was thinking of making a trip outside. A trip outside? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Senior White, what are you planning to do? Actually, I'm interested in those weapons that the sea urchin warriors took out. The guided missile I got the last time was ruined before I could properly research it. Since there are so many modern weapons in front of me today, I was thinking of researching them a little. Venerable White took out a lot of tools from God knew where, his expression one of excitement. Song Shuhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, Senior White, are you sure it's all right? Don't worry. I've honed my skills recently, and I'm very good at disassembling stuff now, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang asked thoughtlessly, how good exactly? For instance, I'm very good at blowing them up. Venerable White replied. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Fairy Lychee, Northern River's loose cultivator, Medicine Master, and Rivoli Purple Mist were all speechless. While the various fellow Daoists were speechless, Venerable White happily opened the cabin door of the immortal boat, and quietly left, heading toward the camp of the sea urchin warriors. I propose to retreat a little, Song Shuhang suggested. It's also better to strengthen the defensive formation of the immortal boat, Fairy Lychee added. The shock-absorbing formation can't be neglected, either. The shock waves caused by the explosions are going to be stronger underwater, Medicine Master said slowly. Let's put safety first, Rivoli Purple Mist said with a nod. Thereupon, Song Shuhang and the others quickly got into action. In the meantime, the sea urchin warriors started to surround the immortal boat. Those 20 breaths passed in a twinkling. The corner of the mouth of the sea urchin elder rose beneath the black cloth covering its face, revealing a scheming smile. Those 20 breaths it had offered were just a cover-up. All the people in that immortal boat had been dyed with the blood of its sea urchin brothers. Therefore, it wasn't planning to let any of them off. During those 20 breaths, it ordered the sea urchin warriors to spread out and form an inescapable net. At the same time, they also finished getting ready their magical techniques and modern weapons. You, human that has committed unspeakable crimes. Actually, even if you were to kneel down and cut off your head, we sea urchin warriors won't forgive your family members. Today, every one of you will die here and wait for your family members in hell. Prepare the artillery and shred them to pieces. No need to think, just act. The tall and thin sea urchin elder smiled smugly as he gave the order. In the rear, sea urchin warriors started to operate the various torpedoes, depth bombs, supercavitating torpedoes, and so on, locking onto the immortal boat. But just as the sea urchin warriors were preparing to open fire, boom! Aaaaah! A series of pitiful cries echoed. The cries were especially miserable, and they were calling for their fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, as well as wives and mistresses. The explosions also gave rise to scary shock waves. The overall effect of this series of explosions was truly excellent, deserving to be commended. After all, it was the product of the combination of high-tech human weaponry and the formations of the sea urchin warriors. When technology and cultivation were combined, the resulting effect would be much greater than a simple addition. The only problem was that the place the explosions came from was somewhat unexpected. Actually, their weapons had yet to open fire, so where did these explosions come from? In addition, when the depth charges detonated, they conveniently set on fire the nearby torpedoes. The resulting scene was even more catastrophic than the explosions seen in American movies. The unexpected explosion caught the distant sea urchin warriors off guard. At this time, they were blankly staring at the site of the explosion. Some of their lucky companions, albeit severely injured, managed to leave behind the shock waves of the explosions, and got out of there by relying on their powerful vitality. But the unlucky ones were forever buried in that place under the power of that mysterious explosion. What's happening? All our weapons passed the sea urchin quality check, and it should be impossible for them to explode like this. The eyes of the sea urchin elder were bloodshot. But right at this time, a human figure drilled out of that place where the explosion originated. The speed of this figure was incredibly high. Moreover, it didn't look like it was in bad shape. The powerful explosion from before hadn't been able to injure it in the slightest. There was a rune floating next to this figure, which had formed a thin barrier around its body. The barrier had protected the figure from the power of the explosions. Ugh, I just removed the outer shell, how come everything blew up? I didn't even get to see the electronic components inside. Venerable White muttered to himself. While speaking, he swiftly approached another nearby depth charge. Then, under the gaze of the sea urchin warriors, Venerable White took out 2 small tools, and started to fiddle with that depth bomb. The sea urchin warriors were speechless. Quickly stop him, stop that human. No, kill him. Kill him directly, the thin and tall sea urchin elder roared. The young sea urchin warriors finally returned to their senses. The sea urchin warriors next to the depth charge pounced toward Venerable White, and they used the magical treasures in their hands, the needles on their body, and even some ice-type magical techniques to attack him. However, these attacks were simply too weak in front of Venerable White. Attacks of this level couldn't even break his barrier. Thereupon, Venerable White casually activated that talisman barrier, and concentrated on dismantling the depth charge. The attacks of the sea urchin warriors were like torrential rain, and they continuously hit Venerable White's barrier. The scene looked rather cool. It was regrettable that none of these attacks had any effect. Instead, some of the needles thrown at Venerable White bounced back after hitting the barrier, causing endless trouble for the sea urchin warriors. Venerable White was very quick at tearing down that thing, and since he had gained some experience from his previous endeavor, he covered the depth charge with a waterproof covering before dismantling it. The outer shell of the depth charge was quickly taken off, and Venerable White started to happily research its internal structure. This depth charge was a new product developed in 2019. The power of the explosion was pretty good, and one didn't have to worry about water seeping inside. It hadn't been easy for the sea urchin warriors to get their hands on this gadget. Just as Senior White had dismantled half of that thing, and was preparing to research it thoroughly. Boom, the charge exploded. Both Venerable White and the nearby sea urchin warriors were involved in the powerful explosion. How unlucky, Venerable White said. Afterward, he ran to a nearby torpedo. Damn it. Damn it. The thin and tall sea urchin elder stomped his foot in anger. Form a team and go attack that guy. As for the others, stop standing there like idiots, attack the immortal boat. Quickly attack them. Don't let the immortal boat get away. The young sea urchin warriors returned to their senses, and pointed the various torpedoes, missiles, and other weaponry toward the immortal boat, opening fire. Boom, 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 something like 200 bombs was instantly fired toward the immortal boat, and there were several other waves of explosives following behind. Given the weights of these bombs, were they planning to take down an aircraft carrier? Their small immortal boat only had the size of an ordinary vehicle, so wasn't this attack a little too exaggerated? Shuhang operated the immortal boat, quickly leaving the place. Now that Venerable White had modified the immortal boat, it was the same as a car. The only difference was that the steering wheel had some extra functions. For example, if one moved the steering wheel up and down, they would be able to make the immortal boat emerge or submerge further. Shuhang only had to try it for a while to get the gist of it. Still, the speed of the modified immortal boat wasn't that fast, and it was unable to dodge all those bombs. Seniors, what do we do now? While facing those myriads of bombs, Shuhang's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. The scene was simply too magnificent, and it was inevitable that one would feel their blood rushing to their head. Don't be impatient. Let me take a few pictures first, Fairy Lychee replied. Just as the immortal boat was about to get hit by hundreds of bombs, Fairy Lychee took out her mobile phone, and aimed outside the boat, taking several pictures. Then, she also took out a selfie stick, and found a good pose while facing the camera. Click, Fairy Lychee looked beautiful in the picture, and behind her was a myriad of bombs heading in her direction. Beautiful. This selfie is the best one I took today, Fairy Lychee said. While speaking, she sent the pictures to her WeChat moments. We went to brave dangers with Senior White today, and prepared to explore some ancient ruins. However, we didn't expect that we would get ambushed along the way. The offensive of the enemy was pretty fierce, and they launched a myriad of bombs at us. The bombs will hit our immortal boat in around 5 breaths. After sending the message, Fairy Lychee put away her mobile phone, fully satisfied. Shuhang. Just like Fairy Lychee had predicted, 5 breaths later, torpedoes, depth charges, and all sorts of others weapons mercilessly hit the immortal boat. Boom, 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 the sound was ear-splitting, and the scene pretty exciting. But right at this time, in the camp of the sea urchin warriors. A sea urchin warrior with a missing leg managed, with great difficulty, to get out of the range of the explosions. Then, it looked at its missing leg with eyes full of terror. Damn, I actually lost my leg. Not good, I must immediately take a picture and upload it to my WeChat moments. After saying this much, it took out its mobile phone. This mobile phone had been magically modified, and was waterproof and resistant to high pressure. However, the modification of the phone wasn't too good, and after the sea urchin reached the depths of the sea, the signal became very weak. Actually, the sea urchin warrior was originally planning to secretly look for a human cultivator and ask them to modify the mobile phone for it in exchange for some spirit stones. But after making some inquiries, it discovered that human cultivators charged a very high fee to modify mobile phones. It was about 1 spirit stone of the second stage for a mobile phone that could get the signal everywhere on the globe. Then, if one wanted it to be waterproof, fireproof, resistant to high pressure, and so on, they would have to add another spirit stones of the second stage. Again, if one wanted a mobile phone that got the signal everywhere in the solar system, they would need to expend a spirit stone of the third stage. It was a bit unwilling to pay that price. Therefore, it decided to modify the mobile phone on its own. Anyway, the sea urchin warrior raised its mobile phone, and took several pictures of its missing leg. Afterward, it also raised the phone above its head, taking full pictures of its body. Then, it took advantage of the fact that its phone still had a little bit of signal to upload the pictures to its WeChat moments. Of course, it didn't forget to beautify its pictures a little before uploading. Heavens! Today we followed the elder, and went to encircle and kill an evil human that committed unspeakable crimes. But before I could even launch a bomb, I lost my leg. Blood is flowing without a stop, and I'm in so much pain that I feel like dying. After sending the message, the sea urchin warrior with the missing leg put away its mobile phone. Then, it tilted its head and fainted. Its injuries were very serious. Not only had it lost one leg, but it had also suffered great damage due to the shock waves of the explosions. Therefore, after it had finished taking those pictures, it couldn't hold on anymore, and lost its consciousness. Boom, boom, boom. Song Shuhang felt as though the whole immortal boat was falling apart. It was trembling non-stop. The sound of explosions filled the entire boat. At the same time, the sound of the alarm was continuously echoing in the control center of the immortal boat. On the liquid crystal screen, the green energy bar representing the defenses of the immortal boat had now decreased by 70%, falling to a worrying range. If the immortal boat kept getting hit like this, it would be done for. As expected, bombs were the best tools to solve problems. If the problem didn't get solved, it was probably because there weren't enough bombs. Song Shuhang turned around, and asked, "Senior Northern River, do you have any method to fix the defenses?" Northern River's loose cultivator shook his head, and said, "There is, but it's pointless. With so many torpedoes and depth charges coming our way, even if I create a defensive barrier with all my power, it won't last for long. Only if I'm given enough time and spirit stones, and can engrave around 200 defensive formations, can I do something about it. What do we do in that case?" Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. "Fear not. Given our strength, it won't be a problem to escape that wave of bombs even if the immortal boat gets destroyed. Our lives aren't in danger," Fairy Lychee said. Song Shuhang. "The second wave of explosions is about to come. The immortal boat is done for," Medicine Master said. "Right, I just remembered that Senior White bought this immortal boat from the scholarly faction not too long ago. After buying it, he even spent a long time to modify it. Such being the case, won't Senior White get angry if the boat gets shredded to pieces?" Northern River's loose cultivator said. "Even if he got angry, he would let out his anger on the sea urchin warriors," young Master Phoenix Slayer said. Song Shuhang suddenly said, "Seniors, wait a moment. There is something wrong with the immortal boat." The level of the defenses of the immortal boat had fallen to 19% according to that liquid crystal screen in the control center. When it happened, a series of notifications popped up. "Warning, the level of the defense of the immortal boat has fallen below 20%. Starting the emergency mode." At the same time, 5 push buttons appeared on the screen. Notification: please choose the emergency plan. Song Shuhang gazed at the 5 buttons. From the looks of it, each button corresponded to an emergency plan. But how was one supposed to choose when there was no introduction to the plans? How was one supposed to know what did these plans consist in? Song Shuhang turned his head around, and asked the various seniors, what do you think? Casually choose one? In the end, they are all emergency plans. Fairy Lychee said. Just press on the one you like the most, Northern River's loose cultivator said as he shrugged his shoulders. I don't have any preference, Medicine Master said. Song Shuhang. After seeing that the level of the defenses was getting lower and lower, Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, choosing one of the plans. After closing his eyes, Song Shuhang pressed on the third button. Whoosh, one of the formations inside the immortal boat activated. Inside the formation was a treasured sword. It was precisely Senior White's meteor sword. After the formation activated, meteor sword suddenly disappeared in the void. This was very likely the work of Senior White's innate space-related skill. What kind of emergency plan is this? Is it about sending meteor sword outside and have it protect the immortal boat? Northern River's loose cultivator asked out of curiosity. His voice had hardly faded that the light of the formation shone again. Then, meteor sword appeared again. However, when meteor sword appeared this time, there was also another figure with it. It was a tall man with long and silky hair, which was braided into countless mini pigtails. 2 huge under-eye circles, as well as 5 long bloody lines that went from left to right, were drawn on the face of this man. Then, his face, nose, and lips were pierced with needle-like objects. As for his body, it was covered with all sorts of scary tattoos. It seemed that this guy was one of those ultra-heavy death metal singers. At this time, the heavy death metal rock singer was keeping up a roaring posture. He was crazily strumming the guitar with his eyes closed, and his head was wildly moving back and forward alongside the strumming. At this time, the sound of the guitar had already reached the climax. Woo-woo, the man loudly roared, and started singing. F***ck, isn't that Dharma King creation? When that man started howling, Northern River's loose cultivator recognized him. The problem was that Dharma King creation had changed too much. After seeing that death metal and rock and roll style, as well as exaggerated makeup, no one would relate him to Dharma King creation. Anyway, why the hell was there an option to summon Dharma King creation amidst the 5 emergency plans that Venerable White had left behind? What was supposed to happen after they had summoned Dharma King creation? Right. After getting summoned, Dharma King creation would start singing. Well, that was terrible. Fellow Daoist creation, wait a moment. Fairy Lychee's small face became pale. Song Shuhang's face also became pale. He had recalled that time when Dharma King creation loudly sang right in front of him. That experience had been even worse than hell. Dharma King, it's us. We are your friends. Medicine Master said in a hurry. Unfortunately for them, the Soul King didn't even hear their words, because he was deeply immersed in his music at this time. Dharma King creation was extremely popular in the world of music as of late, and he would literally set things on fire wherever he went. All the tickets for his concerts were sold out. Well, perhaps everyone in this world had deep inside their heart the wish to seek death, the thrill. Dharma King creation's voice possessed great destructive power, and after the news that he could send to the hospital whomever heard his voice became public knowledge, a lot of death metal and rock and roll fans started to adore him. Then, countless people that sought exciting experiences or wanted to experience how it felt to be between life and death also spared no effort to get to Dharma King creation's concerts from the most remote places. The last half a month had been the happiest half a month in Dharma King creation's life. No matter where he went, people were willing to listen to his songs. Today was the same, and Dharma King creation was holding a concert in Europe. Dharma King creation was singing a Chinese song, and most of the fans didn't understand what he was saying. However, that was hardly a problem. Music, or art in general, was something that went beyond national boundaries. Even if they didn't understand what he was saying, the lethality of his voice and the general madness it would induce were unchanged. After the song had started, the fans would start to cry out in agony. This flavor was truly terrific. Dharma King Creation, who was deeply immersed in his thoughts and had his eyes closed, quickly strummed the guitar, and shouted with all his might, "Die! Die! 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 Die!" After he opened his mouth, a series of ominous words came out of it. Dharma King Creation had shouted each of those words with his soul, yelling from the depths of his throat. Each time those deadly words came out of his mouth, a shock wave that was visible with the naked eye also spread from his mouth. Along with this series of "die" spreading around, it felt as though the immortal boat was filled with the shock waves of a nuclear explosion. The sound was ear-splitting. The worst thing was that the immortal boat acted as an echo chamber, and it felt as if Dharma King Creation had sung that piece 2 or 3 times. My ears, if only I had a pair of headphones now." Aaaaah song. Shuhang was the first one to fall. Among the people on the scene, he was the weakest one. Therefore, he was naturally the first one to fall. Immediately afterwards, the virtuous lamia appeared. She inflated, firmly wrapping Song Shuhang inside her body to protect him. The next one to fall was young Master Phoenix Slayer. "Aaaaah, I'm dying." Young Master Phoenix Slayer's eyes rolled back, and foam started to come out of his mouth as he passed out, falling to the ground. His hearing was the most sensitive amidst the fellow Daoists on the scene. As such, the music of the Soul King affected him the most. "No, we have to stop fellow Daoist creation. Otherwise, every one of us will fall," Northern River's loose cultivator said while trembling. One couldn't forget that there were still several bombs outside coming their way. Bombs were unforgiving entities, and wouldn't stop just because they wished so. If they passed out due to Dharma King Creation's music, and the defenses of the immortal boat got breached at the same time, they would get bombarded non-stop while in a coma. At that time, it would be truly over for them. Still, why had Venerable White decided to leave behind the option to summon Dharma King Creation amidst the 5 emergency plans he had prepared beforehand? No one could understand the reason behind it. Those that are unfaithful will die, die, die. Those that are unfilial will die, die, die. Die, die, die. Dharma King Creation swung his head back and forth. From the looks of it, he hadn't even realized that he had been teleported somewhere else. Medicine Master tightly held Rivoli Purple Mist's small hand while trembling, and said, "Purple Mist, in the next life, we will also be lovers." Medicine Master's strength was higher than Song Shuhang's. As such, it took him some more time to fall. At this time, Medicine Master was having hallucinations, and he felt as though the 6 paths of the Wheel of Karma had appeared in front of him. At the same time, his mind was completely blank due to the music, and he got the impression that he was going to die soon. As such, he started saying his last words and preparing for his next life. Not too far from them, Dharma King Creation started singing even more loudly. "Those that are cruel will die, die, die. Those that are immoral will die, die, die. Die, die, die." Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the second wave of torpedoes, artillery shells, and armor-piercing shells battered the immortal boat. The level of the defenses of the immortal boat fell to 5%. The defense of the boat was about to get breached. At this time, while getting protected by the virtuous lamia, Song Shuhang struggled to get up. Someone had used the secret sound transmission method to relay a message in his ears. Choose the second emergency plan, and after the immortal boat has gotten past this critical stage, press that sound amplifying button in the control center. Venerable White's calm voice echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. Although he was having fun tearing down bombs outside, Venerable White hadn't forgotten about his immortal boat. Song Shuhang immediately stretched out his hand, and pressed the second button on the display. The third option had the ability to summon Dharma King Creation, but what about the second one? Could it also summon a fellow Daoist? In the next moment, Meteor Sword brought next to Song Shuhang a figure wearing a long red dress. As soon as this figure wearing a red dress appeared, she happened to hear a series of die, die, die. Her small face immediately turned pale as a consequence. The second option also had the ability to summon a fellow Daoist of the 9 provinces number 1 group, and the person summoned this time was Fairy Firefly. She was the same person that had delivered Song Shuhang to space the last time with her power of repulsion. Why is the Soul King here? Fairy Firefly's voice was trembling somewhat. At the same time, she saw the torpedoes and depth charges bombarding the immortal boat non-stop. I see. It seems it's my turn to enter into action. Fairy Firefly propped herself up, and crossed her hands in front of her chest, taking a deep breath. Repulsion. In the next moment, she suddenly stretched her hands forward. Along with her magical technique starting to take effect, powerful repulsive strength appeared on the body of the immortal boat. All the bombs that were about to hit the immortal boat stopped in their tracks. The effects of Fairy Firefly's repulsive magical technique were truly exaggerated, and she could even easily send Song Shuhang to space from the Earth. As such, blocking this wave of projectiles was next to no effort for her. All the torpedoes and other explosives stopped outside the range where they would explode. Then, Fairy Firefly shouted lightly, "Go back." In the next moment, all the bombs heading their way were bounced back thanks to Fairy Firefly's magical technique. The scene was simply too cool. A myriad of bombs and torpedoes ready to shred the immortal boat to pieces suddenly went back by following their original route. The sea urchin warriors were dumbstruck. Now, press that sound-amplifying button. Venerable White's voice echoed in Song Shuhang's ears again. Thereupon, Song Shuhang's shivering hand pressed the button Senior White mentioned. Immediately after, another one of the formations engraved on the immortal boat activated. The formation ignored the distance and the obstruction of the water, and directly transmitted Dharma King Creation's music into the ears of the sea urchin warriors at the highest quality possible. Die. Die, 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 die. All those that are unfaithful, unfilial, cruel, and immoral, will die. Die, die, die. Dharma King Creation's raging howl burst into the ears of the sea urchin warriors. His music was truly poisonous. The ears of the sea urchin warriors burst open. What the hell is this? Aaaaah, what is this? Mom, Bleck, I'm dying. Die, 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 ahahaha, die, die, die. I feel like I'm dying too. Living this life, it was worth it. I'm the heroic sea urchin warrior June Rumming today, I will return to my father's embrace. I can see the door of paradise opening. Several of our brothers are standing on both sides of the door, ready to welcome me. The camp of the sea urchin warriors fell into chaos. A large number of sea urchin warriors began to foam at the mouth, and they passed out amidst the depths of the sea. In the next moment, the bombs Fairy Firefly had bounced back mercilessly hit the knocked-out sea urchin warriors. In the sea urchin warrior camp, the sea urchin elder was trying its best to prop itself up. Then, it stretched out its shivering hands, seemingly trying to rupture its eardrums. It wasn't the only one, several other sea urchin warriors also made this choice. The only way to resist this bewitching sound that was flooding their minds was to give up on their hearing. But right at this time, in the immortal boat, Fairy Lychee arrived next to Dharma King Creation with much difficulty. Stop with your singing immediately. Fairy Lychee stretched out her hand, and grabbed Dharma King Creation. Then, she used her unique skill, the 365 rounds windmill spin 1. First round, second round, third round. Aaaaah. Dharma King Creation issued a long cry, but contrary to expectations, he wasn't screaming in fear. It just so happened that the next part of his song started with a consonant, and he decided to use this long Aaaaah to carry out the transition. Just as Fairy Lychee was spinning him around, his Aaaaah cry felt first close, and then far. The sound turned into a loop, starting to make everything shake. Dharma King Creation felt that this sound effect was pretty cool. Now that he had added the vibrations on top of the ringtone, he was the strongest singer ever. Thereupon, he kept singing in this fashion. If he wanted to sing, he would sing. No matter where his body was, and no matter what state he was in, he would open his mouth and sing. Those that dared to sing would win. Die, 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 die. Those that are unfaithful, will die, die, die. Those that are unfilial, will die, die, die. Northern River's loose cultivator was KO'd as well. If Dharma King Creation's singing voice was the same as a nightmarish and bewitching sound in normal conditions, then it was still nightmarish and bewitching, but there was also that continuous vibration now that Fairy Lychee was swinging him around like a windmill. During rainy days, the voice of the Soul King and the 365 rounds windmill spin really went hand in hand in the camp of the sea urchin warriors. After that bewitching sound plus the vibration effect flooded its mind, the sea urchin elder was KO'd directly. In the meantime, on the border between the East China Sea and the Pacific Ocean, a mysterious island not present on any map could be found. A supernatural force covered the whole island, making it impossible to detect even with the most advanced technology. In the airspace of the small island, countless multicolored butterflies were dancing in the air. This place was Miss Softfeather's home, the Spirit Butterfly Island. Today, Softfeather's Daoist name was Fairy Tribulation Transcender, and she was officially preparing to transcend her tribulation. She had already finished engraving all the formations she needed for the tribulation, and her mental state was also in optimal condition. Today's Daoist name was the result of her father's paternal love and his well wishes. However, before transcending her tribulation, Softfeather borrowed senior brother Lu Jianyi's mobile phone without letting her father know. Then, she quietly gave her several friends a call. For example, Miss Chu Chunying from the Chu family. Or, Senior Song, whom she had met this year. After conversing with her close friend Chu Chunying, Softfeather happily dialed Song Shuhang's number. Earlier, she discovered that Senior Song and the others had already finished shooting their movie, and she was greatly disappointed as a result. Luckily, her father said that he was shooting a new movie where Senior Thrice Reckless was the main character, and Senior Song was also going to participate for the sake of friendship. Speaking of which, what was Senior Song doing right now? Was he diligently practicing? And what was his realm? Anyway, even after a while, Senior Song didn't pick up his phone. Softfeather blinked her eyes. Was it possible that Senior Song couldn't pick up his phone at the moment? Perhaps she should call him in a while? Just as she was in deep thought, Senior Song picked up the phone. In the next moment, a bewitching sound that could flood one's mind was transmitted from the other end. Die, die, die. Everything will die. All those that are unfaithful, unfilial, cruel, and immoral will die. All those that go against the will of the heavens will die whether they resist or surrender. This was a piece of the new song of the Soul King, the Seven Deaths Song, after getting empowered by Fairy Lychee's 365 rounds windmill spin, and obtaining the power of vibration. Fellow Daoist Lu Jianyi, who was standing guard next to Softfeather, was caught off guard by this bewitching sound, and his knees became soft. He also felt like vomiting, and almost got KO'd. In the depths of the Spirit Butterfly Island, a certain loving father, who was silently watching over the whole island, was also caught off guard by this bewitching music. He immediately spurted all the spirit green tea he was drinking. Softfeather blinked her eyes. She found this sound that could make one's eardrums shake rather familiar. The sea breeze blew over, making soft feathers' long hair flutter in the wind. As such, she stretched out her hand to put her hair back in place. The bewitching music was still getting transmitted from the other end of the mobile phone. Soft Feather's long legs couldn't help but move according to the beat of the music, and she even gently started humming the song. There was bound to be some song that would make you feel like humming it after hearing it. Oh, I remember now. This is Senior Creation's voice. No wonder it was this pleasant to hear, Soft Feather said in a soft voice. Senior brother Jianni had started to doubt his ears. Although he had heard several people praise Dharma King Creation's music as of late, they mostly were crazy heavy metal fans, and the reason behind their praise was that it resembled deadly music that had come directly from hell, and could make one hover between life and death. But it was his first time seeing someone praising Dharma King Creation this way and saying that his voice was pleasant to hear. At this time, Song Shuhang's shivering voice was transmitted from the other end. Hello, is this Senior Brother Lu Jianni? Were you looking for me? Senior Song, it's not Senior Brother Jianni. It's me, Soft Feather. I borrowed Senior Brother Jianni's mobile phone to give you a call, Soft Feather said happily. Right, Senior Song, I'm going to transcend my tribulation today. Soft Feather? How come it's you? Quickly hang up. Otherwise, oh, too late. Song Shuhang said in a shivering voice. After saying these words, Song Shuhang suddenly turned silent. Soft Feather blinked her eyes, clearly puzzled. After some time, the voice of the Soul King died down, however, Song Shuhang had yet to reply. But Soft Feather was still very satisfied, and said in the phone, "Thank you, Senior Song." After hearing Senior Creation's music, she was brimming with energy. She, Fairy Tribulation Transcender, was definitely going to transcend her tribulation of the 4th stage today. After saying these words, she turned off the mobile phone, and placed it beside Senior Brother Jianni, who was currently foaming at the mouth. Then, she happily hopped toward the place where she was going to transcend her tribulation. Today, she would definitely succeed. Later on, she wouldn't have to worry about losing her way after learning how to ride a flying sword. In the depths of the Spirit Butterfly Island, Venerable Spirit Butterfly fell into deep thought. Was Fellow Daoist Creation's music really pleasant to hear? If his daughter said that it was pleasant to hear, then it was pleasant to hear. Therefore, was it the time to invite Fellow Daoist Creation to the Spirit Butterfly Island and have him hold a concert there? Jiu, what do you think about inviting Fellow Daoist Creation to the Spirit Butterfly Island and letting him hold a concert? Venerable Spirit Butterfly asked the colored butterfly beside him. This monster butterfly named Jiu was the same colored butterfly that had taught Song Shuhang how to spin a cocoon, and she was Venerable Spirit Butterfly's right-hand butterfly. Teacher, the monster butterfly Jiu said in all seriousness, I think you should keep taking your medicine. Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Limitless Demon Sect, on the 69th peak, the Maharaga Peak. Cheng Lin, Demon Monarch Anji, and young Master Hai were still in deep meditation, trying to break through to the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. Golden, blood-red, and black-colored mist was hovering above their heads. Cheng Lin and Demon Monarch Anji were still trying their best to break through. As for young Master Hai, who was now acting as the core, he wasn't in great condition. During the past few days, that cursed nightmare had appeared each time he had tried to enter into a state of deep meditation, making him go through a lot of trouble. His internal energy had almost gone berserk on several occasions. At this time, young Master Hai had become thinner than before, and he looked really pitiful. Young Master Hai suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. From the looks of it, he had forcefully escaped from that cursed nightmare again. It was all that bastard Song Shuhang's fault. As expected, that cursed nightmare wasn't a one-time curse, but a recurring one. As long as he entered into a state of deep meditation while practicing, he would get dragged to that nightmarish place where the puppets would try to gobble him up. But the strange thing was that all the curse-breaking techniques that young Master Hai had used turned out to be ineffective, and whenever he got out of that nightmarish place and tried to examine his body, he wouldn't find the traces of that curse. His liver was really in pain. If things continued like this, he would be unable to practice. Therefore, he needed to change his plans a little. He first had to find a way to deal with this curse affecting his body. Therefore, he had to look for the one that had started everything. He had to find Song Shuhang and discover where this curse originated. After thinking up to this point, young Master Hai quietly got in contact with the puppet clone he had left outside. Recently, he had been trying to find a way to discover Song Shuhang's whereabouts with his puppet clone. At this time, his puppet clone was right in the middle of relaying some information related to Song Shuhang. According to the latest information, young Master Hai's new secret allies, the Sea Urchin Warriors, had discovered Song Shuhang's whereabouts, and had surrounded him. Among that group of Sea Urchin Warriors, several had with them the magical treasures that young Master Hai had provided them with. These magical treasures looked like offensive magical items on the surface, but young Master Hai had secretly installed a device to record conversations inside. Send over the content of the device, young Master Hai mentally ordered the puppet clone. After a short moment, young Master Hai received the content the device had recorded. First was a series of explosions. It seemed that the Sea Urchin Warriors had already started to attack Song Shuhang. The sound of the explosions was probably that of torpedoes and other modern weapons. The battle seemed pretty intense. But right at this time, the sound of another shock wave, whose style didn't really fit with the rest, was transmitted from the device. Die, die, die. All those that are unfaithful, unfilial, cruel, and immoral will die. Aaaaah, the high and piercing voice of a man echoed from the device while carrying within the power of vibration. The bewitching sound passed through young Master Hai's eardrums and flooded his mind. In the secret room, young Master Hai's eyes rolled back, and he passed out with foam coming out of his mouth. Ah, Mom, little Hai is coming to you. He could only hope that there was no Dharma King creation in paradise, inside the immortal boat. The Soul King was fully satisfied. My show is about to start, and I don't care if no one stays until the end. Seize the opportunity, and leave every to fate. Bravely charge forward and let's meet again. My show has ended, and I'm countin' the small number people that stayed until the end. Seize the opportunity, and leave every to fate. Or are you afraid of standing out amidst the sea of people? Outside the immortal boat, Venerable White opened his spatial equipment, and started to store all the torpedoes and depth charges that had yet to explode inside. Wasting things was the greatest of sins. At this time, the bodies of the severely injured or unconscious Sea Urchin Warriors started to slowly sink into the depths of the sea. The blood of the Sea Urchin Warriors dyed red this whole stretch of sea. Perhaps the fishes living in this stretch of sea would suffer the brutal retaliation of the Sea Urchin Warriors sometime in the future. After all, every living creature that got dyed with the blood of the Sea Urchin Warriors was their enemy. They didn't even let off a small caterpillar. Right below, immortal Cheng Lin's ruins were like a huge mouth located at the bottom of the sea, and swallowed down the bodies of the falling Sea Urchin Warriors. Venerable White had originally sealed the entrance of the ruins, and unless the other party was much stronger than him, they wouldn't be able to discover the existence of these ruins while the seal was in place. But now, it felt as though the ruins had come back to life, and they started swallowing down the bodies of the falling Sea Urchin Warriors. Venerable White, who was collecting torpedoes, froze. Then, his vision passed through the dark bottom of the sea, and fell on the ruins. After the falling Sea Urchin Warriors were swallowed down, immortal Cheng Lin's ruins underwent huge changes. Inside the ruins, something that was seemingly confined there broke out of its seal. No, that wasn't quite right, it didn't break out of the seal. That seal in the ancient ruins wasn't there to seal this thing, it was there to hide it. That thing was just sleeping. After the bodies of countless Sea Urchin Warriors fell into the ancient ruins, that thing finally woke up from its sleep. At the same time, Song Shuhang suddenly opened his eyes, and his breathing sped up. Then, he stretched out his hand, and pressed it on his chest. The nucleus in his heart aperture was shaking non-stop. There was something that was resonating with the nucleus in his body. Song Shuhang sensed something, and looked toward the bottom of the sea while keeping his hand pressed to his chest. The thing that was making the nucleus in his heart aperture shake was at the bottom of the sea. "There is something that wants to come out from the depths of the sea," Yi Si said as she drilled out of Song Shuhang's body. Further below were immortal Cheng Lin's ruins. There was a complicated relationship between Yi Si and immortal Cheng Lin. As such, there was a reaction between Yi Si and the ruins as well. Yi Si wasn't the only one, because Fairy Lychee also opened her eyes, her expression confused. He had also seemingly sensed something. "It's coming out," Venerable White said in a grave tone as he used his space-related innate skill, returning to the immortal boat. In the next moment, countless tentacles extended over from the bottom of the sea. Those tentacles were covered with other countless small tentacles that quickly captured the falling sea urchin warriors. It didn't matter if the sea urchin warriors were dead or alive, the tentacles grabbed and dragged them toward the depths of the sea. "Senior White, did you discover this tentacle monster the last time you came to these ancient ruins?" Fairy Lychee asked. "No, those aren't tentacles," Song Shuhang said at this time. Venerable White, Fairy Lychee, and the others were confused. "Those are roots, the roots of a lotus flower to be more precise, and they definitely aren't tentacles. Tentacles and roots belong to completely different existences. Tentacles belong to the animal realm, while roots to the plant realm," Song Shuhang said in all seriousness. After all, there was a lotus flower that could materialize tens of thousands of roots in his body. Therefore, Song Shuhang could easily tell the difference between tentacles and roots. He kept that hand pressed to his chest, and wondered, is a lotus flower hiding in immortal Cheng Lin's ruins? Those lotus flower roots looked very familiar, and they also resonated with the nucleus in his heart aperture. In addition, the way they ate the sea urchin warriors was identical to the way his lotus flower ate the evil energy of the netherworld. Such being the case, was it possible that there was a lotus flower similar to the sinful black lotus found in the netherworld or the virtuous golden lotus found in the scholarly faction down in immortal Cheng Lin's ruins? The last time I visited immortal Cheng Lin's ruins, I didn't discover the presence of these roots. I have no idea where this thing was hiding back then, Venerable White said. Perhaps it was buried underneath the ruins? Fairy Lychee said. It's possible, Venerable White said with a nod. While they were discussing, all the sea urchin warriors outside the immortal boat were caught and dragged into the ruins. That whole stretch of sea suddenly turned silent. Actually, the whole deep sea region became weird after losing all the excitement the sea urchin warriors had brought. Anyway, after eating the sea urchin warriors, immortal Cheng Lin's ruins restored their calm, and even the roots shrank back. The strangest thing was that even the seal that Venerable White had placed at the entrance was restored to its previous state, although those roots had clearly broken through the seal earlier. Venerable White. It was the same as a prisoner opening the door of their cell in front of the guard, eating all the food beside the guard, and then returning to the cell under the dumbfounded gaze of the guard as if nothing had happened. Do we still want to enter those ruins? Song Shuhang asked. Venerable White said, of course, we are already at the entrance, how can we not enter? In addition, if there is really a lotus flower in there, I'm rather interested in it. In that case, can I trouble Senior White to send me back first? My fans must be worried after seeing that I suddenly disappeared. Therefore, it's better if I go back as soon as possible, Dharma King Creation suddenly said at this time. His concert had reached the climax when he suddenly disappeared and came here. Dharma King, don't you want to come with us and explore the ruins? Fairy Lychee asked out of curiosity. Maybe next time, I'm in no hurry, Dharma King Creation said. Venerable White had given all the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group the opportunity to enter the ruins once without paying any cost. Therefore, he was in no rush. In addition, what would his fans think if he suddenly disappeared? He had to quickly go back and deliver his fans to hell with his voice. Venerable White nodded, and then stretched out his hand, giving a small book to Dharma King Creation. This is the reward I've promised you when you agreed to help. Hold it tightly, I'm sending you back. Is that some kind of cultivation technique? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. It wasn't that he was a meddlesome person, he asked only because he saw the word sound wave written on the cover of the small book. It wasn't some special cultivation technique related to sound waves, right? Giving Dharma King Creation a powerful cultivation technique related to sound waves was a terrible thing. It's a sound wave-related cultivation technique I've picked up in some ancient ruins in the past. It can allow the user to make their voice clearer, removing all the noise. Fellow Daoist Creation believes that this cultivation technique will aid him while singing, Venerable White explained. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang and Fairy Lychee were a little relieved. Luckily, Dharma King Creation hadn't stopped seeking treatment. With this cultivation technique, there was perhaps still hope to save the voice of the Soul King. I hope Dharma King will master this technique quickly, Fairy Lychee said. Dharma King Creation faintly smiled, and then suggested, Fairy Lychee, how about holding a concert with me? Fairy Lychee said, I don't remember having any talent when it comes to dancing or singing. Isn't it better if you ask Dongfang Six? No, you don't need to sing. You only need to grab and swing me around like a windmill while I'm singing. I felt that the way my voice sounded when it happened was absolutely great, Dharma King Creation said with a bright smile. Try to imagine the scene. Dharma King Creation is holding a concert, and the petite Fairy Lychee appears on the stage, and suddenly starts to swing him around like crazy. That picture was simply too beautiful. Fairy Lychee gritted her teeth, and said, Dharma King, it seems you forgot to take your medicine on time. Dharma King Creation was disappointed. He felt that his music would have truly gone hand in Fairy Lychee's 365 rounds windmill spin. At this time, Fairy Firefly also recovered. She was the last person to come, and thus the one that suffered the effects of Dharma King Creation singing the least. This was the reason she recovered this quickly. Senior White, can you send me back as well while you are at it? I have some small matters I need to take care of. I'll wait the next time to explore the ruins, Fairy Firefly said weakly. Sure. Venerable White took out a small box, and gave it to Fairy Firefly. Inside the box was a special magnetic treasure that could aid Fairy Firefly during the practice of her cultivation technique. This was the reward Fairy Firefly was going to receive when she agreed to come over. Then, Venerable White took out 2 meteor swords from his sleeve, and gave them to Fairy Firefly and Dharma King Creation. Hold on to the flying swords firmly. I'm going to teleport you back. Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. 2 meteor swords? If the one in the immortal boat was added as well, there were 3 meteor swords altogether. No. These flying swords aren't the real deal, they are just something I forged while creating that Cosmos bracelet for you, the sun and moon concealing beads. I was bored during the process, and had nothing to do. Their shape is very similar to meteor swords, but they are actually just crude flying swords. As for the real meteor sword, I lent it to Su Clan 16 so that she could transcend her tribulation, and I have yet to take it back, Venerable White explained. Senior White, do you want to research a new type of disposable flying sword? Dharma King Creation asked out of curiosity. No, Venerable White said, it's because I recently saw a TV series where there was a very cool scene with 10,000 swords put together. Thereupon, I decided to forge 10,000 swords and form a sword formation. It will be rather cool to wield 10,000 swords the next time I meet an enemy. If I could add that ring magical technique I used the last time to it, even better. This ring magical technique Venerable White mentioned was the same one he used back in the Jade Lake realm to defeat Demon Venerable Lushan Street. He had first created a huge ring, and then stuffed it with disposable flying swords. Afterward, the ring added hundreds of supplementary magical techniques to each of those flying swords, finally firing them out. The resulting power was unimaginable, and the attack had directly blown away the mountain valley and formations Demon Venerable Lushan Street had been hiding behind. At this time, Demon Venerable Lushan Street was still in Venerable White's lamp, acting as its spirit. No one knew when his lucky star would shine. Song Shuhang quietly wiped the sweat off his forehead. The 10,000 swords he saw in that scene surely weren't that many. But Venerable White was now really planning to forge 10,000 flying swords. He felt sorry for the enemies Senior White would meet in the future. Later, whenever his enemies died, they would be shredded into countless pieces. Whiz, whiz, 2 sword lights flashed, and Fairy Firefly and Dharma King Creation were sent back. Now then, how was Dharma King Creation going to explain to his dear fans his sudden disappearance? The simplest and crudest way would be to scream at the top of his lungs and send them directly to hell. After waking up in the hospital, they would likely forget about Dharma King Creation suddenly disappearing in the middle of the concert. Several minutes later. Inside Immortal Cheng Lin's ruins. Venerable White headed into the ruins with Song Shuhang and Fairy Lychee. In the rear, a flying sword was supporting Northern River's loose cultivator, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Medicine Master, and Rivoli Purple Mist. The 4 fellow Daoists were still in a weakened state, and had yet to recover from Dharma King Creation singing. There are some traps here. Everyone, be careful. Venerable White, who led the way, prompted everyone to avoid the traps ahead. While walking, they arrived in front of a huge crater. Inside the crater was a several meters wide pit, totally black. One couldn't even see the bottom. Is this a trap as well? Fairy Lychee said while on her guard. While exploring ancient ruins, no matter what kind of unusual thing appeared, there was a chance it might be hiding some deadly mechanism. The crater before them happened to be very unusual, and it stood out from the rest of the surrounding area. There was definitely something wrong with it. Why do I find this crater familiar? Song Shuhang held his chin, and sized up the crater. Venerable White. Song Shuhang suddenly thought of something, and raised his head, looking at Senior White. Venerable White. Aaaaah. Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. This crater was Venerable White's doing. He remembered from the chat logs of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group that Venerable White had been exploring the ancient ruins with Great Master Profound Principle, True Monarch Fallout, True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, Cave Lord Snow Wolf, Soft Feather, and Venerable Spirit Butterfly back then. Soon after they had gotten into the ruins, this group made of several true monarchs and venerables was suddenly wiped out. And the reason it was wiped out was Venerable White. If possible, Venerable White would have really liked to use the ground leveling spell to cover up the crater. However, he couldn't cover it up, because there were good things concealed beneath. The records of Immortal Cheng Lin's speech were located precisely at the bottom of his hole. After sighing, Venerable White said, "Let's go. Follow me." After saying this much, he jumped into the crater, and then into the hole within. Song Shuhang and Fairy Lychee followed Senior White. The flying sword also closely followed behind while carrying Northern River and the others. After jumping into the hole, the duo felt that their bodies were quickly heading downward, just as though they were bungee jumping. "Damn, there is a flight-restricting formation here," Fairy Lychee shouted. "Senior White?" Song Shuhang said, somewhat restless. "Oh, I forgot to remind you. However, it doesn't matter. This hole isn't deep." "No need to fear," Venerable White said calmly. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang calmed down. If the hole wasn't deep, it was a good thing. But after 20 breaths, he was somewhat confused. They had been falling for so long, and had yet to reach the end. From the looks of it, this hole was actually a little deep. Senior White, you said the hole wasn't deep, but it wasn't deep for a cultivator of which realm? Song Shuhang asked. A cultivator of the 5th stage, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang said, in that case, am I done for? Won't I turn into minced meat after reaching the bottom? Don't worry, I'm here, Venerable White reassured him. Boom! Just as they were speaking, Venerable White reached the ground before the others, and created a deep hole. Senior White calmly got out of the hole, and stretched out his hand, making a hand seal. In the next moment, countless soft grains of sand resurfaced in the hole. The sand automatically moved upward and caught Song Shuhang and Fairy Lychee, as well as Northern River's loose cultivator and the others, who were still on the flying sword. When he jumped down from that mass of sand, Song Shuhang felt that his legs had become somewhat soft. In addition, he felt that his acrophobia might get better only after he had advanced to the 4th stage and learned how to ride a flying sword. Actually, you could have simply used that lotus blossoming walk skill before reaching the ground, Shuhang. Yi Si's voice echoed in Song Shuhang's head. When they were about to reach the ground, they were able to use magical techniques and innate skills again. Therefore, Song Shuhang only needed to use the lotus blossoming walk to stabilize himself in midair. Song Shuhang. However, Fairy Lychee's pupils suddenly shrank as she said vigilantly, there is someone here. Song Shuhang turned his head around, and looked in the same direction as Fairy Lychee. Soon after, he saw a partly visible silhouette of a powerful ancient cultivator. They were wearing the same cap Daoist priests used to wear in ancient times as well as a Daoist robe with golden patterns. The cultivator was currently sitting cross-legged on a jade white lotus throne. Above the head of the ancient cultivator was a full moon-shaped halo that concealed their appearance, making the onlookers unable to see their face clearly. When Song Shuhang saw the full moon-shaped halo on the head of the figure, several sudden realizations welled up in his hearts. The radiant full moon-shaped halo implied the person they were seeing was an immortal that had found their own way to immortality. The halo was like a mirror, and regardless of the level of the cultivator looking at it, the latter would come to different realizations after the radiance stemming from the way shone onto their body. You can see her as well? From the looks of it, there is fate between you and her, Venerable White said. Shuhang, she is that immortal Cheng Lin you wanted to see so much. It hadn't been long since they entered the ancient ruins, and they had already managed to see the master of that place. At this time, immortal Cheng Lin made a seal with one hand, and used the other one to gently sway her fly-whisk. The Jade Lake Empress of the ancient heavenly city was currently saying something. She was discussing a very famous Daoist text that had spread far and wide, the Daoist canon. Song Shuhang had also heard about the Daoist canon, but he hadn't researched this text yet. Soon after, Cheng Lin started with her speech, and a wondrous feeling spread all around. In the rear, Northern River's loose cultivator, young Master Phoenix Slayer, Medicine Master, and Rivoli Purple Mist also woke up. However, they were unable to see immortal Cheng Lin, and could only faintly feel the wondrous effects of her speech. It's a pity that her face isn't visible. Song Shuhang sighed. That full moon-shaped halo was covering immortal Cheng Lin's face as she was sitting on that jade white lotus flower. The Daoist robe she was wearing was also very baggy, and Shuhang couldn't get any useful information about her body structure. Don't be impatient. Keep looking. Venerable White faintly smiled, and stretched out his hand, activating his illusory reality. It wasn't that blazing hot desert, but the brand new transparent illusory reality. Along with this illusory reality, an extra little friend Song Shuhang also suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This brand new little friend Song Shuhang was sitting cross-legged when he suddenly stood up, revealing a bitter smile on his face. "Hello, Senior True Monarch White. I'm right beside you." These were the words Song Shuhang had said to Venerable White the first time they met. The real Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Next, little friend Song Shuhang's expression turned into one of shock as he screamed, "The brakes, quickly press the brake. Senior, this is not what I meant. There is a cliff ahead." Song Shuhang. This memory really wasn't a pleasant one. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Medicine Master, Rivoli Purple Mist, and Fairy Lychee all turned silent. It seemed that little friend Shuhang had suffered a lot. Next, the illusory little friend Song Shuhang was preparing to say something else. But right at this time, Venerable White snapped his fingers, and that little friend Song Shuhang stopped in place, not moving in the slightest. This is a new illusory reality that I'm still building. At this time, it's half finished. However, the fact that it's a half finished also has its advantages. For example, the fact that it's transparent, Venerable White said calmly. Through this transparent, illusory reality, Northern River's Loose Cultivator and the others could see immortal Cheng Lin as she was holding her speech. Cheng Lin started explaining the Daoist canon. Aside from Song Shuhang, everyone else had some understanding of this Daoist text, and they were listening with great interest. The fellow Daoists felt as though each word of immortal Cheng Lin's speech was a gem, with each sentence carrying the sound of the Great Way itself. Strange phenomena appeared, magical clouds blossomed, and golden lotus flowers continuously bloomed and withered in the air. All the people present comprehended the things they needed the most from the speech. Listening to this speech once had better effects than diligently practicing for several years. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said. Exactly what you would expect from the speech of an immortal. In the next moment, the full moon-shaped halo on top of immortal Cheng Lin's head became even more dazzling, and the jade-white lotus flower she was sitting on changed into starry dust, completely disappearing. "It's time," Venerable White said to Song Shuhang. "Didn't you want to see Cheng Lin's appearance? You'll see her face next." Song Shuhang looked at the picture before his eyes with rapt attention. In the next moment, a huge lotus flower started to grow out of thin air, completely enwrapping immortal Cheng Lin's body. The wondrous principles of the Great Way then appeared inside this lotus flower. That immortal is about to show us her way to immortality. This trip was completely worth it. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said in amazement. If they could look at an immortal displaying her way to immortality, they would profit immensely. Just as the immortal demonstrated her way to immortality, the onlookers perceived an incomplete set of principles. The feeling this set of principles gave them was similar to either being reborn amidst death or getting a new lease on life. A new life was suddenly born within the body of the ancient cultivator. At this time, the new life was on the verge of coming to the world. The new, soon-to-be-born, life was her child, but also she herself. At this time, Yi drilled out of Song Shuhang's body, her expression very tense. She wanted to say something, but at the same time didn't know what to say. In the end, she anxiously looked at Song Shuhang. "Shuhang. There is no mistaking." Song Shuhang gently nodded. This scene was very familiar. He was already sure of his guess, and now, he was only waiting for immortal Cheng Lin to reveal her face. Next to Song Shuhang, Fairy Lychee was also on tenterhooks, and felt very strange. Am I really Cheng Lin's reincarnation or Cheng Lin herself after her rebirth? Fairy Lychee started to wonder. After a short moment, the lotus flower enwrapping the ancient cultivator finally opened, revealing a beautiful body of unsurpassed perfection inside. This body was simply perfect, and didn't have a single flaw. It was precisely her newborn self. As for her old body, it had already merged with the huge lotus flower, disappearing. This was her way to immortality, the ability to give birth to herself and be born again. The newborn self stood up while inside the lotus. The leaves of the lotus turned into a Daoist robe that wrapped around her body. On the other hand, the seeds of the lotus turned into a slanted Daoist cap that fell on her head. The lotus flower shrank, turning once again into a jade-white lotus throne that floated beneath her feet, supporting her body. In the next moment, her face became visible to all the onlookers. As expected, it's really her. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Cheng Lin. Yi called out the name in a soft voice. Next to Song Shuhang, Fairy Lychee also murmured the name, Cheng Lin. That lamia made of golden light of virtue residing in Song Shuhang's body also came out, starting to float beside Song Shuhang. She stared at Cheng Lin's distant picture without blinking. Venerable White turned his head around, and looked at Song Shuhang. Did you find the answer to your questions? Yes, I know the answer now, Song Shuhang said with a nod. The Cheng Lin he saw in the picture was none other than the ghost spirit passed down in senior sister Yixi's family. Her appearance, her Daoist robe, and slanted Daoist cap were all identical to that of the ghost spirit in his memories. Such being the case, the destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion and the destruction of the ancient heavenly city were related. Back then, Fairy Cheng Lin lived in the crystal-clear water pavilion with the status of the ghost spirit passed down in senior sister Yixi's family. It lasted until the day the crystal-clear water pavilion was destroyed. If Song Shuhang's guess was correct, those monster hunters that destroyed the crystal-clear water pavilion were very likely related to the ancient heavenly city, possibly even part of the forces of the heavenly city. After that, the ghost spirit passed down in senior sister Yixi's family became the Jade Lake Empress, and joined the ancient heavenly city. Several years later, she caused the ancient heavenly city to fall. After causing the destruction of the heavenly city, Cheng Lin brought the fragments of the tribulation transcenderank godly weapons of the ancient heavenly city to the crystal-clear water pavilion, and scattered them all around to pay tribute to the already defunct pavilion. The scene that played next further confirmed Song Shuhang's guess. In the picture, Fairy Cheng Lin said several words to the recording device, just as though she knew her end was drawing near. In the next moment, a pair of jet-black hands ripped space open and entered the picture. Those jet-black arms were covered with pairs of blood-red eyes. Above the head of the owner of the two black hands was also a full moon-shaped halo. The halo was full with the principles of death and destruction. The opposite party was also an immortal. Just as expected. Song Shuhang said. In the past, this immortal with jet-black arms covered in eyes had appeared during the destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion. Back then, he was very young, and was one of the members of the monster hunter force. The eyes he had on his arms back then were only the eyes of ordinary monsters, and when he activated these eyes, he could shoot out all sorts of magical techniques and skills. As such, everything that had happened was related. However, Song Shuhang was confused about something. Why had the monster hunters attacked the crystal-clear water pavilion back then? Monster hunters would have that strange impulse to get into action only when they saw the members of the monster race. Was it possible that they had decided to destroy the crystal-clear water pavilion in order to silence a witness? At this time, the scene had already reached the point where immortal Cheng Lin's head was about to be burst open. The recording should have come to an end after Cheng Lin's head was burst open, but something totally unexpected happened. That immortal with arms covered in eyes turned his head around, and grinned evilly. "I've finally found you, Cheng Lin. The Imperial Pearl is still here." Crack. This immortal with jet-black arms was the person that had murdered Cheng Lin back then. But, he had been suspecting that Cheng Lin might be still alive even until now. Cheng Lin was the Jade Lake Empress, and it was impossible that she would allow the other party to casually crack her head open without even putting up a fight. As such, he was suspecting that Cheng Lin had secretly left behind a method to come back to life, and when she allowed herself to be killed back then, she appeared weak on purpose. After all, when it came to methods to come back to life, who could match up to Cheng Lin, whose way to immortality was all about giving birth to a new life? Therefore, after cracking her head open, this immortal left a trap in Cheng Lin's immortal cave. After that, he started waiting for Cheng Lin to come back to this place after resurrecting. The probability was rather low. After all, even if Cheng Lin came back to life, it wasn't very likely that she would return to his old immortal cave. However, it wasn't going to cost him anything to leave behind this small trap. Who knew, perhaps he might get some unexpected gains in the future. Today, the trick he had left behind finally came in handy. The Jade Lake Empress Cheng Lin had returned. Sheet, the opposite party discovered our presence. Northern River's loose cultivator said. After that immortal with jet black arms stared at them, Northern River felt huge pressure. After all, immortals were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the world of cultivators. Young Master Phoenix Slayer was even more miserable. This immortal with jet black arms had a few talismans attached to his body that gave out his identity as a monster hunter. That bastard was actually a monster hunter, and Phoenix Slayer happened to be the only member of the monster race there. He was so terrified that he was about to wet himself. "Senior White, isn't it time to run?" Fairy Lychee said. Although that immortal with jet black arms gazed at all the present when he said those words, Fairy Lychee felt that he was very likely talking about her. After all, the chances that the opposite party had recognized her as Cheng Lin's reincarnation were very high. "It's useless, he locked onto our position through the power of space already. The opposite party is an immortal, and his ability to use the power of space far surpasses mine. Even if we run through the power of space, the opposite party will still find us," Venerable White in a grave tone. Young Master Phoenix Slayer clenched his teeth. After getting stared at by a monster hunter of the immortal rank, he was definitely the most miserable person on the scene, of course, after immortal Cheng Lin's reincarnation. Then, if it turned out that he was immortal Cheng Lin's reincarnation, he would be super F***ked. Coordinates locked onto through space, Song Shuhang fell into deep thought. He had recalled his inner world. Although his inner world was still very small, it was a world that belonged solely to him. Without his consent, no one could enter his inner world. Would they be able to escape from this immortal with jet black arms if he brought all the seniors to his inner world? Just as Song Shuhang was about to tell the seniors not to resist and enter his inner world, Venerable White added, "Anyway, it's not like I don't have a way, although the opposite party is an immortal, the one here isn't their main body. What was left behind is an afterimage created through some magical technique, it's not even a clone. Its strength shouldn't be too high, and as long as we destroy this afterimage left behind through a magical technique, the main body of that immortal will lose track of us. Therefore, what does Senior White want to do?" Fairy Lychee asked. "Attack him," Venerable White said firmly. Senior White prepared the explosive space compressing technique he had learned from the scholarly sage. With this secret technique, he would be able to ward off an attack or two even if that immortal decided to attack him through the space lockdown. However, the other fellow Daoists didn't have such a secret technique at their disposal, and they didn't know how to use the power of space either. Therefore, for the good of various the fellow Daoists, he had to take care of this problem now to avoid further trouble in the future. Rivoli Purple Mist said, "But the opposite party is an immortal, and he can use the power of space. If he wants to come over with his main body, he needs but a thought. If that immortal with jet black arms came over with his main body while they were fighting the afterimage, they would all die." Medicine Master faintly smiled, and patted Rivoli Purple Mist. "We must still put up a fight. If the coordinate lockdown wasn't removed, that immortal would kill them through the power of space, just like pinching a bunch of ants. It's true that an immortal would need only a thought to come over with his main body, but the main body of the opposite party hasn't come yet. Although I don't know the reason, it might be that he's closing up and has reached a critical moment, or perhaps someone is slowing him down. In other words, if we take care of this coordinate lockdown now, all our future troubles will be solved. Kill him. Let's get into action after I take back my illusory reality, Venerable White said as he quickly chanted an incantation and made a hand seal. A huge ring of light appeared in front of those present, and all the surrounding spiritual energy crazily poured into it. Due to this spiritual energy pouring into the ring too quickly, the picture of a funnel appeared midair. It was a sign that this magical technique was powerful enough to affect the surrounding area and cause strange phenomena. After that, a huge oppressive strength was released from the ring of light the magical technique had generated. At the same time, the monster willow Cheng Wu coordinated with Venerable White and jumped out from his waist area, changing into her real form. After that, she used her tree branches to continuously load bundles upon bundles of disposable flying swords into the ring of light. Aside from disposable flying swords, several flying swords that looked like meteor sword were also thrown into that ring of light. This magical technique was the same one that Venerable White had used in the Jade Lake realm to defeat demon Venerable Lucian. It was a magical technique that only a spendthrift would use. At the same time, the monster willow also took out Genie Lucian. Cheng Wu used her tree branches to rub the lamp a few times, and the black-robed demon Venerable Lucian made his cool appearance. After appearing, Genie Lucian didn't speak, and simply floated upward. Then, 3 huge eyes condensed behind his back. The demonic eyes opened one after another, a power that could destroy everything was concealed within these eyes. Northern River's loose cultivator didn't hesitate to take out his 12 sword orbs. The strongest technique at this disposal, 12 swords of the Milky Way, night sky, was ready to be launched. Fairy Lychee, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Medicine Master, Rivoli Purple Mist, and Yi Si all prepared their strongest attacks. Song Shuhang didn't make a move. By relying on his strength of the 3rd stage, even if he were to display his strongest attack, the Flaming Saber technique, he would contribute nothing. He stood behind the various seniors, and if the situation turned for the worse, he would pull them into his inner world. With him there, the seniors would have an additional layer of protection. Let's go. Venerable White took back his illusory reality. In the next moment, more than 100 disposable flying swords, as well as crude versions of Meteor Sword, were empowered by a whole 100 supplementary magical techniques after passing through that ring of light. They turned into dazzling 7-colored divine weapons that slashed toward that immortal with jet-black arms. The sword light rained down, and the whole world was instantly overshadowed. At this time, the whole world was filled with 7-colored sword light. Boom, 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 the aura of a nouveau riche spread everywhere. Unfortunately, the number of disposable flying swords Venerable White had with him wasn't enough. Otherwise, the visual effect of this magical technique would have been 10 times more exaggerated. Genie Lucian's demonic eyes also entered into action, and created that demonic region. Northern River's loose cultivator's night sky followed immediately after them. Soon afterward followed Fairy Lychee's divine arrow, Young Master Phoenix Slayer's 5-colored attack, Rivoli Purple Mist's purple sword light, Yi Si's Tome of Never-Ending Tears, and Medicine Master's mist. Boom, 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 the various attacks simultaneously hit the afterimage of that immortal with jet-black arms. Above was a night sky, and below a demonic area. Then, there was also a divine arrow, 5-colored mysterious light, purple sword chi, and so on. Other than that, there was also Venerable White's attack of hundreds of flying swords that hit the immortal in rapid succession. Fire, lightning, sharp sword chi, ice, all sorts of effects were present amidst the sword light. This joint attack continued for a total of 10 breaths. 10 breaths later. Did we manage to destroy it? Northern River's loose cultivator asked. If they had destroyed the afterimage of that immortal in one attack, it would have been great. After all, no one would like to be on the mind of a hostile immortal, especially if the opposite party had locked onto your coordinates through the power of space. If they were a little careless, they would die without even knowing how. Venerable White didn't reply. He was trying to sense the status of that coordinate lockdown. After a short time, Venerable White heaved a sigh of relief, and smiled. It was a success. That feeling of having their coordinates locked onto had disappeared. At this pace, that immortal would be unable to lock onto their coordinates again. Now, Venerable White could use the power of space and flee from this place with the others without alarming him. Venerable White had been very lucky up until now, and today was no exception. This afterimage that the immortal with jet-black arms had left behind wasn't that powerful. The only task of this afterimage was to lock onto Cheng Lin's coordinates and keep an eye on her immortal cave. As for the combat aspect, the opposite party was an immortal, and could directly pass through space and arrive at Cheng Lin's immortal cave at any time. However, this immortal hadn't expected that its main body would be unable to immediately rush to the immortal cave after discovering Cheng Lin, and he also hadn't expected that the afterimage he had left behind would be destroyed this quickly. The dust settled down. However, Venerable White didn't immediately leave the place. Although that feeling of having his coordinates locked onto had disappeared, he wanted to confirm that the afterimage of that immortal had been really destroyed. If the afterimage was still intact, there was a chance that, after getting rid of whatever was stopping it and coming over, that immortal might get some useful information from it, locking onto their position again. They couldn't leave behind such a huge hidden danger. "I'll send you out first," Venerable White said to the various fellow Daoists. "What about you, Senior White?" Northern River's loose cultivator asked. Venerable White replied, "I want to stay behind and make sure of something." However, just as Venerable White tried to use the power of space to send the various fellow Daoists out, he suddenly stiffened. "Did the teleportation fail?" Song Shuhang asked. "Yes. I understand now. The space of this area is locked down," Venerable White said. "Perhaps this is the reason that Immortal was unable to reach this place through the power of space. If this was really the reason, he had to speed things up. If that Immortal was unable to reach this place through the power of space, he would teleport to the closest available place nearby Cheng Lin's ruins, and then barge into the ruins themselves. "We have to quickly leave this place," Venerable White said. While they were discussing, the radiance of the explosions finally died down. Then, the corner of Venerable White's mouth rose. "Thank God we didn't leave immediately." The afterimage of that immortal hadn't been destroyed completely, and half of his head and his left arm were still there. They couldn't leave these pieces behind. Venerable White immediately stretched out his hand, and made a hand seal. In the next moment, that ring of light appeared again. However, Venerable White didn't have any disposable flying sword he could use this time. Even though the monster willow was right beside him, he wouldn't be able to manufacture many disposable flying swords even if he were to break all her branches. Therefore, Venerable White jumped up, and threw himself into that ring of light. Acceleration LV.2, super acceleration, reinforcement, sharpness, energy doubling LV.2, lightning fast flash, storm cut, chain bombardment, flame boost, lightning boost, wind boost, spirit boost, split chain attack, energy discharge, blazing boost, etc. The effects of more than 100 supplementary magical techniques were applied to Senior White's body. The seven-colored light of a divine item resurfaced on Senior White's body. Heavens, this magical technique can be used like this as well? Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. "I feel a little uncomfortable. Among those 100+ magical techniques, there are several that aren't suited to empower the human body, and they are clashing with each other. Next time, I must improve it a little," Venerable White said. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he was standing with a whiz. The next time he appeared, the seven-colored Venerable White was wielding his fists, and heading toward the remnants of the afterimage of that immortal. The afterimage of that immortal didn't have the strength to fight back anymore. Under the power of Venerable White's fists, its body was continuously destroyed. Each time Venerable White attacked, a part of his body would disappear. Since even 100 of it would be unable to resist, the afterimage looked at Song Shuhang and the others. Cheng Lin, you won't be able to escape. My main body will find you again and put you to death. In addition, do you really think you were able to overthrow the heavenly city? You are too naive. As long as the emperor is still alive, the heavenly city won't die. After saying this much, a bright pearl emerged from the arm of the afterimage. The pearl had been hiding in his arm all along. The pearl was glistening, as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. The pearl was emitting powerful life force. This life force was huge, just like the blazing sun. As long as the imperial pearl exists, the emperor also exists. Did you see how huge the life force within is? The one that lost, is you, Cheng Lin. The afterimage of the immortal used its last bit of strength to laugh loudly. Someday, the heavenly emperor will return and rebuild the heavenly city. After coming back, he will be even stronger than before. At that time, no one will be able to defeat our heavenly city. Just as the immortal was laughing, something unexpected happened. A large amount of the life force that was emanating from the imperial pearl suddenly disappeared. The life force was dissipating at a very fast pace, just like a star imploding. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the life force in the imperial pearl had disappeared. The smile of the afterimage of the immortal stiffened. How? How is this possible? Under his desperate gaze, the life force in the imperial pearl completely dissipated. The imperial pearl had turned into a very ordinary pearl, dim and gloomy. In the next moment, crack, 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 the imperial pearl broke. It thoroughly broke, turning into fine powder.